Chapter 65. The gargoyles slid on the soft ground for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. This level of impact was nothing more than a scratch to these monsters, but it was enough to make Brando and his wizard squire fall to the ground. The moment they landed, the surrounding nobles' private soldiers became excited and charged towards the river like a swarm of bees. Even though they were a disorderly bunch, the cavalry's charge was still frightening. The Shire shook his head as he got up from the mud and was shocked by the scene. He immediately asked, "My lord, what should we do?" Brando pulled his leg out from the mud and drew his sword. "Nonsense, make a wall." This was the most ancient and classic tactic used by Erewhon's wizards to fight against cavalry. The tactics of the players grew from this foundation because it was especially effective against cavalry that lacked training. The young wizard understood and pointed forward with the ruby. Stop, counteract, wall structure. Countless lines radiated out from the ruby in all directions, forming a wall. Then, all the lines disappeared, leaving behind a solid wall of air. The nobles' private soldiers did not even realize what was going on. Only a small number of mercenaries who had experience fighting against wizards moved to the sides. Even though Makavu, the leader of the mercenaries, shouted for his men to change direction, no one could hear him due to the rumbling of the horses' hooves. The first row of riders crashed into the wall of air, the horses kneeling on the ground while the riders flew out and crashed into the wall. Then, the second row crashed into the first row, the huge inertia causing them to squeeze together. Then, the third row followed closely behind. This time, the wall of air could not withstand the force and shattered. A large number of horse and human corpses rushed forward and slid to the feet of Brando and the Shire. All of this happened in an instant. The frightening momentum caused Brando and the Shire to involuntarily take a step back. Makavu cursed at the back. Someone like him who had been in the army for a long time knew that the first row of 7 would not survive. Even the second row would be heavily injured. The third row was dizzy from the fall and would not be able to rejoin the battle for a while. Moreover, their horses were more or less injured. How could he not feel heartache when he had crippled 20 to 30 people in one go? The leader of the mercenaries couldn't help but spit on the ground. He casually bandaged his bleeding palm, then cursed as he pulled out his saber and rushed forward. There were still 7 or 8 cavalrymen on the battlefield, and they were all experienced veterans. He had to lead them to suppress the enemy until the infantry caught up. This was especially true for that adept. Every mercenary knew what it meant to let an adept do whatever he wanted. Makavu waved his saber twice to signal his men to spread out and surround them from all directions. However, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. These mercenaries were veterans of war, and each of them was at least a low-level iron-ranked fighter. Yet, at this critical moment, they were cowering and trying to preserve their strength. "Follow me. Attack together." Although he was angry, Makavu knew that he had to motivate these people. However, he didn't know that the young man opposite him had been observing him for a long time. Brando saw the erect horse galloping back and forth, and saw the knight on the horse shouting loudly. He guessed that this was the leader of the mercenaries. He couldn't help but think to himself, "It's not like I haven't fought with you mercenaries before. What's the point of being so secretive about your tactics?" Brando spat as he turned his head and pressed on the Shire's shoulder. He pointed at the man in front and said, "I see that person. Use magic arrows to attack him." The Shire quickly shook his head and said, "He's on a horse. I'm not that accurate." "It's fine. You don't have to worry about magic. If you can't hit him with one shot, just shoot him a few more times. That's not a problem." Brando turned his head to look at the 7 or 8 knight not far away. He pressed his hand on the elven sword and forced himself to calm down. He looked up and saw that the leader of the mercenaries had circled behind the rider. As expected, he raised his saber and charged forward. He knew that the leader wanted to lead the others in a charge. 30 meters. 20 meters. But Brando was waiting for this opportunity. His sword flashed and a gust of wind swept out. Makavu saw the transparent ripple spreading across the ground. Even though he hadn't seen the royal court swordsmanship before, he knew that danger was approaching. He decisively jumped up from his horse. Just as he stood up, the wind from Brendel's sword swept across the four hooves of the Erex warhorse. The tall warhorse's entire body was bent over, and its four limbs were all severed as it rolled forward. Makavu gasped in the air. He could only think of one word, sword aura. But before he could finish his thought, a white light pierced through the air and pierced his chest. Then the second light hit his left shoulder, the third light hit his abdomen, and the fourth light brushed past his body. Makavu was forced to change directions 3 times in the air before his corpse was finally tossed far away into the sand and stopped moving. This turn of events caused the 7 or 8 riders to pull on their reins. They weren't shocked by Makavu's death, but because of that sword aura. Temple Knight? The mercenaries' expressions changed as they guessed who that terrifying youth was. That was a good shot. Brando sheathed his sword. Hee hee, it's all thanks to my lord. The Shire replied with a straight face. Brendel smiled and raised his head to look ahead. Although the enemy was now stunned, he was far from being able to relax. There were still more than 100 nobles' private soldiers moving in the forest of spears behind him. He exhaled and went through his plan again in his mind. He stared at the north and realized that the only chance to break through was in that direction, but he wasn't sure if he could grasp it. He could only point forward and order, Gargoyle, WSTRY, Witchcraft, advance. Brando thought to himself. Since there's no attack command, I'll just use the movement command. The Golden Apple Lord stood on the high ground and looked at the scene from afar. His face was as ugly as it could get. Even though they weren't elite soldiers, they were trained by him. Especially Makavu, who was a valiant general under him. Even though he was a little rough around the edges, it was an undeniable fact that he was strong in battle. The Highland Knight is indeed the Highland Knight. I didn't believe the rumors of the White Knight Regiment's strength, but now it seems like it's true. The industrialist Sir Burnley said with a smile. It seems like Earl Dunn is doomed this time. Let's see if that tiger dares to take this hot potato. But it's not good for us if he gets a dead man, not to mention there are still 2 women that we haven't seen yet. What I'm curious about is why he wants to kill that jester. If he's really from Butchie's militia, taking him as a hostage would be a better strategy. What a pity, I thought I could rely on a big tree. Burnley pretended to sigh, but there was a smile in his eyes. Actually, it's not a good thing to be in such a hurry. There's still a lot to see between the royal family and the White Mane Army. But this young man is either an assassin or he has other motives. If he didn't kill for the sake of killing, then I think there's something wrong with that sword. The Golden Apple Lord held the reins and looked forward. That elven sword? Just as he was about to nod his head, he saw his private soldiers in the distance move to the sides in an uproar, like a tide that could not be avoided. Startled, the Golden Apple Lord suddenly saw a gargoyle rushing towards him through the crowd. His words came to an abrupt halt as he subconsciously tightened his grip on the reins, intending to turn around. However, due to his nervousness, he exerted too much force, causing the warhorse to neigh and stand up. My lord, be careful. The gargoyle was above level 20 and its strength was equivalent to a level 1 warrior. Furthermore, it was known for its defense and flying ability. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep when it charged into the ranks of the nobles' private soldiers. Especially when it came to these gigantic monsters, the humans had an instinctive fear. After all, not everyone could recognize that it was the work of a Buga wizard. There were even some who shouted in fear, "Flying dragon!" Originally, Brando had expected the gargoyle to cut through the weak formation of the soldiers, but he knew that he didn't have much time. The nobles' private soldiers were only temporarily confused, and no matter how strong the gargoyle was, it wouldn't be able to fight against 100 of them. In fact, if the opponent was well trained, it would be a problem to fight against 10 of them. He had to spread the chaos and not let these people have time to stabilize themselves. Brando immediately shouted, "The Shire, follow me and cover me." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed forward. The gargoyle plowed a path through the crowd. The soldiers on both sides wanted to rush forward to block the path, but Brando swung the elven sword forward with all his might. A gust of wind swept through the crowd like a scythe, and a row of 7 or 8 people in front fell down like wheat stubble. The people behind were shocked and no longer had the heart to continue fighting. They quickly retreated, and at this moment, the path opened by the gargoyle became wider. If Machiavel was still around, he might be able to suppress them, but now the noble's private soldiers were like a group of dragons without a leader. Brando and the Shire took the opportunity to pass through the forest of spears. As for those who wanted to follow after them, the Shire naturally wouldn't be polite to them. He still had 2 bottles of mana potion, and magic arrow was a cheap and useful spell. Brando raised his head and vaguely saw a group of nobles standing on a hill not far away. His sharp eyes saw Sir Burnley among them and immediately ordered loudly, "Gargoyle, that fatty, airy, witchcraft, seize." But before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a group of knights charging out from the left side of the battlefield. These knights were all wearing dark blue armor, pointed hats, and a set of silver breastplate with a white mane fluttering behind them. They were the light cavalry of the White Mane army. At that moment, both sides on the battlefield understood that the tiger Luc Besson had arrived. "Bacchus, Terran, take down that Madara spy." Even in the midst of the army, Luc Besson's calm voice was clear enough to make everyone's heart skip a beat. Just as he finished speaking, 2 tall knights rode out from the left and right and charged towards Brando. Good timing. Brando snorted in his heart and activated charge, and in an instant, he flashed past the 2 of them. Bacchus and Terran were slightly startled, and when they turned around, they realized that the young man was already 10 meters behind them. Actually, it wasn't just them, most of the White Mane soldiers were also startled. Bacchus and Terran were captains, and although their strength was only at the lower tier of iron rank, they shouldn't be so easily shaken off, right? Luc Besson's eyebrows twitched. Charge? Is this young man related to the Sun Knight? He immediately raised his right hand. "Austin, Schick, stop him." Another 2 riders rode out side by side. Even though most of the White Mane soldiers were mounted infantry, the captains were still skilled in riding. They arrived in front of Brando in an instant, but what made everyone's jaw drop was that before the lower-ranked soldiers could cheer for their captains, Austin and Schick were already sent flying. Only the sharper ones could see that the young man didn't even stop, and when he passed by the 2 captains, he clashed with their swords, and the 2 captains' swords shattered at the same time, and they were sent flying back as if they had collided with a dragon. Power burst. Power burst. This time, most of them recognized it. Brando didn't even care, he had already seen his gargoyle lifting that damn fatty up. That fatty was the only target of his attack, and also the key to escape. But victory was in sight, wasn't it? P.S. Removed from the ranking in less than a month. Sad. Seeking consolation. Chapter 66. With a shrill scream, the gargoyle swooped down and grabbed Burnley's shoulder with its hook-like claws, lifting the ball-shaped body into the air. The industrialist did not react at first. He waved his arms and legs in a panic and wanted to shout, but when he saw the situation he was in, he was so scared that his face turned pale and he could not move. Everyone looked up. Although they despised him, they knew that they would not fare any better if they were in his shoes. Brando held his sword with one hand and stood in front of the army. He waved his hand without turning back. "Gargoyle, UOM. Witchcraft, come back." When he turned around again, it was as if the tide of the ocean had receded. Under his gaze, over 100 people actually took a step back. As soon as the noble's private soldiers retreated, they revealed Seal, who was being held back by countless spears. "Don't move, I surrender." The young adept immediately raised his hand when he saw this, indicating that he had no intention of resisting. "I say, this guy should have some backbone, right?" Brando could not help but sigh and shake his head. But Charles acted as if he did not see it. Instead, he winked at him, meaning, "The rest is up to you, my lord. I've done my best." It was a good thing that Brendel was not angered to death. At this moment, the white-maned riders entered the battlefield and formed a semicircle behind Brando. They seemed to want to take over control of the situation from the nobles' private soldiers. The Golden Apple Lord wanted to curse when he saw this scene, but he had lost Makavu, and Burnley, who had been giving him advice, was suspended in the air. His other captain, grandson, was attacking the castle. He had no one to rely on other than a bunch of random people. He endured it and rode up alone. In fact, he was sweating profusely. He almost thought that the gargoyle's charge was directed at him. But why did that young man grab Burnley? The Golden Apple Lord came to the encirclement with doubts in his heart and stood opposite of Luc Besson with a group of nobles. Both sides did not talk much. Or rather, there was nothing to talk about. The conflict between the Grenoir's nobles and the local army had been going on for a long time. There was no need for formalities. On the other hand, Tiger Luc Besson was like a javelin on a horse. This dark-skinned soldier glanced at the nobles led by the Golden Apple Lord and laughed in disdain. Although he was in the White Mane Army, his heart was with the king's faction. He looked down on both sides and naturally would not lower himself to the level of these short-sighted nobles. On the contrary, his gaze fell on Brendel. This young man who was able to remain calm in the face of an army and defeated 4 of his captains with a single sword strike had truly piqued his interest. But what surprised him was that the young man's gaze also passed through the crowd and landed on him. He knows me. Luc Besson frowned, but quickly calmed down. Young man, I will give you a chance. Put down the pitiful Sir Burnley. As you can see, your comrade is also in our hands. He opened his mouth and took over the command from the Golden Apple Lord. When Brando heard this voice, he immediately recognized that it was Tiger Luc Besson. Before the First War of the Black Rose, he had heard him speak from afar when he was doing an honorary mission in Fortress Reden. Tiger Luc Besson, an upper silver swordsman. He was one of the most powerful people in Erewhon. In front of such a powerful person, Brando did not dare to be careless. He let out a sigh of relief and thought quickly. He looked at the Golden Apple Lord and then looked at Luc Besson. He knew that his only chance of survival depended on them opposing each other. This antagonism did not arise by chance. In Fortress Reden, the conflict between the local noble council and the local army was similar to most of the conflicts in this ancient country. It all started from the unique political system of Erewhon. Because it originated from the divided empire of Gruus, Erewhon's laws were derived from the Dark Empire's laws. But after the long war between the lords, in order to prevent history from repeating itself, the 4th monarch of the kingdom, and the 1st, set up a new system where the royal family controlled the army, and the local military and politics were divided. With duchies and counts as the foundation, the lords formed a small country. In these countries, the lords enjoyed complete legislative and administrative power. However, in terms of taxation, the king had the first right to levy taxes on all mines, forests, and farmlands in any territory, while the nobles only had the second right to levy taxes. Other than the militia and guards, the nobles were not allowed to form their own private army. The local defense was taken care of by the royal family's army. Through the system of taxation and central army, during the era of the king's power, the royal family closely monitored the local areas and built the powerful kingdom of Erewhon. But Brando knew that as long as one was human, they would make mistakes. Behind the glory of the kingdom, there were hidden dangers. With the decline of the king's power, the disadvantages gradually emerged. The conflict originated from the internal division of the royal family. About 60 years ago, when the devout believer Edward ascended the throne, Erewhon entered the era of the Corvado dynasty. Duke Erek, who also had the right to inherit the throne, had always held a grudge. When the internal division of the royal family was divided, the local army began to have different factions. And when the royal family found that they could not effectively control the large army, the central authority in the local areas began to weaken. In fact, ever since the year of the cave beast, the king's taxation officers could not even enter a third of the territory. It was clear to see how much the royal family's authority had weakened. He knew that ever since Duke Erek had taken over his father's position 11 years ago, he had forced King Oberg VI to change the new defense laws. The only military forces under the royal family's control were the Imperial Guards, Cypher's Black Blade Squad, and the 11th Free Cavalry Company stationed in Ampere Seal. Based on this background, the royal family's influence on the local areas became weaker and weaker. But even so, the local areas were not monolithic. The local nobles and the local army's struggle for power was becoming more and more intense. Just like in Grenoires, the feud between Count Pulla and the Grand Duke of Grenoires had long been a topic of gossip. And in Fortress Rieden, this conflict was manifested between the Golden Apple Lord and Luc Besson. Although they had the same attitude towards giving up the Bucci region, it was up to their own abilities to decide who would bear the responsibility. Luc Besson had been at a disadvantage all this time, but now that they had appeared, things had taken a turn for the better. This change was whether or not he was part of the Bucci militia. As long as they were here, the excuse prepared by the Golden Apple Lord would become a lie. Deceiving the king was not a small matter. Although the royal family was the royal family in name, the central authorities' reprimand could be used as an excuse for the nobles to attack each other. After thinking about this, Brando realized that his life was not in danger for the time being. Maybe the Golden Apple Lord would want him to die, but that would have to depend on Luc Besson's agreement. Brando suddenly felt a little sad. He already knew all of this, but he could not explain it to Freya. If the girl knew that all of her efforts were destined to be ruined by these people who still had to fight each other in the end, she would not be able to accept it. But even though it was sad, he had to thank Martha for making these people short-sighted, allowing him to use this opportunity to speak. When he heard Luc Besson's words, he could not help but reveal a cold smile. What a joke, everyone. His nonsensical words stunned everyone. Joke? Luc Besson looked down from his horse and laughed. What's so funny about it? Brando thought to himself that he would not be able to laugh soon. He waved his hand to summon the gargoyle to his side. Then he threw the elven sword from his left hand to his right hand. Sir Luc Besson. He turned his head and said, Your Lordship, you want me to put this fatty down? He patted Burnley's face with his hand, and he could not help but think of the scene when he first saw these people 1 or 2 hours ago. The scene where Earl Dunn took away his sword and raised it. These memories flowed through his mind like water, calming him down. He raised his head and replied, What I think is funny is that some people do not even know that they are about to die. Do you really think that Fortress Rieden is safe and that Madara's army does not dare to step into Erewhon's territory? Madara? Luc Besson and the Golden Apple Lord were stunned again. Kid, what are you trying to say? The Golden Apple Lord was still thinking about the relationship between Abel and Wizard Gabe, so he could not help but step forward and ask. Brando did not want to waste time with them. He picked up the sword and placed it next to Burnley's neck. Before he even said a word, the elven sword had already shined brightly, and a layer of fluorescent light flashed on its surface. Sir Burnley is rich and knowledgeable. Can you tell me where this sword came from? Brando suddenly sneered and asked in the same tone as someone else. The fat man who was being held by the gargoyle suddenly struggled with all his might and retreated backwards. But Brando did not care about him. He finally confirmed what he was thinking and could not help but scold. This sword is called the Thorn of Light. It is a sword that was born from light. All the undead have nowhere to hide in front of it. Unfortunately, you only cared about admiring the sword and forgot what happened when Earl Dunn got this sword. You short-sighted idiots. My lords, do you think this fatty is your companion? What a joke, Tarkus has already planted spies among you, and you still do not know. Luc Besson and the other nobles were dumbfounded. They did not know if Abel was telling the truth. Although the commander of the White Mane army subconsciously believed Brando's words, he still hoped that what Brando said was not true. But Brando had already raised the sword and pierced it into Burnley's ball-shaped body. The latter cried out in pain and his body quickly shriveled up. Then, his appearance quickly changed and he turned into a disgusting, shriveled monster. Necromancer. Luc Besson recognized it at first glance. Seeing this, the Golden Apple Lord sat back on his horse and shouted, Impossible. His reaction shocked everyone, and almost everyone turned to look at him. Only Brando's expression was cold. He knew what had happened. History did not change, but he finally understood what happened on this day and why Fortress Rieden fell so quickly. The Golden Apple Lord felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Every word that the damn fatty said to him had turned into a vicious trap in his eyes. In order to capture Brando and his men, he had already transferred a third of the castle's guards to Burnley's private soldiers. As for those private soldiers, it was easy to guess what they were. While they were hesitating, they suddenly saw blue flames shooting up to the sky from the west and northwest of Fortress Reden. There was no need for words, everyone knew what had happened. At that moment, the Golden Apple Lord could not help but feel dizzy. Retreat, retreat quickly. Go to the east gate. Chapter 67. Brando watched coldly from the side as the nobles gathered together to argue. The nobles' private soldiers were in a constant state of panic. The nobles wanted to leave the city to the east, but what about their subjects in Fortress Reden? No one mentioned it. At this moment, no one cared about the political struggles anymore. They were arguing about what to do with their family's assets. Some of them wanted to preserve their lives, while others wanted to bring as much as they could. Some of them would rather die than give up their family's assets, as if Madara would give him a way out because he was a noble. He lowered his head and wiped his sword. That slash had given him 220 EXP, and it was the best reward he had after killing the Golden Tree boss. Ha ha ha. 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 It seemed like it was a mid-level necromancer, but he was lucky. The necromancer probably didn't expect him to pick it. Necromancers had low strength compared to other necromancers. The level 30 mid-level necromancer was immobilized by the gargoyle, which gave Brando the chance to pick up the loot. A mid-level necromancer had more than that. Brando cut open the necromancer's forehead in front of everyone and took out a piece of bone. He then cut off 4 fingers from the necromancer's right hand and pried open its jaw, carefully picking out its teeth and putting them into his pocket. His shocking actions caused everyone to go silent. They looked at Brando as if they were looking at a demon. Although it was a necromancer, it still had a human form, but Brando's actions were like an experienced hunter handling his prey. However, Brando didn't think there was anything wrong with it, because he was handling his prey anyway. Mid-level necromancers were different from low-level cannon fodder. Their soulfire nodules had a chance to be refined into gems for embedding. The 4 fingers of the right hand that held the staff could be used to cast spells, and their teeth could be used to make paralysis poison. As such, it wasn't wrong to say that their entire body was a treasure. Seal, on the other hand, knew some of the stories, which was why he ran out from the private army and stood respectfully at Brendel's side. The private soldiers of the nobles had been working for money, and their morale had long since dissipated. Naturally, no one would care about him. However, the young wizard couldn't help but recall the scene of Brando testing his sword beside Earl Dun's corpse. Only then did he realize that there was a deeper meaning behind his lord's actions, and he couldn't help but admire him. He looked at Brando and felt that the wise Highland wizards in Karsuk were just as calm as him. On the other hand, Luke Besson had calmed down after a brief moment of absent-mindedness. He grabbed the reins and rode on the horse's back. Unlike the others, he wasn't in a hurry to escape. Instead, he looked at the young man with interest. In his opinion, Brando was calm, quick-witted, and not lacking in decisiveness. At his age, he could be considered powerful. If he had been born 10 years earlier, he would definitely have become a prominent figure. However, even as a member of the royal faction, Erwin could not help but shake his head. He looked up at the dark night and couldn't help but wonder what would happen to the country. For a moment, there was silence among them. Only a genius would know that Brendel was trying to figure out which path he should take to escape. He looked at the Shire who was standing at the side and couldn't help but ask, which one do you think is easier to deal with, the Pale Rider or the Black Warrior? Charles was stunned by the question that came out of nowhere. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Brando shook his head and looked at the noisy nobles who finally retreated to the east with their private soldiers. The corpses of their comrades were left messily on the riverbank, and no one cared about them. In his poem, Gobel compared the nobles of Karsuk to bandits. I think Grenoir's is not far from that. The Shire sneered. This country is going to be finished. Brando did not care if Luc Besson was beside him and sneered. However, he was not going to argue with a group of people who were about to die. These guys went out from the east and bumped into Tarkus's most capable general, the famous dragon's calamity, Lord Tamara. Brando was wondering why these people would die in history. Now, looking at their stupid decision, it was not that hard to understand. You're not going to run? Luc Besson asked as if he did not hear Hao Ren's words. Before Brando could answer, there was a sudden gust of wind in the sky. Everyone looked up instinctively and saw two huge humorous WIRMs, one in front and one behind. They grew bigger and roared over their heads. At that moment, everyone present was scared stiff. It was an indescribable feeling. The terrifying yet elegant undead flew across the sky. Purple flames burned between the grayish-black bones, burning out from between the ribs. Every flap of its huge wings produced a heavy gust of wind. As it flew over everyone's heads, the purple flames left a long trail behind. The wind pressure made everyone's scalp numb, as if they heard a piercing scream from the bottom of their hearts. The scream itself was like a long nightmare. It bred the breath of corruption and despair in people's hearts. It was as if white bones were growing out of the dark ground, and the rotten tendons were covered with white maggots. The withered land stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was gloomy, and one was standing alone in the middle of this gray plain. Brando almost quivered before he recovered from this state of mind. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. This was the aura of fear of the skeletal WIRMs. Just by flying over, it had such a huge impact on the people present. He could not help but look around. He saw the warhorses on the riverbank fleeing in fear, or kneeling on the ground. Then he saw Luc Besson. When the latter realized that Hao Ren had also woken up, he could not help but be stunned. Come with us, young man. As you can see, the strength of an individual is very small in the face of such a level of power. Brando looked at him and shook his head. He could not trust this guy now. Moreover, in history, Luc Besson was dead. He did not want to touch the bad luck that he had. It was not easy to get to this point. As long as he could escape from this dead city, his plan would be half completed. After that, he could peacefully kill monsters and level up, and then wait for Erwin to reach his end. Brando saw that his good days had just begun. How could he fall into a trap again? He thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth to let the other party know the difficulties and retreat. I want to break out from the north because my friends are waiting for me there. If General Luc Besson does not mind, you can come with me. Luc Besson stared at him and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he shook his head. Blue flames were burning in the north, northwest, and west, indicating that the undead army was invading from that direction. Although he appreciated this young man, he would not sacrifice himself. But Brando did not tell him that at this time, except for the east, the other directions were about the same. But the north was closer. At this time, time was an advantage. Time was life. He patted the Shire's shoulder and replied, in that case, we will take our leave first. If fate wills it, I hope we can meet again. In history, although Luc Besson was not much different from ordinary nobles, at least he was a capable person. And he was one of the few people in that era who thought of the concept of a country. Subconsciously, Brando did not mind if he lived. But he looked at the other party and did not say anything unnecessary. He was afraid that he would accidentally remind the other party. Maybe it would not be a problem for a while, but Tiger Luc Besson was not a girl like Freya or the Roman who had not seen the world. If he found something suspicious, who knew what would happen? These days, astrologers were respected by the people, but charlatans were burned at the stake. I don't want to risk my life for this unnecessary risk. The year of flowers and summer leaves, the 2nd of June. The peace of the past was burned to ashes in the raging fire. Wherever the undead army passed, the land was scorched. Countless people lost their lives, their families were broken, and their families were destroyed. When people found out that praying could not save them, and that the only people they could rely on were the nobles who abandoned them, a long scar was formed. This kind of distrust began to spread from the war zone to the rear. But Brando knew that this was only the first step towards Erewhon's end. The news of the fall of Fortress Redon only reached Fort Vermeer 6 days later. At this time, Tarkus's flanks were already threatening Ankes. The entire Fort Vermeer and Fortress Redon defense line seemed to have been destroyed in an instant. Only a lonely fortress was left struggling to hold on. On the 11th, news of the undead army in Viro's direction reached Corvado. On the second day, Oberg VII secretly met with Madara's envoy. On the 13th, Ampere Seal's Free Merchant Alliance announced their participation in the war. On the 14th, Madara's envoy formally met with Oberg. On the 20th, the front lines stopped fighting. Then, both sides formed a diplomatic group and the war entered a long period of negotiations. But the war continued to move forward at a slow pace. In the first month, the front lines seemed to be struggling in a quagmire. Madara's army fanned the flames everywhere, and Erewhon's slow response often caused them to suffer huge losses. However, the royal family was happy to see such a loss. Thus, the negotiations were further delayed. On the 5th of the 7th month, Madara's army entered Randner and met with Ampere Seal's mercenaries for the first time. History's Battle of Klingenberg began. Insursta became famous in this battle. Under the protection of the artillery, the Black Knight under his command tore apart the flanks of Arek's mercenaries time and time again, and finally settled the battle. After that, Madara's army triumphantly advanced, and even reached the capital of Randner at the furthest. In this series of battles, Insursta, Tarkus, Wayland, Ogiest, Greta, and many other young names shone brightly. Only Brando knew what these names meant in the future. But history continued to move forward. On the 16th of the 7th month, Oberg VII once again met with Madara's envoy. 3 days later, the negotiations finally came to an end, and the First War of the Black Rose came to an end. However, this war started like lightning and ended like lightning. It was as if nothing had happened, but also as if everything had already happened. The only result of the war seemed to be Erewhon's expected defeat time and time again. There was nothing else worth mentioning. But after that, for a period of 10 years, Bucci no longer belonged to the people who once loved that land. P.S. I was too excited to see Hay see that I forgot the time. Tragedy. When the big picture of Hay C comes out, should I give you guys a big celebration? Chapter 68. Looking back at the year of summer leaves and flowers, the second day of the 6th lunar month. With the bar owner's daughter, Sue, leading the way, Freya quickly arrived at Panyuan Market number 51. She looked outside. Even though it was early in the morning, there were still many people in Fortress Redon's largest market. There were braziers lit up near and far, and the bright light made people feel more or less at ease. Just as she was about to walk out, the girl called Sue grabbed her hand. "Don't go, there are people hiding in the alley." The girl with braids stood at the intersection of light and darkness at the corner of the street. She had one hand on the wall as she stared vigilantly outside. "Are they the guards?" Freya was shocked. "I don't know, but there are 2 unfamiliar faces there. They are definitely not from this area." Sue shook her head and replied quietly. Freya put the sword hilt to her lips and hesitated nervously. The people who appeared in Panyuan Market at this time were most likely the White Mane soldiers. She also expected that they would find Hood. I wonder if they've ever met each other before? Should she go up and knock on the door? The future goddess of war furrowed her brows and suddenly remembered Brendel's words. "Don't worry if you find traces of the army. Before they know our relationship, they will not act rashly and alert the enemy. They also want to have a chance to catch us all." Thinking until here, Freya took a deep breath. She turned around and asked, "Sue, can you answer some of my questions?" "What?" "Let me ask you, do you know how to tell if a person is lying?" The dark-skinned girl smiled. "Is it because I often help out at the bar?" Freya's face reddened when her thoughts were seen through. She had taken a liking to Su Yuan's rich experience and knowledge compared to her. When she talked to Su before, she and everyone else naively thought that the nobles would save them, but Su only needed a few sentences to point out the nature of the matter. Thus, in her heart, this cold girl was an extremely sharp and opinionated girl. It's okay, I occasionally help others as well. Su smiled. Freya, look at me. Ah. What's the name of your friend who said Fortress Reden would be breached? Freya was startled. She didn't know why the girl in front of her would suddenly ask this question. She panicked and her eyes couldn't help but flicker. Boo, Brando. Sue's eyes moved. You have a good impression of him, right? No, Brando, he likes Roman people. Eyes, look at me, Freya. Su Ping looked at Freya. His dark brown eyes were as calm as still water. Who is the Roman? Freya's face seemed to be on fire. How could she still dare to look at Su? Her eyes roamed about uncertainly. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start. She felt that she was the number one idiot in the world, and it was the kind that was not discounted. For a moment, she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Understood? Su asked. Yes, I understand. Freya lowered her head and nodded. She took a deep breath, grabbed her sword, and was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and grabbed Su's arm. Su, can you wait for me here? Su was surprised, but he still nodded. Freya was confused. But she felt that Su was like Brando by her side, giving her some confidence. Then, she walked out of the alley, pretending that she didn't care about the gazes around her. She went straight to number 51 of the Panyo market. She raised her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Freya felt at least 2 sharp gazes on her back. But in the end, she still knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound seemed to come from her heart. Freya waited for a moment before the door creaked open. A man with a crooked back and a bald head appeared behind the door. It was hard to tell his age. When he saw Freya, he was obviously stunned, and his eyes shrunk back subconsciously. After you find the woolen merchant called Hood, don't reveal your identity. Give him a time and ask him to meet us at the bar. You have to pay attention to his reaction, and you will know if he is reliable. Freya, look at me. Freya immediately caught the subtle change in expression. Brando and Su's words rang in her mind at the same time, and her heart turned cold. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? The short man was stunned for a moment before he asked. Freya was silent for about a second. She just looked at him coldly. Then, when the short man couldn't help but want to retreat, she suddenly pulled out her sword and placed it on his neck. Her eyes darkened slightly. In the blink of an eye, when the situation suddenly changed, Su saw several people on the street subconsciously move. But they quickly calmed down and returned to their initial state. Their movements were very subtle, and only the girl hiding at the corner of the street saw it all. Freya was completely unaware of what had happened behind her. She just held her sword as calmly as possible and said in a flat tone, "Are you the witch's accomplice? Don't kill me. They forced me, witch." The short man was frightened by the sudden change and sat on the ground. Then, he realized what the cold-faced ponytailed girl in front of him had asked. Freya could only think of Brando's wizard retainer, the young man called the Shire, who had said, "Your aunt knows a lot. This is a secret passed down among the wizards in this world. There is a book called The Epic of Darkness, which tells of things that happened in the past countless years, but that doesn't necessarily apply to people who are related to magic. Some of the witches in the countryside also know some rumors about this." In fact, before she drew her sword, she didn't think that she could adapt so quickly, or it should be said that her mind was in a state of emptiness. She said coldly, "You should call her Jenny." "Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll teach you a lesson first." As she spoke, she raised her sword, and the textile merchant called Hood immediately cried out in fear, Wait, my lady, I have nothing to do with her. No, it's not nothing, I mean I'm not her accomplice. I mean, I'm just an ordinary relative of hers, no, a distant relative." "Oh. It's true. Believe me, she only comes to the city occasionally to collect goods. That witch, yes, witch. Indeed, she would accept some strange things. That's right. She lives in Buchi, with her niece. Freya looked at the man and suppressed the disgust in her heart. She lifted him up, but my informant told me that she entered the city a few days ago. You better not lie to me. As a wizard, I can extract your memories at any time. The merchant was already paralyzed with fear with the sword on his neck. He didn't understand the problem in Freya's words. I'll talk. She left Fortress Reden 2 days ago and went to the north. Freya looked at his eyes and threw him away in disgust. She took a small breath and heard Sue whistling at the corner of the alley. She knew that her big movement had attracted the attention of those people, and she had to leave quickly. But she didn't expect that Aunt Jenny wasn't here. She went to the north? Bragg's was in the north, why would she go there? But it didn't seem like this person was lying. She clenched her teeth and hesitated for a moment. The afternoon sun shone through the arched windows of the castle, brightening up the room that was decorated with soft colors. A young girl in a silver princess dress was sitting at a small round table in the Rococo style. She was leaning against a high-back chair in a standard posture. Her slender hand was holding a cup of black tea, and her other hand was holding a silver spoon. She was motionless, and her soft silver-gray eyes were staring ahead as if she was absorbed in a story. She had a head of beautiful silver curly hair, and her half-pointed ears peeked out from the curls. She was Oberg VII's most beloved daughter, and was recognized as the #1 beauty in Aween. If it was in Brando's era, both players and NPCs would call her the Regent Princess. If there was anyone in Erewhon who could compare to the goddess of war, then it would be this young princess. You're a smart little girl. Everyone in the Everton family is outstanding. After a while, the princess put down her teacup and quietly asked, and then, Lord Oberway? If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize the cold-faced middle-aged man standing in front of her. This was the Earl Dunn, who had his throat slit by his sword. But in fact, in the capital's noble circle, there were not many people who knew this count, but in comparison, he had a more well-known nickname, the Duke of Chambord. Wolf Baron Oberway, one of His Majesty's close ministers, and one of the core leaders of the royal faction. He had a good relationship with Everton and Woodrow. Oberway looked at the princess and knew that she wasn't simple. But she was the apple of His Majesty's eye, and he didn't dare to be perfunctory. This time, he borrowed the name of Dunn from the Lewis Bowman family to go to Fortress Reden. Both of them were connoisseurs, and they had a similar hobby of collecting. Although they didn't look alike, it wasn't a big problem in this era where information was scarce. He was going to Fortress Reden to do something for Oberg VII, a secret mission. When he thought of this, he realized that the princess was asking him a question and said, "Of course, the daughter of Earl Everton is at least as outstanding as her father, but it's a pity." He wanted to say it was a pity that she was a woman, but he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was the princess who was known as the crown of the royal family, so he quickly swallowed the second half of his sentence. The girl obviously knew what he wanted to say, but she didn't ask. She only changed the topic, "But Lord Oberway, I have some doubts about your story. You purposely went to find trouble with that young man, but it seems unnecessary." Oberway thought to himself that it would be strange if she didn't understand, but he still replied respectfully, "I'm just worried about his intentions." A Highland knight and his squire appeared in Fortress Reden beside Everton's daughter. "Your Highness, you know that the White Knight in Karsuk and your father are not on the same side." "I know, but they didn't object." "That's right, that's why I want to test him. After all, he's just a shadow. Compared to Karsuk, I can still tell which is more important. For the sake of His Majesty, I don't mind giving it a try." Oberway replied. "I thank you on behalf of my father, Lord Oberway." The princess thought that her father and this fellow wanted to make Karsuk prosper, but would they succeed? She could guess their intentions, but they were just making things up. She thought for a while and decided that the recommendation for the Basta Royal Cavalry Academy might need to be increased. She wanted to remind him of something, but after thinking about her identity, she decided not to. In the end, she said, and then, Lord Oberwei. I want to continue listening to the rest of the story. Before my history class starts, I still have time to listen to 2 or 3 sections of your story. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Chapter 69. Oberwei took out a necklace from his bosom before he started his story. It was a very common brass necklace, and there was a beautiful crystal pendant on the polished chain. There was a small line of words written on it, Freya. He showed the necklace to the girl and said, "This necklace is something that she always carries around with her. That's how her name came about. However, this is actually her mother's name, Your Highness." Her mother? The girl held the necklace with her slender hand. Her expression did not change. Everton's wife, who died in the riot 17 years ago. Then this girl should be the only descendant of Everton, right? That's right. Since Lord Oberwei is here, then this girl should have successfully escaped from danger. Can I say that? The girl asked. You can say that, but the process was a little strange. The middle-aged man nodded coldly, but his eyebrows raised slightly as if he thought of something interesting. Oh. The princess was slightly surprised. Actually, it's mainly about that young man. So it's back to him? No, it's just that the young man played a mysterious role in the entire process. It sounds like a light sentence, but in fact, the entire escape journey was full of unpredictability. There were a few times when the situation was so critical that even I couldn't intervene. Many people couldn't even imagine that kind of situation, but he still forcefully brought it back. Oberwei could not help but sneer at this point. To put it bluntly, compared to some incompetent people, this young man is probably the only one who could make Madara suffer in this battle. Oh. The girl's silver-gray eyes lit up slightly. Especially when he obtained something good in the process. The middle-aged man could not help but reminisce, but as for what it is, please allow this old man to keep you in suspense. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested. What kind of person is this young man that even Lord Oberwei can't stop praising? However, there's not much time left, so please begin, my lord. Oberwei nodded, took a step back, and continued to narrate the events that happened that night. Freya heard Sue whistling from the corner of the street. It was clear and melodious, like the sound of a nightingale, but it was a warning. She quickly turned around and saw 4 or 5 strangers on the street surrounding her. She knew that her actions were a little too big and had attracted their hostility. Without thinking, she pushed away the Roman relative and rushed into the house. The people behind her quickened their pace, but Freya had already rushed into the bedroom, closed the door, and overturned the cupboard to block the passageway. Freya felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She looked at the window, gritted her teeth, and jumped out of the window with both hands covering her head. Most of the commoners in Awin were still using wooden windows at this time of the year. Even though she had the protection of the half-plate of the Wind Empress, Freya's arms and forehead still hurt from the impact. She rolled a few times on the ground and found herself in an alley behind the street. She raised her head and looked left and right, just in time to see Sue stumbling into the alley from the other side. But the girl's face was pale as if she had seen a ghost. Sue! Freya stood up and shouted, but the rest of the sentence was stuck in her throat. She raised her head and looked at the specks of blue light moving towards the center of the sky. At first, the girl did not realize what it was. She stood there in a daze for a while, but then she realized that it was an arrow. Arrows ignited with soulfire, the masterpiece of Madara's skeleton archers. The experience of that night in Buchi surfaced in her mind. Freya shouted for him to be careful, and pounced over to protect Sue under her body. The rain of arrows immediately came crashing down, and countless arrows smashed into the tiles of the houses nearby. The thin layer of tiles could not stop the cone-shaped arrows made by Madara at all, and soon, screams could be heard from within the houses. Freya felt Sue hugging herself and shivering on the ground. In fact, she was not much better. Her face was pale, and she felt as if her heart was about to stop. Several arrows hit the green feathers of wind around her body and bounced off. Freya did not know that the defense of the half-plate of the Wind Empress in the game was terrifying. The half-plate of the Wind Empress provided 3 points of protection, while the half-plate itself provided 2 points. In reality, the half-plate's defense was only 3 points. Therefore, she always thought that she would die in the next second. She was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly, but her body still did not move to protect the girl below. About a minute later, after 2 waves of arrows rained down, the crackling sounds in the surroundings finally became sparse. Sue and Freya trembled and opened their eyes together. They looked at each other and saw the lingering fear in each other's eyes. Chi. Chi. Skeleton, outside, Sue said with some difficulty in breathing. Freya was slightly startled, and then her heart sank. She knew that Madara's army had entered the city. She never doubted that Brando would lie to her, but she did not expect it to be so fast. Now she understood why he had been deliberately asking for time. The future goddess of war got up, grabbed Sue's hand and pulled her up. Sue, let's go. Where to? Sue asked, not knowing what to do. Run. Leave this place. Let's leave this place together. Freya's heart was in a mess. She finally understood how much pressure Brando was under. She thought about it again and could only take one step at a time and wait until she saw Brando. I want to go back. My father is still in the shop. I'll go with you. Sue nodded. The Bonoan market was on the west side of Fortress Reden, close to the Pine River. The Red Copper Dragon Story Club was on the North Street between the Bonoan market and the Traveler's Bridge. But when Freya and Sue arrived, the street and the bar were already crowded with people because of the burning fire at the West Gate. Since the fire at the Parliament of Nobles and the frequent movements of the guards, it was already a chaotic night. Therefore, people were already whispering to each other, asking each other what happened. Some of them thought that the army of Madara had arrived at the city, and some thought that the nobles in the city were attacking them. But they did not expect that the army of the undead had already entered the city. Freya and Sue separated the crowd and found that the owner of the Red Copper Dragon Story Club and his guests had already run outside and were pointing at the west gate that was on fire. As soon as Sue saw her father, she rushed to him like a swallow returning to the forest. His daughter's action made the owner of the bar, Redo, slightly stunned. He patted the girl's back to calm her down, but the latter tiptoed and whispered something in his ear. Redo's eyes darkened. He first looked at Freya and nodded to her to show his gratitude. Then, he turned to the group of mercenaries beside him. Freya noticed that most of these people were his guests. Redo clapped his hands and asked them to stop and look at him. Someone even joked, "What's wrong, old Redo? Are you going to treat us to a drink because of the fireworks?" Everyone applauded loudly. But the bar owner replied, "It's not impossible to treat us to a drink, but not today. Everyone, listen up, Madara has entered the city." When he said that Madara had entered the city for the first time, these people did not understand and only reacted after a few seconds. Then, Redo added again, and more than 30 people at the scene quieted down. Was this true? Now, this sentence was clearly written on everyone's face. Sue told me. She wouldn't lie to me, Redo said frankly. Freya frowned slightly. Most people would not discuss this news in public, because even she knew that it might cause panic. But unless Redo did not consider this issue, or he had his own plans, the possibility of the future Valkyrie seeing the latter was much higher. It took some time to digest the news, and then someone asked with some difficulty, "What should we do?" It seemed that everyone present prioritized such a question, instead of turning around and running away as soon as they heard the news, or shouting. Freya carefully looked at these people's reactions, and suddenly realized that the relationship between the bar and its regulars was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Let's fight our way out." "Everyone, let's fight our way out," someone suggested. "But how do we fight our way out?" someone asked. Since Madara attacked from the west gate, in the eyes of most people, the east gate, which was the furthest, should be the safest place. But the mercenaries were people who came out of the battlefield, and most of them had some basic tactical knowledge. Erewhon's siege focused on attacking from 3 sides and 1 side, but the key factor was whether it was a surprise attack or a siege. And Madara's tactical purpose was also very important. Were the undead here to kill people, seize the city, plunder, or to attack further targets? This was also a big difficulty in the war between the Light World and Madara, because it was difficult for the living to determine what the undead wanted to do and what tactical intentions they had. For a while, there were different opinions, but no one could come up with a way to convince the crowd. Freya waited anxiously for a while, her hand holding the sword raised again and again. Finally, she recklessly said, I think I know a person who can lead you out of the city. Her words silenced everyone present and turned to look at her. Someone recognized her and whistled. Isn't that the little girl just now? Freya blushed in front of everyone. She did not expect to say it out loud. She could not help but think that she had made the decision on behalf of Brando. Would Brando blame her? She suddenly realized that she was afraid of this, but she calmed down and thought about it. From Brando's point of view, he had always been looking for help. In this case, as long as these people were gathered into a useful force, it would be enough. But how was he going to gather all these people? When it came to this, the future goddess of war was a little hesitant. Could she do it well? As a mere militia captain, he had to think of ways to command these experienced mercenaries who had gone through life and death on the battlefield. But Freya quickly calmed down. At most, it was just a try. The girl thought as she held her sword tightly and nervously held it in front of her chest. She looked a little reserved like a young girl, and the others could only look at Reto. The latter introduced her. This is the young lady who saved my daughter. Then young lady, how can we trust you? Someone asked from the back. It's here. Freya took a deep breath. Of course you can trust me. Do you know why the guards wanted to capture me and my companions? Why? Because we are Butchi's militia. 2 days ago, the place was invaded by Madara. My companions and I escaped from Madara's clutches to report to Fortress Redan, but the noble's response disappointed us. She paused for a moment. I don't think you expect those people to save you, right? Of course, those maggots. Maggots. That's a good description. Cheers. Cheers. The crowd responded. You mean, you have a way to avoid Madara's attention? Reto looked at her and asked. Freya nodded. Author's note, when the 4th generation heavy destroyer appeared out of nowhere, I also exploded it. Also, there are some people who are discussing how to write these chapters. I'm just doing an exercise, so please forgive me. Also, I won't use this method often. It's just an experiment. This book has just started, so please don't mind. Also, who knows if it will explode tomorrow. Chapter 70. You're saying that you have a way to avoid Madara's attention? After a moment of silence, the bar owner asked with obvious distrust. Freya quickly nodded. But she was immediately startled when she realized that everyone did not seem to trust her. She tightened her grip on her sword as if she was trying to vent her nervousness through her pale fingers. Freya is part of Butchi's militia, and one of her friends said that Fortress Redan would be breached. Before tonight, no one would believe it. Sue also did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. I think that Freya's words make sense. At this time, Sue suddenly spoke. Everyone was startled, and even Freya looked at the girl with wheat-colored skin and braided hair. She gave her a grateful glance. I actually do not have a way to lead you to avoid Madara's attention. Freya thought for a moment before speaking frankly to the mercenaries. Her opening words made everyone stunned. But I know someone who has the ability. So you're not sure? One of them asked. Freya nodded. She immediately saw many of them shrugging their shoulders. These mercenaries did not have much hope in this little girl, and they were just joking. After all, Freya herself was not annoying, and could even be said to be a very attractive girl. Wait, everyone. I know that as a stranger, it's ridiculous for me to ask all of you to believe me. She placed her sword in front of her chest and slowly relaxed. Her voice became clear and bright. So, I'm just suggesting a possibility. She thought for a moment. It's like a bet, I. The ponytailed girl thought for a long time, but could not find a suitable word. She suddenly felt a little annoyed. Perhaps she should not have used a method that she was not familiar with to pander to these mercenaries. It's like you open a bet, and we place our bets, right? Then life and death will be decided by fate, and riches and honor will be decided by the heavens. A tall mercenary laughed. That's easy to explain. Hello, I'm Mano. Just based on what you said, I have to place my bets, right? He turned his head. Someone in the crowd immediately laughed kindly, and someone shouted, Manua, you damn gambler, you'll lose your life sooner or later. Freya blushed and quickly nodded. That's about it. If you think my words are trustworthy, why don't you take a look first? I think when you see my friend, you'll be able to make a judgment. At least, I believe him. After she finished speaking, the mercenaries became silent. Freya's words were very tempting, and with Sue's words, they were hesitating. Wouldn't it be better for them to follow her and see the situation? In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses. At worst, they could just break up. But no one dared to take the lead. Freya could not help but feel anxious when she saw the atmosphere slowly turning cold. I believe Freya. Sue was the first to walk out. She even looked back at her father. Reto could not help but scratch his head. He had no choice but to follow his daughter's stand. Really, his daughter's elbow was always on the side of an outsider. But at least she had hooked him a good young man. The bar owner could not help but sigh, and the people around him laughed. Okay, Reto said, don't laugh. Since I'm going, you can stay and watch. I believe you still have to give face to my little daughter, right? You're so shameless, Reto. How can you use Miss Sue as a shield? Shameless. The mercenaries could not help but shout, but they all agreed with Reto's words. On the other hand, the fat bar owner was not ashamed at all. Instead, he looked proud. In the end, there were more than 20 people left. In fact, these people were not uninterested in Freya's proposal, but they could not bring themselves to compromise with a little girl. So, miss, we're all here. Now, let's talk about your request. Reto folded his arms and asked. After all, mercenaries were mercenaries. They understood that there was no such thing as enjoying power without paying a price. They generally regarded this price as a business deal. They believed that if they agreed, they would join. If they did not agree, they would leave. It was that simple. It was not something difficult to talk about. Freya did not understand the mercenaries' thoughts. She was naturally nervous. My request is actually very simple. I want you to escape from here alive. Since you choose to stay and believe in me, I hope you can listen to my command and obey my orders. Otherwise, this agreement is basically meaningless. So I know it's a little presumptuous to say this, but I still have to insist. If you think it's unacceptable, I won't force you. Of course, this is the most basic. The mercenaries replied. Of course, that was what they said. However, when faced with an order to die, they might not necessarily carry it out. However, it was always right to agree first. What else? What can you do? I don't know, but I can at least stand by your side and fight. In the battle, we are comrades who fight side by side. I think, this will not change because of the agreement between us. Freya thought about it and replied. This sentence is enough, as long as you can do it. At least we will acknowledge you, little girl. Mano replied, and 2 or 3 people nodded in agreement. But there were still people who chose to leave. In the end, there were 17 people left. Except for Reto, Sue, Mano, and his 3 best friends, the rest were lone wolves. They felt that it was better to follow the group than to act alone, so they finally chose to stay. However, these people were beyond Freya's expectations. It was far beyond her expectations. Because she did not have much to expect. Even if Sue was the only one who stayed, it would be lucky. And now, it was even more lucky. Before their discussion came to an end, the news of Madara's army entering the city came from the west, and the crowd on the street began to stir. When Reto saw the situation on the street, he immediately asked the others to follow him to the bar to get food. At this time, it was natural to take as much as they could. Otherwise, when these people woke up, the street would be in chaos. This was the difference between mercenaries and Freya's militia. Experienced soldiers would always think of logistics first and not other aspects. Then what should we do next, Commander Miss Freya? The old mercenary Mano asked. Don't call me Commander, I'm no different from you. Freya said with a red face. Her previous speech made her so nervous that she almost couldn't breathe. Until now, she still did not understand why she had the courage to say such words in front of a group of experienced soldiers. Now that she thought about it, it was like a dream. But there was a voice in her heart that told her that she could do it. She must have a way to help Brando and not be a burden by his side. The ponytailed girl took a deep breath to calm herself down. She stared at the blazing west gate and suddenly remembered something. Do you know how to ride a horse? Of course, how can we not? Then we will steal a horse later. Freya replied. Steal a horse? Steal a horse? The girl fiddled with the silver spoon and asked curiously. There is a horse market in Fortress Reden. The nobles trade war horses in the inner district, and they also sell servants and slaves. This is a public fact. In fact, when I came to Buchi, it was them who sent me the news. Auberbeck replied. These daring bastards. The princess calmly put down her teacup. But how did that girl know? She asked again. This is related to her background. That year, our people left her at the horse market in Fortress Reden when she was 3 years old. She might not remember the things that happened before she was 3 years old, but she should have a deep impression of that place. You guys are really heartless. How could you leave a 3-year-old girl alone in a strange place? We had no choice. That year, the chaos involved too many people. Even Everton's wife was not spared. Besides, we've made thorough arrangements. She knows how to ride a horse. How could someone from the Everton family not know how to ride a horse? We arranged for her to be adopted by an elite knight from the Silver Wing Legion. But why did her family move out of Fortress Reden to such a remote place like Buchi? We still don't know. Did she succeed? Although she knew that Auberbeck's words meant that Freya had succeeded, she still couldn't help but ask. But the princess still couldn't help but ask. No matter how mature she looked on the surface, she was still a 15-year-old girl in her heart. Of course, as I said before, the nobles were all attracted by that young man. The market didn't have any defenses, so they easily succeeded. Those mercenaries were also quite strong, at least comparable to the soldiers of the kingdom's frontline legions. The princess nodded. Different from the other legions, the frontline legions of the Kingdom of Erewhon, such as the Royal Guards, the Silver Wing Legion, Cypher's 11th Cavalry Division, and Anric's Flintlock Regiment, were still in possession of their former glory and battle prowess. The normal soldiers in these legions were still below the iron rank, 3 to 7 ounces. They were naturally incomparable to the White Mane Legion and the Black Blade Legion. As for the standard legions, they were even more unsightly. Since the year of the cave beasts, their battle prowess was no different from the nobles' private soldiers. Thus, when Auberbeck described them, the half-fairy princess immediately understood the strength of those mercenaries who were with Freya. She thought for a moment and asked, and then? And then there is the most exciting part of the story. When Miss Freya led her knight to meet up with that mysterious young man, they slaughtered their way through Madara's army. Even though Auberbeck was usually cold, when he talked about slaughtering his way through the enemy's army, he, as a member of the royal faction, was exhilarated. What a mysterious young man. The princess said. Auberbeck coughed twice and realized that he had misspoken. But the princess didn't mind. She looked at the time and said, I still have some time, Lord Oberbeck. Please continue with the next part. It's my honor. Chapter 71. The news of Madara's army entering the city spread like a plague in Fortress Reden. For thousands of years, the Dark Kingdom across the Pine Mountain Range was described as a place of evil. Undead, bandits, and occasional invasions, it was as if everyone's misfortune was brought about by the other side. Thus, the nobles maintained their unchanging rule for hundreds of years, and the villagers trained themselves, ready to fight at any time. And now, this enemy that seemed to have always existed in legends and stories not only appeared on paper, but also came to life, baring its fangs and wanting to devour people. But the citizens of Fortress Reden realized, where were the nobles? Where was the army of Fortress Reden? As Brando walked, he saw more and more people coming out of their houses. He heard bits and pieces of information from the other escapees, and they hurriedly ran back into their houses, bringing their luggage and family members, and headed towards the north gate. More and more people came, and in the end, it formed a huge stream of people. In the eyes of the young man, the huge crowd seemed to form a gray oil painting. In the painting, there were old people, children, men, women, even mules, horses, and carriages, dragging their families as they moved forward hesitantly. The children held on to the hands of the adults, their faces filled with curiosity. The women leaned on their men, their pale faces filled with nervousness. In the huge stream of people, not many people spoke, and only the sound of the huge group moving forward could be heard. Because there was no one to maintain order, the stream of people collided with each other. Some people mixed in with the crowd and wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Soon, a carriage in front of them collapsed in the middle of the road, and the people moving forward slowly became stuck in the middle of the road. The people started to argue, and it quickly turned into a standoff. The people at the back cursed loudly, and an inexplicable panic began to spread among the crowd. When Brando and the Shire found the Roman, this happened at the same time, and he ordered the coachman to drive the carriage to the side of the road. Then, he and the Shire sat on the left and right of the carriage, guarding the sides of the carriage, and calmly looked at the chaos that was spreading on the street. Brando, you're finally here, I was so worried. The merchant girl let out a sigh of relief. Her round-toed boots were rubbing against the wooden planks of the carriage. She was a little nervous. There were too many people on the way, so we were delayed. Brando pulled out his sword and answered. Where's Freya? I don't know, let's wait and see. The Shire watched indifferently from the side for a while. Suddenly, he whispered to his lord, My lord, someone is stirring up trouble in the crowd. What's in it for them? Brando was stunned. He didn't understand because he had never paid attention to the actions of these civilian NPCs in the game. He wasn't a behaviorist. I just want to see the world in chaos. Why? Because they subconsciously know that only chaos will benefit them. Ambitious people will not be willing to be lonely, my lord. Some people naturally hope for chaos, but they don't usually have that opportunity. Now, the opportunity has come. Charles stared at the people outside and said coldly. Even at this time of the year, they don't want to live? Brando came from the modern world, so he knew a little about the bad habits of humans. However, this didn't mean anything. As the only social creature with high intelligence, the behavior of a certain portion of humans as a whole only meant that humans had this attribute. This was the first time he saw such strife between people of the same class, just because of ambition. He saw the chaos in the crowd gradually expand. Some people were pushing and shoving between the fallen carriage, and soon, the cries of children could be heard. The panic obviously deepened. Rumors of Madara's army appearing in the vicinity began to spread among the crowd. The more it spread, the more confident it became. The people who were far away were considering whether to turn around and leave. This hesitation quickly affected more people around them. The street became chaotic. Even at this time of the year, my lord. My teacher once said that madness makes people bold. Hysteria and a little ambition are enough to make these people unite. The county pointed at the group of people who were ready to move. When I was learning magic in Karsuk, my teacher built a tower between black rocks. There, the apprentices not only learned how to cast spells, but also how to manipulate human nature. Brando nodded. The way the wizards in Karsuk learned was similar, but also different from the wizards in Buga. The wizards in Buga wore milky white robes and walked on the white marble floor. Compared to the mysterious witchcraft in other areas, they were more like academies, nobles, or rulers among the wizards. What do they want? Romaine asked curiously. Plunder, rob, and use violence to obtain things that they wouldn't dare to dream of. For example, a beautiful lady like you. Don't say that. I won't, thank you. Romaine's face was red from the compliment, and her small eyebrows were raised. In the hustle and bustle, the riot finally broke out. No one knew who made the first move, but in a moment, many people began to attack others. More people took this opportunity to squeeze forward. In the crowd, many families were separated, and those who were pushed to the ground did not have the chance to stand up. For a moment, shouts, cries, and screams filled the air. Brando silently watched the scene from the side. He was powerless to stop it, and could only ask the coachman to move the carriage to the side. However, this action of his attracted the attention of others. Some of the people who caused the disturbance noticed him, and when they saw a Roman on the carriage, their eyes couldn't help but emit a greedy light. Most of these people were vagrants, youths, mercenaries, and lawless adventurers who had nothing to do on the streets. They had a common language and even relied on tacit understanding to connect with each other. They pushed the people in front of them away and unintentionally approached Brando's side. Brando saw this and frowned. He subconsciously switched his sword to the other hand, and the Roman and the Shire on the side also became nervous. Young man, it's not good for you to occupy a carriage by yourself, especially at this time of the year. Let me hitch a ride. Soon, a mercenary wearing a dirty leather armor grabbed the railing of the wind lantern on the carriage and wanted to squeeze in without any explanation. Get down. Brando moved his sword over and placed it on the mercenary's neck. I just want to hitch a ride. Young man, you're not going to kill me, are you? The mercenary did not expect Brando to be so unyielding and could not help but be startled. He stopped and put one foot on the steps of the carriage. He looked at Brando with a malicious gaze and shouted, "You nobles abandoned us at the crucial moment and ran away. Now you just want to hitch a ride, you selfish people. If you have the ability, kill me." Many people surrounded the mercenary and looked at Brando with a provocative gaze. But most of them were looking at the Roman with a covetous look. Brando. The merchant girl was finally afraid and could not help but use her slender hand to grab Brando's arm. Brando turned around and patted her hand. Then he turned back and said to the mercenary with a disgusted attitude, "See, there are women in this carriage. She doesn't welcome you, you can leave." Brando's unyielding attitude obviously angered the other party. The mercenary cursed and wanted to force his way into the carriage. The people who were watching from the back also tried to swarm in. They seemed to be sure that Brando was just a young noble and would not dare to do anything to them in this situation. "My lord, don't." Before the Shire could finish his sentence, he was stunned to see Brando coldly pull back his sword and stab it into the mercenary's chest. Brando then kicked him off the carriage. The mercenary had a look of disbelief on his face. He did not believe that Brando would dare to kill him, but Brando used the facts to tell him, "Don't even think about killing me. I'm not someone who is easy to talk to." Although he was no different from a normal person, he was soft-hearted and could not bear to see others in a miserable situation. But when it came to his bottom line, Brando was a decisive person and would never be soft-hearted. Just like the first time he killed someone in Yusong Castle, although he still felt disgusted after the incident, he did not hesitate to kill. The mercenary's corpse fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The people around him subconsciously took a step back. They were shocked by Brando's indifference to human life, but they quickly recovered. They were the ones who had more people. Damned nobleman, killing people on the street. Someone immediately shouted. "Yeah, we just wanted to hitch a ride. These bastards have no regard for human life." They have never put us commoners in their eyes. We are not even human in their eyes. Those people slowly surrounded the carriage and tried to confuse right and wrong, loudly encouraging the people around them. Show him who's boss. Drag him down from the carriage, kill him. Most people did not know the truth most of the time. They only believed what they heard and saw. Soon, a large group of people gathered around the carriage. The Shire and the Roman were worried. They could see that the situation was not good. Brando sat on the side of the carriage with his hand on his sword. He did not say a word and only looked at these people coldly. Soon, another person took the lead and rushed forward. This person thought that the noble youth would at least restrain himself in front of so many people. But he was wrong. Brando did not say a word and directly pierced his throat with his sword, causing him to fall down while holding his throat in horror. The young man's sword not only shocked those rascals, but also caused an uproar in the surrounding crowd. But Brando stood up and jumped down from the carriage. His jump made everyone around him retreat. Brando stood in the middle of these people and looked at them coldly. He held his sword with one hand and suddenly swung it over the heads of these people. A gust of sword wind brushed past the top of these people's heads, and they only felt a slight chill on their heads. Then, apart from the falling hair, a nearly 10 feet long crack suddenly appeared on the roof of a building not far away with a whoosh sound. Everyone turned around and stared at the crack with their mouths agape. Take care of yourselves. Brando coldly left these words. He sheathed his sword and climbed back into the carriage. In fact, compared to wasting time on these people, he was more concerned about Freya. Why hadn't she appeared yet? But the Roman was looking at him with stars in her eyes. You're so strong, Brando. The merchant lady praised. Killing people is not a skill, especially when these people are just commoners. Brando shook his head. But only you will protect me. Brendel paused for a moment, then smiled. P.S. Sorry, I was scrolling through the 4th generation's news on the forum and fell asleep. Chapter 72. No matter what, in a countryside like Fortress Reden, Brendel's sword strike was truly shocking. It was enough to shock everyone who had ulterior motives, and even made them feel as if their throats were stuck, and they could only stand obediently by the side. Although the streets were still crowded, everyone understood that the person in the carriage was not someone to be trifled with. They tacitly kept a distance from the carriage. The 2 unlucky corpses were placed under the carriage. The young man did not say what to do with them, so no one dared to do anything and could only pretend that they did not see anything. Moreover, the 2 corpses were a deterrent. The people who came later looked at the corpses and then looked at the carriage that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. They immediately understood where they should go and where they should not. Brando, who was sitting in the carriage, was also worried. He was thinking where Freya was and why she was not here yet. But he did not show his worry on his face. He turned his head and looked outside. At this time, a group of fierce-looking people came up from behind the carriage. Those who blocked their way were pushed to the side, and those who resisted were beaten up. It's true that trouble comes one after another. Brendel furrowed his brows and placed one hand on his sword vigilantly. Who are they? The Shire looked outside and asked. Merchants from the city. The coachman was scared at first. When Brando pulled out his sword to kill, he was so scared that he wanted to abandon the carriage and run away. But now, he realized that the more powerful this person was, the higher his chances of survival. Seems like they are also bullies. Brendel looked at the expressions of these people, then at the coachman's face that clearly did not care, but did not dare to say a word, and he knew who these people were. Your peers don't seem to be good people, little Roman. He turned his head and said. It's fine. The little Roman sat beside him with an expression that said, I am safe. As they spoke, the group of people came close to the carriage. At first, they seemed to want to take Brando's carriage, but when they saw the 2 corpses outside, their faces changed. They were different from the people from before. These merchants and their guards knew who they could bully and who they shouldn't provoke. They hesitated for a moment and then continued to push forward. But these guards were used to being bullies and did not hold back in the face of danger. Very quickly, many people were pushed to the side of Brando's carriage. Very quickly, a middle-aged man was pushed and stumbled over. His head hit the carriage's wheel and blood flowed out. "Father!" A young and panicked voice sounded from the crowd. The middle-aged man snorted and actually climbed up with the help of the carriage. He charged straight at the guard who had pushed him. The guard was caught off guard and was knocked into the crowd by the middle-aged man. The crowd was in an uproar. The middle-aged man immediately turned and ran into the crowd. He pulled the little boy with one hand and turned to run. But how could the guard's accomplices allow him to be presumptuous here? He had just found his son when those people pounced on him from behind and pressed him to the ground. "Let go of my father." The little boy was anxious. He cried and pushed away the guard that pressed on the middle-aged man. But how could he have the ability to do so? He was pushed aside by the guard. The guard who was knocked to the ground finally got up. As he cursed loudly, he pulled out his sword and walked over. He grabbed the middle-aged man's hair with one hand and twisted his head. He shouted, "Country bumpkin, you don't want to live anymore, do you? I'll fulfill your wish today." The middle-aged man trembled and struggled with all his strength. But he was suppressed by the guard's accomplices and could not move. The surrounding people saw this scene and turned their heads. Although they could not help but feel a little sad, no one dared to stand out. The guard cursed as he raised his sword. But before he could stab down, a gust of wind swept open the carriage door and split it into two. The transparent ripple not only knocked away the sword in the guard's hand, but also sent it flying and pierced into a wooden door not far away. The guard suddenly screamed and held his bloody hand. His palm had been cut off at the wrist. This sudden turn of events shocked the guard's accomplices. They subconsciously pulled out their swords. Brando also pulled out his sword and came down from the carriage. The sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard. "Who are you?" the merchant at the back asked in a shrill voice. He could also see that Brando's sword was not ordinary. But when he saw that it was a young man and that he did not look like a noble, his vigilance decreased. In the end, this merchant had only stayed in Fortress Reden his whole life and did not have much experience. If he was a noble, he would have at least recognized the threat of Brando's sword. Brando glanced at him and was too lazy to say anything to this scum. However, this sword strike of his had changed his stance. The people who were bullied before were old and young, male and female. They had long disliked the other party's actions, but they did not have the ability or the courage to resist. Now that there was someone who seemed to have the ability to stand up for them, they subconsciously chose to stand by Brando's side. Not only did Brando become their savior, he also became their natural leader. Thus, the atmosphere became strange. The merchant wanted to use his numbers to bully them, but when he saw the crowd behind Brando, he could not make up his mind. A herd of sheep was not scary, but if there was a lion leading them, then it was different. Brando was the lion leading the sheep. Of course, if the merchant knew that Brando alone could kill his mob 2 or 3 times, he probably would not think that way. He couldn't make up his mind. The wailing of the guard on the ground with a broken arm also made him feel distraught. It was at this moment that another group of people arrived on the field. Brando looked at their attire and recognized that they were Fortress Reden's security cavalry. Because Fortress Reden was guarded by the White Mane Army, it was a garrison, so there were no guards. The local security was usually done by the local guards and the security cavalry, but these two troops were not officially organized and belonged to the local noble council. In the early years, the appearance of the local guards and the security cavalry was a sign of the local power's growth. However, these non-professional local troops became the local tyrants. Compared to them, the merchant was probably a law-abiding citizen. In Brando's memory, the funniest thing was that the local guards and the security cavalry hated each other, to the point where they hired players to fight for territory. He had a deep impression of this when he did this series of missions. Thus, when he saw these people, he subconsciously felt a sense of disgust. "What are you doing here, fighting on the streets? The tall and burly cavalry captain spoke with an air of arrogance. He glanced at the merchant and his expression softened a little. Isn't this the dye merchant from Panyuo, Mr. Markov? How's your business? Markov nodded with a fake smile. It's fine, Captain Gaspard. But there's someone here who killed people on the streets and injured my men. What do you think we should do? The cavalry captain frowned. If it was any other time, he would have the mood to blackmail this guy, but now that the city was about to be destroyed, he did not have the mood to do so. But he was used to being a tyrant, so he subconsciously put on a condescending attitude. Who are you? Brendel glanced at him and said flatteringly, Dwayne. The cavalry captain frowned and looked at Brando suspiciously. But at this time, there was a commotion behind the crowd, and there were screams of fear. Monsters, monsters. There are so many monsters behind. It's the undead, everyone run. Madara's vanguard had arrived. The people behind suddenly sped up, and it was inevitable that they would affect Markov's guards and Gaspard's men in the front. But how could these guards allow the people behind to squeeze to the front? Immediately, they picked up their sheathed swords and desperately struck the heads of the people who were rushing up. The people behind were unable to advance or retreat for a moment, and cries and shouts immediately rang out. Gaspard frowned when he saw this. He was different from the country bumpkin merchant, and had seen the world. He knew that in this situation, it was impossible to stop them, so he had to think of another way. But his gaze quickly fell on the heads of the people in front. You, he pointed at Brando, you, get the carriage here, and you, come and block the road. Everyone else, get out of the way and let us go to the front. When he said this, the civilians behind Brando were stunned. Originally, the actions of Gaspard's group had already made these people secretly unhappy. They acted as if they didn't care about human lives and used their swords to block the people behind them. Although the people in front didn't say anything, as refugees, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Why? Someone in the crowd asked with dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Gaspard ordered his men to get into formation and unsheathed his sword. As a citizen of Fortress Reden, it is our duty to help the cavalry maintain order. What, do you want to resist? Everyone looked at the cavalrymen lined up in a row, their swords gleaming coldly. Then, they looked at the street behind them that was engulfed in a raging fire. The blue flames were indescribably eerie, especially when there were shadows of skeletons looming in the rising smoke. For a moment, they did not know how to answer. Everyone's gaze fell on Brando. Damn it, it's not easy to stand out. Brando suddenly felt uncomfortable. However, when he saw the despair in the eyes of the civilians who were blocked by Markov's guards, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter what, half of his soul came from the modern world, and he represented a civilized society that was inclined towards order and peace. This was his greatest pride, and he couldn't allow it to be trampled on. He leaned forward slightly and entered the most basic attacking position in Erewhon's military swordsmanship. I'll count to 10, if you don't leave by then, don't blame me for being rude. Brando said calmly. Everyone was taken aback. Especially Gaspard and Markov, they almost thought that there was something wrong with their ears. The cavalry captain felt like he was slapped in the face, and he couldn't help but become angry. He didn't even bother to hide his embarrassment and shouted, "Kill him." The cavalrymen raised their swords and rushed forward. P.S. I'll continue writing and updating today, so please wait and see. Looking for a guaranteed monthly vote next month. Chapter 73. A miraculous scene occurred. In the eyes of the fleeing civilians, the cavalry charging at Brendel was like paper. They raised their swords and clashed with Brendel's sword, but the steel swords immediately bent and broke, turning into thousands of steel needles that shot back to Brendel. Then the immense force caused the rider and his horse to fly up high, and his entire body flew backwards. 1, 2, 3. Finally, the refugees behind him could not help but count in unison until they reached the 7th person. The 3 people behind were already scared witless. They held onto the reins tightly, not daring to go any closer. Gaspard stared at Brando as if he had seen a ghost. Markov's guards were so scared that they forgot what they were doing, and the refugees broke through their line of defense and ran towards Brando. "Who are you?" The leader of the cavalry could not help but shiver. He had seen the captains of the White Mane Army. Their strength and swordsmanship were considered godly in his eyes, but compared to the young man in front of him, they were nothing. "Who is this person?" Brendel sheathed his sword and let out a sigh of relief. After using Power Burst 7 times in a row, he had used up a fifth of his stamina, and Brando could feel his arm going numb. "I said, I'm Dwayne." He pointed at them with his sword. "So, can you guys calm down and listen to me now?" Gaspard and Markov looked at each other. How could they not listen? Although his 11 men weren't that strong, they were at least trained from the local militia. The white swordsman's standard was average, and with the charging force of the horses, even the white maned soldiers wouldn't dare to face them head-on. To be able to use 7 swords in a row and send a person flying, and still be able to do it without blushing, in his mind, only the 6 captains under Luc Besson could do it. Middle-level black iron, so young. Gaspard could not help but swallow his saliva. Luc Besson's captains were all veterans in their 30s or 40s. Seems like it's enough. Brando looked at Gaspard and Markov's dumbfounded expression and nodded. "I told you guys to get lost, but I regret it now. So I take back my words. Now, go and block the road. No matter how many undead come, your job is to stop them." "The Shire." "Yes." The Shire jumped down from the carriage and saw Brando stretching out his hand, and immediately passed the pocket watch to him. Brando looked at the time. There was still 15 minutes until 4 o'clock. But Freya was still nowhere to be seen. He frowned and raised his head. "All of you are part of Fortress Reden's cavalry, and it is your duty to help the fleeing citizens to buy time. I believe that you will fight for the lead even without my reminder. Sir, I'm a merchant." Markov didn't dare to be arrogant and said carefully, "You've been conscripted." Brendel glanced at him and said exasperatedly. Markov opened his mouth. Of course, Brando looked at the cavalrymen who were crawling up from the ground and replied, "I will personally supervise all of you. If any of you want to be a deserter, feel free to come back and try my sword. Do you want to fight me or do you want to fight those skeletons? Choose one of the two." He turned back to look at the civilians behind him. Apart from a small number who had gathered around him and were too afraid to move due to Gaspard's threats, the rest who were further away were fleeing towards the north as panic spread through the crowd. People were pushing and shoving each other, and many were trampled on and unable to get up. Cries, shouts, curses, and screams mixed together, forming a scene that resembled the end of the world. In comparison, they were in the eye of the storm, calm. And in the center of this calm was Brando himself. "You guys should go as well. Don't waste the chance that Fortress Reden's cavalry sacrificed their lives for you." Brendel waved his hand at them. He was not the savior of the world, but it would be a waste if he did not do them a favor. But what he did not expect was that other than a small number of people, most of them did not want to leave. In fact, these people saw it too. They saw the miserable state of the people who were pushing and shoving each other to move forward. They did not want to end up like that. They were more willing to place their hopes on Brando, hoping that this powerful young man could lead them out of this place. There were many powerful people in this world, but there were not many who were willing to protect the weak. Brando's actions had left a deep impression on these people, especially his last sentence, which made them trust him. "You guys don't want to leave?" Brando was stunned. He could guess what these people were thinking. He knocked on the hilt of his sword and turned around to see the Shire's face full of admiration. He could not help but ask, "What do you have to say?" In the era of the Holy Saints, knights had 8 virtues. Compassion was one of them. Every year, there were many knights who swore the 8 virtues in the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but how many of them actually did it? Being able to make the weak rely on you is also the charm of the strong. "The key is what we should do, my lord?" the young mage asked. "Let them stay, I will think of a way," Brando replied. He walked to Gaspard and Markov and asked, "Have you guys thought about it?" Of course, of course. Merchant Markov nodded. Gaspard did not say a word. He turned around and gathered his men, preparing to fight the skeletons. They had thought it through. If they fought the skeletons, they would have a chance of survival. If they turned around and looked for trouble with the young man, they would probably die in an instant. And the young man had said that he would stay, so he would not leave them to die. Gaspard was the captain of the security cavalry. At least in Fortress Reden, he was considered a hero. These details were easy to understand and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He wasn't as unnatural as Markov. Back in Fortress Reden, he had to follow Luke Besson's and the Golden Apple Lord's orders. Now, he just had to follow this young man's orders. He stood beside the two of them and watched as the riders who had their swords broken by him replaced them with spare short swords. He did not have to worry about not having any weapons for the time being. Other than Gaspard, everyone else had an unnatural expression. The security cavalry and merchant guards were usually arrogant and domineering, but in front of the undead creatures, they were no different from normal people. Once they thought of the terrifying existence in front of them, they could not help but feel weak in the knees. Merchant Markov stood beside Brando with a long spear. He was so scared that his whole body was shaking. Not to mention saying a word, even standing was difficult for him. The commoners behind them stood there and looked at Brando's back. They were curious why this noble youth did not run. They had heard how the Shire addressed Brando and naturally thought that he was at least a knight. But since they had decided to follow Brando, if Brando did not leave, they would not leave, nor did they dare to leave. For a moment, the scene was quiet. Soon, the first skeleton soldier appeared on the other side of the burning street, followed by the second and third skeleton soldiers. Scouts. Brendel immediately recognized these skeletons as part of Madara's army. They held on to their swords and walked over with clanking noises. Their speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. Brando looked at his pocket watch. There were still 10 minutes left. If Freya did not arrive in 10 minutes, he would let the Shire lead the Roman army and these people to leave first, and he would go alone to find her. But if Freya could not even handle such a matter alone, he would still see her as a comrade, but to be honest, he was a little disappointed. He put down his pocket watch and saw that the 3 skeletons were approaching the merchant guards. There were 7 of them. In fact, if they were divided into 3 groups, they could easily kill these low-level undead creatures of Madara. Unfortunately, these useless people collapsed first and fell to the ground. They did not even have the courage to turn around and run. The 3 skeletons killed 7 people. The 11 security cavalry were so scared that they did not even have the courage to help. Brando simply wanted to stab these useless people to death. But he changed his mind. He realized that if he wanted to lead the commoners out of Madara's army, he would not need these people. You useless people. Where is your courage to bully the good? Brando shook his head. He turned around and said to the captain of the security cavalry, "You, go and demonstrate for them." Me? Although Uriel was a shrewd person, he was also weak in the knees. Brando looked at him without saying anything. Uriel gritted his teeth. He knew that if he did not go, he would not have a good ending. But what could he do? He was used to living like a prince, eating and drinking well. He had long forgotten about his swordsmanship. He could not help but look at his subordinates. But the 11 security cavalry turned their faces to the side and pretended not to see him. These sons of bitches. The captain cursed and raised his sword to meet the skeletons. 1 against 3, the young man did not have any intention to fight. Uriel closed his eyes and thought that he was going to die this time. But at this time, a rumbling sound came from the other side of the street. It was the sound of hooves. Uriel was a cavalryman himself. He was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of a group of cavalrymen charging. The rumbling sound was like rolling thunder coming from the depths of the earth. The ground gradually trembled. Not only him, even the 3 skeletons felt the abnormality and turned around. A large amount of fluctuations of life force. 3 horses took the lead and jumped out from the raging flames. With a flash of sword light, the 3 skeletons fell to the ground. Then the rider pulled the reins and made the warhorse move forward a few steps before stopping. Brendel raised his head and saw a heroic young female knight with a long ponytail behind her head. She was wearing a sky-blue half-body armor, holding a sword in one hand and a reins in the other. She was wearing a long ponytail and had a heroic aura. And behind her, more and more night came out from the flames and gathered behind her. Brando looked at those people. Most of them were dressed like mercenaries. Their strength seemed to be at the lower level of black iron. There were even a few of them who were at the middle level. He could not help but be secretly surprised. Where did these mercenaries come from? There were more than 10 of them and they were all at the black iron level? This was the elite squad of the White Mane Army's captain's personal guards. Could it be that Freya's father had left behind a private army for her? Brando knew Freya's true identity, so he could not help but be suspicious. Brando, where is the Roman? Freya looked at the person in front of her and was startled. P.S. Updating continuously. See how much I can update before it goes up. Book your monthly tickets for next month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 74. After a large number of refugees finally escaped from the north gate of Fortress Reden, the congested crowd spread out and moved towards the valley plains north of Pine River. Under the moonlight, they looked like a dense swarm of ants. The hazy undulations in front of them was the southernmost part of Deer Hunting Hills, a small hill known as Silver Sparrow Hill. It was filled with beautiful Grenoires abees. These tall trees had the shape of a tower, and their tips pierced into the sky. The forest was where level 10 bears and maned wolves roamed. In the game, players often had to travel in groups to deal with sudden dangers. Brando believed that their first step was to enter Silver Sparrow Hill, so that they could reduce the threat from the valley plains. Madara's army was fully deployed. They had been absorbing nutrients from the earth for days, and their scale had expanded like a sponge. Brando was afraid that he would see an endless sea of skeletons on the plains. Fortunately, his fantasy did not become reality. However, under the night fog, there was a skeleton rider looming on the highlands, which was not a good sign. The skeletons riding the skeleton horses should have come from Madara's core territory. In this era, creating skeleton riders was still a difficult magic art. It was not as common as in the future, where history was soaked in blood, and the art of killing was quickly matured due to the war. Brando stared at the agile figures that appeared in the fog and looked at them from afar. Then they disappeared and reappeared in a closer place after a while. He was worried that the refugees behind them would be dispersed, so he let Freya lead the mercenaries to the side to protect the civilians, and he quickly followed. Freya's suggestion to steal the horses from the nobles won the hearts of the people. At least she proved that she was willing to fight alongside the mercenaries. This was something that could cost her her life, and she would not have done it before Brando taught her those things. Moreover, this girl with a long ponytail performed very well. She took the lead and braved the arrows to rush into the market, and cleanly cut the cable of the suspension bridge to let the others pass. From that moment on, she established her status among the mercenaries, which made Reto, Mano, and the others decide to take a gamble. In comparison, the young man whom the young lady had been praising seemed a little obscure in the eyes of the crowd. The young man's carriage had been moving side by side with Freya's horse. He sat on the coachman's side, with one hand on his sword and a pensive look on his face. The Shire, who was wearing a long robe, was resting his chin on his hand and taking a nap. The carriage was missing a door, and from time to time, a head popped out and looked outside curiously. Roman was taking care of the children in the carriage, but she didn't feel tired at all. She only felt that her heart was pounding. Escaping from the pursuit of the undead on such a mysterious night was really exciting. This was the adventurous life she wanted. The mercenary Mano couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the back. In his eyes, Brando, who didn't know how to ride a horse, was marked as a woman. He used his elbow to nudge his companion beside him, thinking that this kind of noble young man was mostly an armchair strategist. He didn't want to let a simple girl like Freya be deceived by his sweet words. He gestured to his companion and asked him to take 2 horses to test the guy. They had robbed more than 50 horses in total, half of which were draft horses, and the other half were the best direct horses. Besides the food, the wounded, and the horses for their own use, there were still a lot of horses left. His companion glanced at him and immediately understood what he meant. To be honest, the group now had the same feeling, not to mention that Brando also asked Freya to order them to protect these refugees. Although they didn't say it out loud, they were dissatisfied. What was the point of bringing a group of burdens? Now that everyone had a horse, they could leave the danger behind as long as they ran at full speed. In fact, some people had already suggested this to Reto, but the bar owner sent them to see Freya. Mercenaries were trustworthy. If their reputation was ruined, they wouldn't be able to continue in this line of work. The idea of robbing horses was proposed by Freya, and she was also the one who took the lead. There was an agreement between them, and they couldn't just leave like this. But there was a prerequisite to the agreement. This time, the skeleton cavalry appeared about 30 seconds later than the last time, and then quietly disappeared into the fog. The huge second moon was lying in the mountains in the east, and the white moon reflected the sharp fangs of the mountains. The hazy fog in the east and the dark walls of Fortress Reden formed a mysterious picture. Brando glanced at his pocket watch, and a cold light reflected off the edge of the watch. "Why aren't you saying anything?" He turned his head and saw Freya on the horse. She kept her head down and didn't say a word. She looked hesitant. He wanted to praise her this time, but Freya's sudden decision to find these people and the horses had helped him a lot. He didn't expect to meet so many refugees, and there were so many people who were willing to follow him. He looked back, and the number of refugees behind him had increased from a few dozen to 200 to 300. People had a herd mentality, and the more people there were, the more people there would be. Freya was afraid that her decision would make Brando unhappy, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She originally wanted to surpass Brando, but now she wanted to perform better in front of Brando, and this change in mentality was almost unnoticeable. You don't blame me?" Hearing that Brando's tone was normal, the future goddess of war widened her eyes and raised her head. Her light brown eyes reflected the moonlight, and the surprise in her eyes was very obvious. "Why would I blame you? You did well. But I was late. There is a limit to the plan, as long as it doesn't exceed the limit. I was also late." The two of them suddenly stopped talking, because the mercenary had walked up from behind. He first bowed to the young man on the horse, like a commoner bowing to a noble. Then he raised the reins of the 2 horses and said, "Sir, get on the horse, it will be easier to fight later." Brando looked at the mercenary and knew what he was going to do. He jumped off the horse carriage lightly and took the reins of the horse carriage. He raised his head and asked, "What are the key points of riding a horse?" The mercenary was startled, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, if you don't know how to ride a horse, then so be it. Why do you have to act so confident? Do you think riding is something that can be learned overnight? In fact, in Wonde, there were very few nobles who didn't know how to ride a horse, especially in the eyes of the soldiers, who didn't know how to ride a horse was a very embarrassing thing. But in order to make the mercenary look bad in front of Freya, he still said, "Get on the horse from the side first. Do you see the stirrups? If it's your first time, slow down a little." The mercenary purposely said it in detail, because he didn't believe that anyone could learn how to ride a horse just by listening to a few words. If that was the case, then they might as well kill themselves. But as soon as the mercenary opened his mouth, Brando received a notification asking him if he needed to spend 15 EXP to learn how to ride a horse. When he put one foot on the stirrups, his movements were still unfamiliar, but when he grabbed the reins and got on the horse, his movements were smooth as if he had been practicing for many years. Level 3 riding was enough for him to be able to fight on horseback, and it cost 45 EXP. In fact, Brando had wanted to learn how to ride a horse for a long time, but he didn't know that Freya knew how to ride a horse as well. Now, he couldn't help but miss the inspect skill. He turned around and saw the mercenary looking at him with a face full of shame and anger. Wait, the princess interrupted Auerbach's description. You said that he was a novice before he got on the horse? That's right, Your Highness. If I didn't see wrongly, his movements when he stepped on the stirrups were very irregular, just like many novice riders. Auerbach replied respectfully. But can a person learn a skill in such a short time? The girl was in disbelief. She prided herself on being smart, but it still took her almost half a month to learn how to ride a horse. But once she learned it, she was already as proficient as the best rider. Unless he was lying on purpose, that is the truth. Auerbach was also in disbelief, but he didn't believe that the young man could fool his eyes. He must have done it on purpose. This person is really a master at playing with people's minds. The princess muttered to herself. That might not be the case. Auerbach replied in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he continued to speak. On the other side, the Shire also jumped down from the carriage. He glanced at the mercenary, took the reins from him, and lightly got on the horse. He was a mage's squire, and riding was one of his compulsory classes. Although he wasn't a master, he was quite skilled. Freya looked at the two of them and thought that Brando was good at everything, but he liked to lie. The last time he asked her to learn first aid was also the same. Thinking about that time, the girl's face flushed red. The mercenary looked at the master and servant, and his first reaction was that he was tricked. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. At this time, Mano, who was behind them, also noticed that his companion was tricked. He quickly rode up to them and came to their side. Young man, how long do we have to protect these people? He was a straightforward person, and asked the question as soon as he came up. Brando turned his horse around and rode beside Freya. He looked at the refugees and answered, from here through the valley of sharp stones, we can bring them to the other side and guarantee their safety. With so many people, we won't be able to shake off Madara's army. Mano shook his head. You can't, but I can. Mano was stunned at the back. How are you going to do it? He couldn't help but ask. Brando pulled out his elven sword and pointed at the direction of the high ground. The skeleton riders are spies in Madara's army. They come from the core territories of Madara. Go and chase them away. It will take more than half an hour to reach Silver Sparrow Mountain from here. I have to make sure that the flanks of the team will not be threatened during this time. Mano was stunned. He didn't expect that his words would become an excuse for Brendel to order him around. He couldn't help but look at Freya. Their agreement was with Freya, not Brando. Brando? Freya was willing to believe the young man, but she felt that Brando's attitude was a little too aggressive. Brando sheathed his sword and answered, So, you are actually just thinking about how to escape from here safely. You are not willing to help me bring these people out, so there's no point in saying more. You have an agreement with Freya, right? Tell me about it. If you can convince me, I can let each of you leave with a horse. Mano became serious. He realized that this noble young man was not simple. He had completely taken control of the conversation with just a few words. He used to be a mercenary leader and had dealt with nobles before, but he had never met one who was so arrogant. We are mercenaries. If you can pay us, we are willing to do things for you. But usually, we have to think about ourselves first. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, the older mercenary answered matter-of-factly. Yes, but I still have to remind you that you can escape safely with horses. Madara has an air force. Have you seen ghosts and bone vultures? They are in the sky. Do you know how to avoid the eyes of these necromancers? Brando put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He didn't believe that these guys knew. These mercenaries who hung around the border didn't really deal with Madara. They didn't understand how terrifying Madara was. Killing a few skeletons and zombies was enough to understand Madara. The necromancers might as well kill themselves by banging their heads against the wall. Reto and his daughter Sue also rode on horses and caught up with them. He frowned when he heard the young man's words. So, you have a way? It's hard to say. No one has a perfect grasp of the situation. But in the forest, my chances of winning are much higher. So, my priority is to think about how to get rid of the skeletons. With them on the flanks, the refugees can't move quickly. Mano and Reto were silent. They instinctively felt that the young man was right. Brando suddenly loosened the reins and let the horse gallop to the high ground far away. He looked back at the mercenaries and took out a ruby from his arms. If you want to have a chance to survive, it's best to be with me. My request is very simple: listen to my command and protect Freya. Lead these refugees safely to the other end of the canyon. You are mercenaries, and this is the reward I promised you. Complete my mission, and there will be more in the future. He raised his hand, and the ruby drew an arc in the air and landed at Leto's feet. Freya pointed at herself and asked loudly, "Me? Brando, how come it's me?" She looked at the refugees behind her and did not understand. These refugees were brought out by Brando. How did she become the one leading them? It was not that she was unwilling, but could she do it with so many people? Freya could not help but feel a little uneasy. She was just a small militia leader at the start, but now she had to lead more than 10 experienced mercenaries, and now she had to lead hundreds or even thousands of people. No matter how she thought about it, it was unimaginable. Brando smiled. He had his own plans and did not answer. Instead, he turned back and waved at Mano and Reto and said simply, "Go. Go, gather your men. I'll wait for you here. At least you can choose how you want to die. Do you want to crash into Madara's army and be turned into undead? Or do you want to take my money and protect the weak like a real mercenary and fight your way out?" He turned back, and the skeletons once again appeared under the moonlight. This time, they were about 10 seconds earlier than the last time. P.S. The first update of the new year, great luck, looking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 75. In the end, Reto and Mano chose to believe Brando's words. For a person to be able to speak so confidently, even if he was lying, he would at least have some confidence and ability. The most important thing was that Brendel had given them a sufficient reason, and that was the reward. Mercenaries and rewards were inseparable, and the reward was like an escape route. It could make all the unreasonable things become reasonable. It did not take much time for more than 10 experienced mercenaries to gather together. They used hand signals to communicate, and horses galloped out from the crowd and gathered together. In a few moments, all of them had arrived. These mercenaries are not simple, they are not ordinary people. Brando thought to himself. However, he still ordered the security cavalry to gather together. He needed to split his men into 2 groups. Although these guys were not very good, it was not impossible to train them. Brando let the horses run around the group once, then he stopped at the side and held his pocket watch, estimating the time. Far away, the refugees who were slowly moving forward in a long line were looking at the group of 20 people, guessing what they were going to do. Many of them joined later and did not know who he was. Instead, they had a deep impression of the female knight who was maintaining order along the line. They kept asking who the girl was, and because of that, Freya's identity rose from the militia captain to the security cavalry captain, and then to a member of the White Mane Swordsman Army or Butchie's security guard captain. All in all, she was at least their leader. All they needed to do was to follow her back. She would naturally lead them out of this place. The slender second hand moved for the last time, and Brando paused the time at this moment. He raised his elven sword and pointed forward. The cavalry immediately moved forward slowly with him. Under his instructions, the riders gathered together and rushed towards the high ground along an ordinary route. What is he doing? If we charge straight up, if the skeleton cavalry does not appear in that direction, wouldn't we look like fools? Mano could not help but ask. If the monsters appear in the other direction and counterattack, the refugees will be dispersed before we can rescue them. That kid does not know how to fight, and you actually believe him. Another person said. Didn't you believe him too? I only did it for the money. That person was startled and immediately retorted. Brando had already ordered the cavalry to speed up. The people and horses moved forward, and there was a rumbling sound on the riverbank. There were still 2 seconds left. Brando estimated the time, and they reached the high ground first. The riders were stunned when they went over the gentle slope. They saw a group of about 40 skeleton cavalry retreating quickly on the other side. This meant that Brando chose the right direction and caught the enemy off guard, and even took the high ground first. Everyone looked at the young man in amazement. How did he judge that? When the riders appeared on the high ground, the skeleton cavalry below them, they began to turn and turn. But Brendel only glanced at the other side, waved his sword twice, and then let his horse lead the way to the front, pointing out a tangent line. He wanted them to charge. But this was not the time to charge at all. It was too impatient. What if the undead turned in a different direction? Moreover, no one knew how fast they could activate. If they were to rush in like this, wouldn't they be giving away their hard-earned advantage? They should observe and test each other. As long as they firmly held the high ground, the first move would always be the first move. Not only the mercenaries, but even the cavalry of the security team looked at Brando. This young man had given them a miraculous advantage at the beginning. This had already given them a little confidence, so at this moment, they were unwilling to give away this advantage. But Brando did not seem to see it. He kept pointing his sword in that direction, which meant only one thing: knights, attack. Then he pulled the reins, turned his horse around, and rode half a circle around his cavalry. Then he took the lead and rushed out. Use your courage, follow me. If you can't catch up with them, then at least drive them below the high ground. Brando shouted. His action of taking the lead seemed to inject a kind of power into the hearts of these people. This kind of power was called confidence. In Erewhon's most prosperous era, the knights and nobles were like the flags on the battlefield. Wherever they were, the will of the kingdom would be directed. They were invincible. But for many years, this kingdom could no longer see such a scene. It was as if it could only recall its most glorious era in its twilight years. But even these memories were slowly disintegrating and fading away. But at this moment, there was a figure on the high ground outside of Fortress Reden. It was like a bolt of lightning in the dark, piercing straight down, as if it was the prelude to a new era. The Shire stared at his lord's back. His eyes lit up, and he could not help but put his finger in his mouth and whistled. He urged the warhorse under him to move and galloped down. The two of them rode side by side. Menno pulled out his scimitar as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He looked at the figure in front of him in annoyance. The man and horse moved as one, and their movements were meticulous. No one could find any fault with them. You said he doesn't know how to ride? He didn't know how to ride at first. Then you must have been fooled by him, haha. F***ck your mother's bullshit. An angry voice rang out. The riders raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Then, like a surging flood, they rushed down. At that moment, even the most cowardly of them felt their blood boiling. In the surging flood, the individual's strength merged into a huge group. It gave people the illusion that they were omnipotent and invincible. Once the horses moved, they believed that they would win. The young girl picked up the white porcelain teacup again, but the tea was already cold. She held the cup with both hands and listened attentively. When Oberway talked about the knight's charge, her pale silver eyes shone with a mysterious light. After a while, she asked in a daze, "They started to charge?" Then, as if she was immersed in her own thoughts, she answered her own question, "How good is that? It's as if we have returned to our most glorious era." The Knight of Erewhon held a bugle and a swallow-tailed flag. Their attendants held a square flag. When the horn is blown, the knights charge forward, and the battlefield is covered with a sea of flags embroidered with the golden coat of arms of Corvado, Grinoires, and Arec. The kingdom is invincible wherever it goes. Oberway coughed. He knew that the princess had ambitions that ordinary members of the royal family did not have. He could not help but sigh. How good would it be if she was a boy? Compared to Ober, the seventh stubborn eldest son and weak youngest son, this princess was more like a wise ruler of a generation. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. The young girl also realized that she had lost her composure, but she naturally put this matter aside. She asked, and then, did they win? Oberwei said, of course, please listen to me one by one. The princess nodded. In the eyes of the mercenaries, the young man's sword was always pointing forward. What was in front of them was a path to a miracle. They began to charge, accelerate, and roll down. The group of skeleton cavalry desperately turned and moved, but their route was completely within Brando's expectations. More than 30 cavalrymen were like a heavy hammer smashing into the frail skeleton formation. Brando waved his hand, and a crescent-shaped wind pressure swept away 4 skeleton soldiers on horseback. The compressed air hit their fragile ribs, and the ribs were dented and broken. Then, the spine was broken, and the whole body flew up and fell down. Crack! 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 A huge hole appeared on the side of the skeleton cavalry. Brando roared and charged forward. The skeleton soldier blocking his way was sent flying with his sword, and he even knocked down another skeleton cavalry with his horse. Then, the experienced mercenaries on both sides of him swarmed forward and tore open the gap with ease. Then, they actually passed through the middle of the undead cavalry scouts. The necromancer in charge only had time to recite the second verse of the spell before he was decapitated by Brando. The necromancer fell from the back of the skeleton horse and turned into a pile of white flames in an instant. Brando led the riders through the skeleton cavalry, and only one of them had a wound on his arm. He led everyone to turn their horses around. At that moment, it was as if he had become one with the leader of the attack in the game. He raised his sword, and every skeleton cavalry that was cut down emitted countless golden light spots. They rose into the air and went straight for Brando. 531 EXP. The skeleton soldiers were the lowest class of soldiers in Madara, but the skeleton cavalry gave more EXP than the ordinary necromancers. Not only were they more powerful, but they were also more agile. It was difficult for ordinary warhorses to catch up with these pure skeletons. After losing the necromancer, the skeletons, which lacked intelligence, began to act on instinct. Their instinct was to destroy living creatures. They gathered together and were ready to charge. But Brando easily commanded the mercenaries to bypass them and regain the high ground. The two sides clashed again. In the end, another skeleton cavalry was stabbed in the thigh. Brando gained another 131 EXP, and then the skeleton cavalry was completely wiped out. Brando ordered his cavalry to stop and rest. Then, he led his men and the Shire to clean up the battlefield. When they saw the scattered skeletons and the skeleton horses that fell to the ground after losing their masters, everyone could hardly believe their eyes. They won just like that, and only 2 of them were injured. But they did not know that Brando's understanding of Madara's skeleton cavalry's tactics was probably deeper than the necromancers who commanded the skeleton cavalry. The young man rode on the horse and stared at the foggy east, pursing his lips. Madara was like an old enemy that he could not defeat in the game, but it was different now. The skeleton cavalry did not have anything valuable. Brando just checked a little, and then asked Gaspard to collect their swords. Madara's onyx sword was one of the better white swords. After all, not every race had the same craftsman, and undead craftsmen had the opportunity to use the flame of the soul to forge steel. Then, he pointed to the distance and said to Redo and Mano, "Listen to the sound." At this time, Mano and Redo looked at Brando in a completely different way. In the previous battle, not only did he prove his ability to command, but his superb swordsmanship and terrifying strength also deeply shocked everyone present. Those skeletons who dared to fight with him all had half of their bones broken and flew out. Even Madara's soul steel was bent and broken by the elven sword. Especially the confidence that this young man possessed. As long as one charged together with him, they would probably be infatuated with the feeling of their blood boiling. Mano and Redo were startled, and immediately listened carefully. But they immediately heard a clattering sound. An army of skeletons, no, a sea of skeletons. To Brando's surprise, it was Redo who spoke first, and his judgment was quite accurate. He looked back and carefully looked at the so-called bar owner. It seemed that the other party's identity was not as simple as it seemed. He had long suspected that these mercenaries had a background. With such strength, they were probably not just ordinary people who worked for the war. Mano's expression also changed. The number of skeletons on the other side of the fog was probably in the thousands. He could not help but look back at Brando. How did this young man know? If he didn't know, then he had chosen the perfect time to attack the undead scouts. It could be said that it was just right. If the undead cavalry was not eliminated, they might really be in a passive situation now. Unless they abandoned the refugees and escaped, but it seemed that neither Brando nor Freya would agree. Should we go up and restrain them? Reynolds' expression darkened and asked. No need. Without the cavalry to restrain them, they can't catch up to us. Brando waved his hand and said, about this matter, it's enough that you know, there's no need to say it. I know Madara's tactical intentions very well, and since you are following me, I am confident that I can bring you out of here, but there's one thing, the battle is unavoidable. Every one of us can die here. The battle will be very fierce, and it won't be a small fight like this one. You better be mentally prepared. Mentally prepared. Mano laughed. We are mercenaries, kid. If we want to talk about this, we are much better than you. Let me tell you one thing, this Redo has experienced the bloody battle of Binnock Valley. Veteran of the November War? Brando looked at Reynolds and smiled. He sheathed his sword and did not answer. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the east. The moonlight was getting fainter, and dawn was coming, at least before the sun rose. They would not encounter any ghosts tonight. He sighed in relief. P.S. Second update, help me count. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Chapter 76. The refugees that followed Brando escaped into the Silver Sparrow Mountains before sunrise. Just as Brando predicted, after they defeated the undead cavalry, the undead army did not chase after them. This was because the low-level undead and vampires' fighting power would be greatly reduced during the day. Brando guessed that they would not let the sea of skeletons advance under the sun before they completely annihilated the white-maned swordsmen. However, after the undead took over a few graveyards in Fortress Reden, their military strength would definitely increase. It was said that when Tarkus arrived at Dragos in the north, his military strength had increased by 100,000, which was 5 times the military strength of the Grenoires region. The number of refugees had increased to 400 to 500 people after they absorbed the undead. The long procession was filled with carriages and loaded mules, and it stretched for half a mile in the Silver Sparrow Mountains. Some of the refugees were looking for their missing family members in the front and back of the procession, and for a moment, the refugees seemed to be livelier. Romaine sneaked out of the carriage in the middle of the day, and was now hugging her precious bag as she sat on a flatbed carriage filled with goods. She was telling a story to a few of the brats. Her story was very unique, and the brats listened with their eyes wide open. Just as she was talking about how Brendel was calm and wise, she suddenly saw a man and a woman riding a horse coming up from behind. She was so frightened that her face changed and she subconsciously lowered her head. Brando slept for about 3 hours, and it was the only time he slept in the past few days. However, because he was worried about Madara's army, he did not sleep well. He quickly realized that the sneaky girl was indeed Roman, and he could not help but laugh and shake his head. Why did you run out? I'm bored. Romaine replied submissively. It's dangerous outside, Roman. Freya frowned as she looked at her best friend and said worriedly, if something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Aunt Jenny? There's nothing dangerous about it, I'm telling them a story. Roman said excitedly. The little ghosts hurriedly nodded in unison. We're not talking about what you're doing now. Freya sighed. Do you know how nervous I am right now? Brando looked at the Roman in amusement. What story are you telling? It's a story about Brando. Brendel waved at her, gesturing for her to come over. Romaine paused for a moment, but did not suspect anything. She ran to the edge of the carriage, but was caught by the youth. He pinched her face and pinched it hard as he lectured her. You have to listen to Freya, and be careful of your own safety, do you understand? The Roman was shocked and made a whimpering sound. He pushed Brando away in a hurry and raised his eyebrows. Woo-woo. I know. Quick. Let go of me. Then, she quickly retreated to the other corner of the carriage and stared at Brando with vigilance. She patted her chest with a look of lingering fear. Brando smiled to himself. It felt good. But when he turned around, he saw Freya looking at him enviously. The ponytailed girl's face immediately turned red. She turned her head away and said loudly, You're shameless. I don't care about you two anymore. She ran away after saying that, leaving Brando alone in a daze. He didn't know how he provoked the young lady again. While he was in a daze, Mano and Reto came to him. They were looking for him to transfer manpower from the refugees to form a self-defense team. In fact, ever since the refugees entered Silver Sparrow Mountain, the surrounding terrain had become complicated. There were large areas of ABs in the hills, and their vision had become extremely poor. Not only did they have to guard against the possible presence of Madara's undead scouts, but they also had to guard against the bears and maned wolves in the forest. Moreover, the number of refugees was still increasing. Even if Brando threw in more than 30 riders, they probably wouldn't be able to make a splash. Moreover, he also sent out the riders to scout a fan-shaped area in front of them, so the manpower on hand was even more limited. Fortunately, Erwin had a lot of men who had participated in the complete militia training and were brave enough to stand up and fight. Brando had more than 30 onyx longswords that he had just collected from the skeleton riders. He distributed them one by one, and it wasn't a problem to arm 40 or 50 people. Reto and Mano placed these people on both sides and at the back, and let them patrol back and forth, mainly to maintain order and security among the refugees. But this was a simple matter to say, but it was very troublesome to do. They were busy for half the morning for this matter, and Reto was just here to report the results. Mano, on the other hand, had another purpose. He and the Shire sorted out the armor fragments collected from the undead scouts last night and handed them to Brando for inspection. Most of them were broken metal rings, and only a few pieces of metal were left. Brando picked up each piece and looked at it under the sun, then touched the inside of the metal rings with his fingertips. He quickly found the familiar insignia, an eye. Brando put the armor fragments back in Mano's hand and replied, "It seems that the army behind us is the undead maggot's army, just like in history." He suddenly saw Mano looking at him suspiciously, so he quickly coughed and said, "Undead maggot Marcus, he's a half-zombie. Among the military generals of Madara, he's especially good at gathering numbers, but he likes to march at night. When the time comes, you'll see an army of zombies all over the mountains." Reto and Mano looked at each other after hearing Brando's words. They didn't know why Brando knew so much about Madara, but it didn't seem like he was bragging. Besides, this young man didn't have to boast. Since the battle last night, he had already won the hearts of these old mercenaries. But Brando stopped and looked up at the sky. There were a few black spots in the sky to the southeast. He didn't know if they were the hawks in the mountains or the skeletal vultures of Madara. But he soon stopped thinking about it. As the standard scout troop of Madara, skeletal vultures were hard to guard against. They had excellent eyesight, and the necromancers could understand every movement on the battlefield through them. In the last few years of the First Era, between 421, the year of Lin Mao, and 426, the year of astrology, especially the Battle of the Oblique Forest in Cypher, Madara's skeletal vultures were everywhere. The players couldn't get rid of them in time even if they sent out the Wyvern cavalry. That was the peak of Madara's strength, and they were almost at the peak of their strength. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't come up with a solution after years of fighting. For example, in a dense forest like this, the skeletal vultures were severely weakened. Their monotonous coloration made it difficult for them to distinguish the battle environment in the complex terrain. Not to mention Brando's 400 to 500 men, even 1,000 or 2 of them would be like a pebble thrown into the sea. This was the reason why Brendel chose to enter the Silver Sparrow Mountain instead of following the refugees into the Valley of Sharp Rocks, which was easier to traverse. He didn't say it out loud because he was afraid that these experienced mercenaries would have other thoughts. Although he would rather believe that these people were still hot-blooded, he still had to be cautious. Brando thought for a while and continued, Marcus likes to march at night, but he won't be idle during the day. He will use the elite ghouls and zombies to chase the refugees away, but the first thing he needs to do now is to defeat the white mane swordsmen. But I don't know where Luc Besson is. In fact, Brando was most afraid of being discovered by the skeletal dragons. He knew that Tarkus had 3 skeletal dragons with him, and it would be a disaster if the skeletal dragons found them in the valley. However, Tarkus should be resting in Fortress Reden for a period of time. After occupying the graveyard, he should use the time to expand his forces. After all, the biggest obstacle had been removed. From Fortress Reden to the Dragos region through the River of Sharp Stones, there would be no more obstacles in between. Brando couldn't help but look at the direction of the valley as he spoke. At this time, he was already a young general or a rising star in the eyes of Redo and Mano. Even the way they looked at him was a little different. Although they were mercenaries, they didn't have any thoughts of becoming a noble's retainer. But the heavens knew that Brando was just a fake noble. Although the young man purposely corrected the way the Shire addressed him, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard the latter address him as master in such a serious manner. He might as well just accept the way he addressed him. He thought about it for a while and could only blame it on the factory settings not being set properly. After finishing the morning's work, it was peaceful for the rest of the morning, but the refugees were getting bigger and bigger. Other than a group of refugees that caught up from behind, there were also some refugees that escaped from the valley. They brought news from that direction. Brando was right, Marcus's ghouls and 3 Cabias's skeletons were engaged in a fierce battle with the White Mane army. The outcome of the battle would be decided in the evening. The group of refugees expanded to about 1,000 people. In the middle, Brando asked them to stop and prepare a meal. Fortunately, Madara attacked the northwest and southwest districts when they entered the city yesterday. Most of the refugees had enough time to bring some necessities, so Brando didn't have to worry about food for the time being. But the young man wasn't unprepared. Deer Forest was a natural food storage base in his eyes. There were many different kinds of animals in the forest. Other than the aggressive bears and wolves, there were also wild boars, deer, badgers and rabbits. There were also plenty of pine nuts, mushrooms and wild vegetables in the forest. As long as one had the heart, they could easily feed 1,000 or 2,000 people here. Although they might not be able to live a good life, it was not a problem to ensure that they had enough food and clothing. Around 3 in the afternoon, the riders that were sent out in the front finally brought back the first piece of news. The news wasn't about Madara. Someone wanted to see him. P.S. I finally managed to make it at the last moment. Originally, I was supposed to write this chapter in the afternoon, but who knew that I would be so happy when I returned home on New Year's Day that I would eat a little too much. My stomach would only start hurting at night. Don't overeat. Today's monthly votes are awesome. Thank you for your support. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for the generous rewards led by Blood Cicada and Phaser. I'll try my best to update it, and I'll continue to ask for monthly votes and subscriptions. Chapter 77. Brando met the person that the riders had brought to meet him in the open space between the Abyss forest that was bathed in the afternoon sun. No, it was not just one person, but a group of people. He followed the mercenary who led the way down the mountainside of the Abyss forest. As soon as he walked out of the forest, he saw about a dozen haggard people scattered in the open space. 2 or 3 of them had horses, and some of them were bandaged. Most of them were wearing thick leather armor or chainmail, with colorful small round shields and long swords hanging from their belts. They looked like mercenaries like Mano and the others. Their leader was standing not far away with Yahariel. Brando had to admit that it was rare to see such a burly man in the southern part of the Grenoires province. He must be from Erech in the north, or at least had the blood of Erech. The man had a striking reddish-brown beard, a square face, and a sword scar on the corner of his eyebrows. He was wearing a shirt that was open at the chest, and the sleeves were rolled up above his elbows, revealing the muscles underneath. This man must be very confident in his own strength, or else he would not just wear a simple leather shoulder guard without any protective gear. His weapon was a string of hand axes hanging from his belt, which were commonly used by Erech warriors. Not only could it be used in close combat, but it could also be thrown at any time to kill an unprepared person. When the man saw Brando, he respectfully took off his hat and bowed his head. "Honorable Knight, greetings. I'm only here to express my respect on behalf of the Red Jackals. I'm their leader, Badam." Badam in the Erech language meant red, vermilion. Brando further confirmed his origin. He pressed one hand on his sword and nodded subtly. He looked at the man and waited for him to state his intentions. Brando's current identity was a noble knight among the refugees. It was beneficial for him to maintain this identity at this time of the year. Thus, Brando would neither admit nor deny it. Instead, he wanted to show an interesting attitude. This mysterious feeling would help him establish his authority among these people. Brando did not say anything, but Badam was in a dilemma. He carefully asked, "Sir Knight, are you bringing these refugees to escape the pursuit of Madara's army?" Brando looked at him and nodded. "Then, do you still need manpower?" "Why? Do you want to join us?" Brando was startled. He immediately realized that these mercenaries must have retreated from the Valley of Sharp Stones. They were tired and needed someone to provide them protection. If that was the case, the battle between the white-maned swordsman and Maggot Marcus had come to an end. Looking at the situation, Luc Besson should have lost. Brendel raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of fir trees in front of him and landed on the undulating mountain range outside. He thought that the retreating refugees and the soldiers of the white-maned swordsman would arrive here soon. If so, the scale of the refugees would increase again. Badam saw the young noble holding the hilt of his sword with one hand and staring in front of him. He could not help but feel uneasy. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Sir Knight. We only need some food, herbs, and rest for a while. We can fight for you again." "What's the situation in front?" Brando suddenly asked. Badam was stunned. "I'm talking about the Valley of Sharp Stones. How many undead soldiers of Madara are there?" "Uncountable, sir. There are large groups of skeleton cavalry. They have been chasing the refugees since night. That bastard Luc Besson did not resist at all. He was chased all the way until he was ambushed by a large group of monsters. His entire army was almost annihilated." Brando was not surprised by Luc Besson's performance. Tiger Luc Besson was indeed one of the strongest generals in the White Mane army, but he could not escape from the limitations of history. Failure was inevitable. A large group of skeleton cavalry. Did Cabias and Maggot join forces? He suddenly thought of this question. A large group of monsters? What kind of monsters? They are about the same height as humans. Their skin is smooth and their bodies are greenish-black. They have long metal claws and they have a foul smell. They climbed out from the rocks around the valley and attacked us. We were caught off guard, and less than 20% of us survived. Ghouls, but he did not know if there were zombie demons. Brando did not say a word. He was most worried about the ghouls. These undead creatures came from the Black Border. They were one rank higher than the skeleton cavalry in Madara's army. They were one rank lower than the Black Warrior and Pale Knight. However, they were the highest rank in Madara's army in this era. How many ghouls did a Maggot Death Marcus have in his hands? 100? 200? Ghouls were level 20 creatures. Every one of them had the strength of an iron-ranked warrior. It was natural for the white-maned swordsmen to be defeated by them. Master Knight? Badam saw that Brando did not say a word and was a little worried. Brando then nodded. If you want to join my army, you have to follow my rules. I am basically hiring you. Other than the remuneration, I will also give you a place to rest. Follow him and he will give you some food, medicine, and bandages. After you have rested, be prepared for battle. As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of the mercenary beside him. Bring them there. Thank you for your generosity, Master Knight. Badam quickly bowed deeply. Brando's conditions were far beyond his expectations. He had been to many places, but he had never seen such a generous noble. The rider that followed him asked, "What about you, sir? You can go back first. Let me be alone for a while." Brando looked at the surroundings and felt that it was suitable for his needs. Brando did not want to be alone for a while. He wanted to complete an alchemy. Alchemy was not a mysterious skill in Wond. Because of the magic civilization, many craftsmen knew a little about alchemy. However, to elevate alchemy to a magical art, it required profound knowledge and long-term accumulation. In the language of the game, alchemy was a skill before and after level 5. Before level 5, alchemy was more like chemistry. Craftsmen used this skill to obtain different materials. After level 5, alchemy became a mysterious art. Wizards used high-grade alchemy to extract pure crystals and magical materials. They could even create magic potions and some natural magical items. When alchemy was combined with forging, crafting, and enchantment skills, it would become the legendary crafting skills of magical equipment. There were many craftsmen and apprentices among the refugees. It was not difficult for Brando to learn alchemy. He only needed to find one of them and ask a few questions to learn basic alchemy. As a noble, no one would suspect that he would secretly learn alchemy. However, Brando wanted to learn alchemy this time. Raising alchemy from level 0 to level 5 required a total of 122 EXP. However, this was not a problem for Brando. After the previous night's battle, he had a total of 967 EXP, which was enough for him to raise his profession level to mercenary level 9. This way, he would have 164 EXP to spare, which was more than enough. It was a pity that alchemy was a mystical skill. Physical professions could only use it under the basic identity of a commoner. This was because the basic identity was different from the profession. Any skills under this identity were regarded as part of the profession. However, since the basic identity could not be raised, a skill under this identity could only be raised to a certain level. For example, a commoner could raise alchemy to level 5, a noble could raise it to level 7, and an alchemist could raise it to level 15. In fact, in the Amber Sword, the combination of identity and profession was a very particular skill. Sometimes, in order to obtain the skills of a wizard, or a wizard to obtain the skills of a warrior, if he did not want to waste his EXP and attributes, he would think of changing his identity. Brando's ideal situation was to raise his alchemy to level 6 and be able to make magic potions. However, at this moment, he could only give up. He waited for Badam and the others to leave with the rider for a while. After confirming that there was no one around, he went to the center of the open space alone. He carefully cleared an open space on the ground, then drew out his sword and drew a simple magic circle in the open space energy conversion magic circle. The knowledge of magic circles came from level 4 alchemy. The craftsman used it to extract the free energy from the substance and convert it into a crystallized state. Then there was the blood refining magic circle. This was why Brando wanted to avoid others. The blood refining technique actually came from Madara's alchemy skills. It was one of the forbidden techniques in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This was mainly because the blood refining would cause harm to the caster and was not in line with the basic teachings of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, the blood refining technique was a very practical technique because it could ignore alchemy equipment and allow the alchemist to complete some simple material synthesis under any circumstances. To be honest, although the Holy Cathedral of Fire strictly prohibited it, Erwin and Cruz did not use this technique in large numbers. Players were only concerned about the effectiveness of the technique. At most, they would only lose a level if they were discovered. Moreover, they would not be discovered usually, right? However, at this moment, Brando was still a little nervous. To the players, losing a level was a matter of losing his head. Although Charles had been keeping a lookout for him, he really didn't dare to challenge the authority of the Holy Cathedral of Fire so blatantly. He took a deep breath and took out the tooth that he had pulled out from the intermediate lich in Fortress Reden and placed it in the center of the magic circle. He then stood up and pricked his finger with the tip of his sword, causing a drop of blood to seep out. He placed his finger flat and let the blood drop in the center of the magic circle. The magic circle flashed red and the tooth immediately turned into a gray crystal the size of a pinky finger. The moment the alchemy circle was completed, Brando felt his heart skip a beat. He had already received -1 damage from the backlash. He wiped the cold sweat off his pale forehead and picked up the crystal. This thing was actually a crystallization of pure soul energy. However, it was different from a soul crystal. If this turbid soul energy was absorbed by someone else, they would probably die from poisoning. Although this thing was crude and small, it was one of the most important items for him tonight. However, he could not relax at this moment because he still had more work to do. 32 teeth, 4 fingers. I'm going to use up my number 5 holy water here. He could only hope that this investment would pay off. However, he had only completed half of it. After about 15 minutes, he heard the Shire's voice outside. Who is it? Brando's heart tightened. He hurriedly flattened the magic circle on the ground and put away all the materials. He then grabbed the Thorn of Light and ran outside. When he reached the edge of the Abyss forest, he saw a middle-aged man standing in front of the Shire. He froze for a moment and realized that this middle-aged man was the one he had saved last night. Why is he here? In Brando's memory, this middle-aged man was quite courageous. He even dared to resist Markov's guards. However, it was a little too unwise. What he didn't expect was that the first thing the middle-aged man said when he saw him was, "Sir, are you using a blood magic circle? Please take care of yourself." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Not only Brando, even the Shire was stunned. How did he know? Has he been here for a long time? That's impossible. The Shire didn't believe that he couldn't detect a commoner. The young wizard retainer subconsciously prepared to cast a spell. However, the middle-aged man saw through their doubts and bowed deeply. "Sir, I haven't thanked you for saving me last night. My name is Tamar, an alchemist." "Tamar? You're Tamar." Brando felt that the name was familiar at first, but then he remembered that Tamar was Madara's chief alchemist after 380 years, the year of Venus. He was almost stunned by the name. He couldn't help but look at Tamar to see if this was the same Tamar. Tamar wasn't originally from Madara. He must have been turned into an undead during the war. If it was because of that bastard Markov, it wasn't impossible for him to hate this country. The reason for his hatred must be the death of his son. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense. However, what really made Brando confirm was that Tamar was very sensitive to alchemy. Tamar could tell that he was using a forbidden spell just by looking at the backlash. This wasn't something that could be done by an ordinary alchemist. In history, Tamar was a powerhouse that defied the heavens. Most of Madara's high-ranked undead were created by him, Mesat, and Thurlando, the 3 undead alchemists of the past. Tamar's most famous achievement was the black magic circle technology that directly transformed skeletal soldiers from corpses. This technology could be said to have directly doubled the military strength of Madara. Now, it seemed that it would be a little difficult for Madara to achieve this result. Brando looked at Tamar, who was still a human in front of him, and couldn't help but smile a little. "Sir?" His smile startled Tamar. Could it be that this Sir Knight actually had some sort of special fetish? He had heard of the dirty rumors between the nobles, so even if he was almost 40 years old, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The Shire coughed, and only then did Brando wake up. He hurriedly explained, "You're that master alchemist from Fortress Reden, Tamar?" "Master alchemist?" That was one of the top titles in the field of alchemy. Was he that famous? Tamar was stunned and quickly shook his head. I'm just an unknown alchemist. Sir, I've been working for the noble parliament, but I didn't have much success, not famous. I've picked up a treasure. Brendel was overjoyed. P.S. Today's monthly votes are not good. Students, please support me. It's a little painful to look at. Look at how hard I'm working to update, please support me. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 78. On the way back to the refugees, Brando found out that Tamar had been looking for him ever since he woke up from his coma in order to thank him for saving his life last night. At that time, he saw Brando, the Shire and the horsemen leaving the refugees together. He followed them all the way and did not expect to coincidentally bump into Brando casting the forbidden spell. However, Brando was not worried that Tamar would turn around and report him to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. On one hand, he felt that this tough middle-aged man was not that kind of person. On the other hand, Tamar did not have any evidence. What Brando did not know was that while he was surprised by Tamar's identity, Tamar also felt that he was mysterious. The middle-aged man had only seen the description of the blood magic circle in some parchment books. In fact, even he did not know how to cast this forbidden spell. At that time, he only inferred that Brando was using the blood magic circle based on the possible effects of the blood magic circle on his body. But he had to admit that even so, he guessed correctly. This kind of sensitivity and talent was not something that ordinary people could have. However, Tamar did not have any prejudice against the forbidden spell itself. In this day and age, which nobles did not violate it. The Holy Cathedral of Fire also strictly prohibited the trafficking and smuggling of slaves. But in the border areas, this dirty business was prosperous, and even some of the clergy were involved in it. In comparison, he now wanted to discuss with this young noble about his alchemy skills. The middle-aged man thought for a while and then asked, "My lord, what do you want to make?" Brando could not help but feel a little proud when he thought of the future master alchemist calling him, "My lord." "I need to synthesize a batch of spirit crystals. The materials are the remains of high-level undead. I want to use them to make a spirit statue." In fact, what he wanted to make was a spirit statue, white deer. This was a relatively simple spirit statue. It could summon the spirit of a white stag. In the ancient legends of Wonde, the white stag lived in an ancient oak forest. The quiet sun shone on the island in the middle of the forest, symbolizing the resting place of the soul. Therefore, the white stag was very sensitive to spirits. Brando wanted to use it to sniff out the ghosts hidden in the spirit world. That was probably the first type of mid-ranked undead that they were about to encounter. They were the scariest assassins and spies of the necromancers in the night. Soul statue? Tamar couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. The soul sculpture was just a simple alchemy product. The only difficulty was the difficulty of obtaining the materials. The middle-aged alchemist found it hard to imagine that Brando would use a forbidden technique to create a soul sculpture. "Mr. Tamar, you don't have to be confused. It's actually because we lack alchemy tools." Brando saw through Tamar's doubts and answered. Tamar almost fell to the ground when he heard this. The blood refining technique was very powerful in the records. One of the main reasons why it was called a forbidden technique was because it could be used quickly and simply on the battlefield. It had an advantage that ordinary alchemy could not compare to. However, the backlash from activating a high-grade array using the blood refining art was also frightening. In the past, in the war between the Light Faction and the Dark Kingdom, there were alchemists who used the blood refining art to summon powerful creatures to turn the tide. However, the core of the technique was the sacrifice, which was completely contrary to the teachings of the Light Faction. Therefore, it was listed as a forbidden technique. But now, this young nobleman actually used it as a substitute for alchemy tools. Then again, a professional alchemist would carry his tools with him even if he lost his life. Well, my lord. Actually, I also have some tools with me. If you don't mind, you can use mine. The blood refining art is a forbidden technique that is very harmful to the body. It's better not to use it. Tamar finally reacted after a long while. Of course, I don't mind. Then, I'll have to trouble you. Brando, of course, would not be stupid enough to bleed himself. Although the number 5 holy water was not as powerful as the number 7 holy water, it was still a precious potion that could save a life at a critical moment. Brando was in a good mood because he could reduce the cost of alchemy and unexpectedly obtain a future master alchemist. For the first time in days, he felt relieved. This allowed him to walk with the Shire and Tamar while discussing alchemy techniques. The Shire was an apprentice wizard. Although he had not really mastered alchemy, the Highland wizard mentors in Karsuk's Black Tower were all master alchemists. He was very familiar with alchemy, so his knowledge was extraordinary. Brando, on the other hand, had level 5 alchemy knowledge. Even if he participated in Erewhon's official alchemy exam, he could easily get the title of level 1 professional alchemist. Compared to Tamar, who was still wandering around the door, Brando was more like an alchemy genius. Tamar benefited a lot from the discussion, but the middle-aged man's wild ideas also made Brando nervous. He knew that Tamar lacked the opportunity and external environment. Otherwise, he would one day become a legendary master alchemist. After all, alchemy was a skill that required a lot of resources. The teeth of the mid-level liches that Brendel used before were sold for more than 300 tor in the black market or the wizard market. 30 of them were enough to make a simple statue of a white deer. While the 3 of them were discussing, Brando saw Freya walking along the long line of refugees. She looked drowsy. What's going on? Brando was stunned. He walked over and waved his hand in front of Freya's face. There was no response, so he patted Freya's head. Freya was startled and woke up abruptly. What are you doing? She saw that it was Brando and could not help but gnash her teeth. Brando. Where have you been? There are so many people coming. I can't handle it. Her voice was getting softer and softer. It did not sound like she was complaining, but more like she was wronged. Brando asked her to lead the refugees, and she did her best. However, as the number of refugees increased, she felt exhausted. In fact, just like Brando, she had not slept for the past few days. Compared to Brando, she was under a lot more pressure. The Shire and Tamar saw that Brando and Freya were talking, so they tacitly took a step back and continued their discussion. As for what happened between the young man and the girl with a long ponytail, they pretended that they did not see it. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the clearer picture. Brando was completely unaware of Freya's special dependence on him. The young wizard squire, on the other hand, had the intention to watch a good show. As for Tamar, the honest middle-aged alchemist thought that the girl was the young noble's fiancée. You haven't slept yet? There are so many people, how can I have time? Brando, did you know that the white maned swordsmen were defeated? We just received a lot of soldiers who retreated from the Valley of Sharp Stones. I heard that many of them died. Freya rubbed her eyes that were as red as a rabbit's and said with some dissatisfaction. Brendel was taken aback. This silly girl can't be doing everything by herself, right? He could not help but touch his forehead. Don't tell me you want to do everything by yourself. Then what should I do? Freya stared at him blankly. Don't you still have Redo, Uncle Mano, and the others? If you really can't do it, you can just pick a few people from the refugees and give them the power to help you. Brando felt that the ponytailed girl was too stubborn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Brando knocked on her forehead. It has nothing to do with me, it's because you're too stupid. Freya's face turned red, and she pushed his hand away. I'll talk to you later. She turned around and ran away as if she was on fire, leaving only a hasty back view. Brando shook his head and laughed when he saw the ponytail bobbing up and down. How was it? The Shire chuckled as soon as Freya left. Brando picked up the water skin and was stunned. What do you mean by how was it? Freya, she's a good girl. She's kind, serious and cute. Can't you see, my lord, she actually likes you? The young mage replied. Brendel had just gulped down a mouthful of water, and he could not help but spit it out. What did you say? I said, Miss Roman and Miss Freya, this is big trouble, my lord. Brando spent the whole afternoon carving a suitable container. After all, it was his first alchemy work. At first, Brando wanted to complete the base of the white stag by himself. But after cutting a few pieces of ABs, he soon found the gap between dreams and reality. The best product in his hand looked more like a carrot than a stag. He had no choice but to entrust this job to Tamar. Most professional alchemists should be good at crafting, tailoring, painting and even forging skills. Of course, Brando was an exception. When he got out of the carriage, it was almost evening. The sun was gradually sinking below the rolling mountains in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun plated the mountains with a beautiful bronze color. In the distance, the tip of the forest of ABs sparkled as if it was dyed with gold. Brando held the carriage with one hand and looked at the sunset. He could not help but think that if he kept going in that direction, he would eventually come across a mountain that reached into the clouds, the Kalanga Mountains. The majestic mountain continued to meander westward, forming a peninsula in the Dead Moon Inland Sea. He remembered that his first expedition in the game had been through that forest, and they had finally reached the eastern shore of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. This was the world, it was so real in front of his eyes. After leaving the carriage, Brando spent some time looking for the Roman, but he could not find the future Romaine. In fact, Romaine was on her own adventure during the day. Most of the time, you could not see her. He looked at the sky for the last time, and it was starting to get dark. At around 7:30, Brendel ordered the refugees to stop at a deep ravine in the valley. The light here was even dimmer, and the shadows on both sides of the ravine made it difficult to see what was hidden in the shadows. When the mountain started to fog, it was accompanied by the sound of night owls in the distance. It was very creepy. But Brando knew that this was the only place where they could avoid the vision of Madara's skeletal vultures. When the night came, it would be the time for the ghosts to appear. After settling the refugees, Brando ordered the militia to cut down trees on the nearby mountain. He wanted them to make a batch of simple spears in a short time to replenish the new manpower. His core strength was still the public order cavalry, Mano, and the others. Now, it had expanded to more than 50 people. Since the beginning of the day, he had received close to 100 mercenaries and white mane light footmen. In addition to the militia recruited from the refugees, this number could be doubled. Therefore, he did not lack manpower. What he lacked was weapons. The militia still had to share a sword with 3 people. This reminded him of the revolutionary ancestors in his world. On the other side, Brando ordered the Shire to gather the leaders under him. For example, Reto, Mano, Gasliel, and the newly joined Badam. These people represented the small circles under him. He had to explain the plan to them tonight to prevent any mishaps. At 8:00, the last ray of light disappeared into the horizon. The 12 stars of the Witch King's constellation were the first to appear in the eastern sky. Brando and the others stood at the top of the valley. He looked down at the refugees who were busy setting up camp and said, "You have seen the situation today. The White Mane Army and most of the refugees met with misfortune in the Valley of Sharp Rocks. I'm sure most of you have heard about it. Madara's tactic is not to chase us away. Instead, they want to kill us so that the news of the fall of Fortress Reden will not reach Vermeer. Then what should we do, my lord? At this time, the undead army has far outnumbered us. Our riders said that they saw a sea of skeletons in the west. They move slowly during the day, but when night falls, they are everywhere." Mano raised his head and asked. "And zombies," another person added. "Of course there's a way, but it's impossible to escape. Due to Luke Besson's failure, most of the death maggots and Cabia's elites are already in front of us. We need to find a shortcut from the other side. Brando replied. So, have you heard of the remains of the saint? Everyone was stunned. PS equals __ equals monthly votes dropped to third place, and it seemed that it was still slipping towards fourth place unstoppably. Students, please support me. My heart is bleeding as I look at my ranking dropping. But why do I feel so much colder today? My hands and feet are almost numb from the cold. Chapter 79. The Remains of the Saint. Legend has it that during the era of the sages, the ancestors opened up a sanctuary in the valley. There were statues of ancient kings at the entrance of the valley, and any dark creatures that tried to enter would be struck by lightning. Even the power of darkness within a 1-kilometer radius of the valley would be suppressed to a minimum. Then, during the Dark Era, the humans, elves, and dwarves came out of the sanctuary and defeated the Twilight Dragon, Calamity, under the leadership of the Azure Knight. Only then did the Year of Chaos begin. It is the remains of the saint, the guardian valley of the kings, Your Highness. Oberway replied. He can find such a place? The princess had already changed her cup of tea, but she did not pay much attention to it. Even the white porcelain teacup with golden edges that she liked was ignored. She only used her slender fingers to fiddle with the silver spoon. That young man should have known about it beforehand, but he did not know the general location. Oberway replied. But his method of finding the way is quite ingenious. Your Highness should have heard that the Witch Queen of Bunasan inherited the power of fate and the stars from generation to generation. There is also a faction of great wizards in the Tower Council who believe that the power of the stars and fate exists, and it came from the blind goddess Elaine. I thought that was a story that only existed in myths. Not necessarily. Can I continue to listen? But Your Highness, your court teacher, Sir Panasan, should be waiting for you. The princess smiled and said slyly, We are already late, Sir Oberway. So please continue, I want to hear how they spend the night. Oberway smiled as he had already expected this, so he continued, Then our story will start from a legend, a story about a king and a white stag. The sky was completely dark, and the wind swept through the layers of clouds, causing the Abyss forest to rustle like the waves of the sea. Freya looked at the dark sky with a worried expression, and the wind blew her hair into a mess. The girl held her best friend's hand and could not help but whisper, Is Brando really that confident? Even Leto, Uncle Mano, and the rest of the locals have never heard of such a place. Don't worry, Brando is the best. Romaine looked at the stars behind the clouds and answered matter-of-factly. You didn't even think about it, did you? I didn't need it in the first place. Freya couldn't help but feel angry when she talked to this woman whose mind was blank. Only then did she realize that her nervousness seemed to have lessened a lot. She couldn't help but think that the Roman and Brando seemed to have some similar qualities that made people feel at ease. But Brando was calm and confident, and the Roman was carefree. The ponytailed girl suddenly felt that she didn't know what she would do if she didn't have them by her side. But it was at this time that the refugees suddenly exclaimed. Freya and the Roman turned their heads together, and they couldn't believe that a breathtakingly beautiful creature had suddenly appeared in the middle of the camp. It was a completely transparent white stag. Its body showed the most perfect proportions of such an elegant and noble creature. Its limbs were slender, its body was strong, and the long horns on its head were as sharp as swords. It didn't seem to be a creature that should exist in this world. It jumped up and stood on a rock, and its body was surrounded by light spots that fluttered up and down like fireflies. It wasn't just them, even Reto, Mano, and Badam stood up at this moment. Brando was further away, holding the stag's pedestal in his hand. He stood together with the alchemist Tamar and watched the stag jump up the rock in a few leaps, nodded at them, and ran away. The finished product is a little flawed, but after all, the conditions are limited. It's already very difficult to achieve this step. Brando said. He was very satisfied with his first alchemy product. The Shire and Tamar expressed the same opinion, but the young wizard still asked, My lord, do you think that the Valley of the King's Guardian is real? You know that thing? Brando was stunned. Of course, ancient knowledge is a compulsory course for wizards. Many schools of magic originated from the era of the sage. I can guarantee its authenticity, but the valley is in the fog, and its location is uncertain. I can only hope that Goddess Helene can help me tonight, so that my precious stag can find the way faster. Brando thought that of course, the place where the remains of the sage was also very famous in the game. Countless people had been there, and many more people speculated that there might be a huge secret hidden in it. But no one had ever found anything from it. He had also been there, but he only found the same thing as others. That was, he didn't find anything. Help? Tamar asked. It depends on whether Goddess Helene cares for us or not. Brando replied. What will happen if she doesn't? The Shire turned his head. Brando didn't answer this time. There were at least 3,000 to 6,000 skeletons and zombies following behind them. In front of them were the elite troops of death maggots and cabias, as well as the wandering ghosts in the forest. This night might not be easy. Brando saw the white stag in front of him, causing the refugees to cheer and then stop at the other side of the valley. He knew that tonight's adventure had begun. He looked at the time. It was 11 o'clock. So he ordered the refugees to break camp and advance. The guards with spears in their hands moved in parallel with the refugees. 2 long black dragons walked along the valley. There was also the light of the moon and the stars, so there was no need for torches. The last 50 riders were the ones who brought up the rear. Brendel and Seal leapt onto their horses and pulled out their swords. The Thorn of Light's blade was glowing with a faint light, indicating that there were no undead nearby. Let them follow the white stag, it will bring us luck. Brando held the sword in his hand and turned his horse to his knight. Mano rode his horse and followed behind him. He asked loudly, My lord, can we really pass through that valley and be in front of Madara's army? Of course. I'm not doubting you, my lord, but this sounds a little unbelievable. Indeed, but you just have to trust me at this time. I won't joke with my life. What about the undead army in front of us? From here to the north, there are at least 3 columns of Madara's army lingering in the mountains. Some of them came from the Valley of Sharp Stones, and some came from the Hunting Deer Forest. I suspect that they are the advance troops of the White Knight and the ghouls. One of the white-maned swordsmen asked. Brando recognized him. Luke Besson called him Terran. He had fought with him once in Fortress Reden, and he remembered that he used his sword to send him flying. Of course, he might have remembered wrongly, or it might have been 2 other people. The situation back then was too chaotic. And this officer seemed to have a deep prejudice against him. Although he was convinced by his swordsmanship, he still had to stand out and oppose him when it came to tactics. Moreover, we have a maggot, Marcus, chasing after us. The officer continued, if we fight them head-on, we will be dead. Brando looked at him. He indeed needed an officer from the white-maned swordsman to restrain his soldiers, so he was not angry. He only replied, they will always have a loophole. What loophole? Terran held the reins and asked. Brando obviously would not reveal the secret of the gargoyle to him. Although some of them knew that he had the right to control the gargoyle, they did not know what he could do with it. We will go behind that maggot, and they will pass through here in half an hour. He thought for a while and said on a whim. Everyone went silent. Even the mercenaries who were beginning to trust him couldn't help but wonder if this guy was crazy. But Redo said, that's a good idea, if we can grasp the opportunity. Brendel turned around to look at the man in surprise. This was not an ordinary act of bravery. He had only done this once in the game. Sneaking through the gaps in the enemy's defense line, destroying 1 or 2 squadrons, and then sneaking behind another squadron. It was not impossible to do this, but it required a great deal of control over the situation, and also to be able to stop the enemy's eyes. Even if Brando was confident, it was just a casual remark. He did not expect Redo to see the opportunity and even dare to risk it all. Everyone was stunned again. But this time, it was Mano's turn to speak. He finally reacted and said, "Okay, if that's the case, I'll take the risk too. But to lead 1 or 2,000 refugees to pass through the enemy's defense line?" Other than Mano, Reto and Brando, everyone else, including Freya, thought that the three of them were crazy. But Brando was very calm. He looked at the gargoyle in the sky and knew what he was relying on the most. Marcus knew that there was another group of refugees in the direction of Silver Sparrow Mountain since this morning. They had escaped before dawn and even killed a group of skeleton knights. But at first, he did not pay much attention to them. After all, most of the refugees escaped into the deer-hunting hills in scattered groups. Compared to the group of refugees who were with the white-maned swordsmen in the Valley of Sharp Stones, they were the core of his and Kabia's operation. Humans were really weak. To him, the battle was as easy as he expected. The White Mane army was known as Erwin's regular army, but they were also weak in front of Madara's army. After chasing them for the entire day and delivering the final blow, the battle ended before sunset. Although the vanguards suffered heavy casualties, they were only cannon fodder. The ghouls and Kabia's skeleton cavalry did not suffer any losses. Compared to that, the battle last night hurt him the most. It would take a long time for more than 40 skeleton cavalry to accumulate. Marcus then turned his attention to the group of refugees. Lord Tarkus had ordered them to seal off the Valley of Sharp Stones. Every troop that participated in the battle did not dare to be careless. However, he immediately sensed an unusual aura. The enemy seemed to be very good at evading the detection of the skeleton vultures. Throughout the day, they only caught sight of the group a few times, but in the end, they still lost sight of them. This was not a good sign. Under the dim flame of the soul, Marcus spread out the sheepskin map and drew a few circles around the Silver Sparrow Mountain. Author's note: I did not disappoint. But what about everyone's votes? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 80. After the refugees left the valley, they headed east. Without a fire, the long line of refugees was immersed in darkness as they moved forward. Occasionally, the group would meander through the mountain stream. Looking at the dark peak of the mountain, it was the tip of the Abs. If it were not for the stars, it would be difficult for anyone to identify the direction in such an environment. The people at the back could only passively follow the group in front, one after another. The entire group was made up of ordinary citizens. Although they were more conscious due to fear, it was inevitable that they would make a ringing sound as they moved forward. Under Brando's instructions, Freya divided the refugees into a few areas, and each area had 2 core members who were responsible for maintaining order. Freya told the citizens what to do, and Brando told them what to do if they did not do so. This was the only way to restrain the entire group. However, the experienced captains were not too worried. Reto and Mano had rich battle experience, and they told Brando that the sound would not travel too far in the dense forest. At most, it would be like a whisper from an arrow's distance. On the other hand, the white-maned swordsman's dragon-subduing tower was listening to the wind. The rustling of the trees had long suppressed all other sounds, and Brando's hearing was not as effective as his sight in such an environment. Brando listened to the sound of the wind from afar. It sounded like the rustling of pine trees, or the chirping of birds in the Abs forest. But when he listened carefully, there was a different feeling. It was light and long, as if a group of strange instruments were playing in the mountain wind. It also sounded like a mysterious whisper, as if an unknown existence in the forest was telling the world something. In Grenoires, and even in the entire southern region of Erewhon, people described the whispers in the forest as the witch's bewitching whispers. It was said that many people never returned from the forest because they fell into the witch's trap. Of course, these legends were not credible, but at this moment, there was a strange sense of mystery. Brando led the horse and walked at the side of the group. The other mercenaries followed behind him. Because everyone only had one horse, the riders tried their best to conserve the stamina of their horses in preparation for any possible battle. Although the warhorses in this world were abnormally strong and had about 20% more stamina than the average horse, in fact, the cavalry rarely used horses as mounts. This was because in the war here, they were too weak. They had already deviated from the valley by about 10 miles to the east. In fact, they had already left the range of Silver Sparrow Mountain. This was not like a highly developed society where even the tiniest mountain had a code name. For example, Brando did not know what this mountain should be called. It was supposed to be part of the southeastern extension of the Stag's Hills, but it was off the main road, and was uninhabited. It was only in the hunting season that the hunters passed through it, and their cottages could sometimes be seen in the hills. Brendel had already released the gargoyle and had it move towards the southwest direction. At the same time, the cavalry scouts also retraced their steps. About half an hour later, the news came back. The two seasoned mercenaries were pale when they saw Brando. They found skeletons half the distance between them and the mountains. Brando could imagine the scene, when you saw a sea of grayish-white, creepy skeletons slowly appear from the top of the mountain, then slowly spread over the forest, and then poured down the mountain, leaving only the sound of hua-hua in the mountains. It was really shocking. So, while he gently comforted the two mercenaries to rest, he also told the others about the weakness of the skeletons so that they would not lose their fighting spirit because of the approaching danger. He also sent out scouts to the northwest. Brando knew Madara's habitual arrangement at this time of the year. It was progressive, and not only could it be mobilized flexibly, but the range of the scouts' control was also very large, and they could provide support from the front and back. This tactic was designed to make full use of the advantage of Madara's undead army. In fact, in the early days of the War of the Black Rose, the Dark Lords once carried this tactic forward with excellent mid-level and low-level commanders. But it had a fatal flaw. That was the eyes. Once the support of the ghosts was lost, there would be a huge gap between the squadrons, especially in such a mountainous area, where it was easy for the enemy to cut through. And another weakness was that if the commander was too weak, this arrangement could easily play the classic, adding fuel to the fire, situation. Of course, the reason why Madara dared to use this arrangement before the Second War of the Black Rose was that they were confident in themselves. They had too many outstanding talents at their disposal in this era. On the other hand, there were not many ways to detect ghosts in this era. It was just that Brando happened to know one. He could not help but look up at the hillside. Mano led the militia through the forest of Abes. The seasoned mercenary kept looking back at the beautiful white stag in the valley below. Brando told him that the stag would show them where the terrible undead were hiding. Mano had his doubts. If he wanted to fight, he had to follow the rules and not be as secretive as the wizards. Just like at this moment, they had already left the group of refugees far behind them, almost a mile away, but that beast still didn't react at all. But just as he was about to curse, he saw the elegant creature suddenly turn its head in a direction and put its hooves on the ground, showing an anxious look. Over there. Mano immediately pointed his curved sword forward and ordered the others to quickly rush over. In that direction was the forest of Abes, which was no different from other places. But just as they were about to flank it, a faint light emerged from the forest, like a pale shadow, and then gradually formed a halo of light in the shape of a human floating in the air. "Isn't that a ghost, Martha above?" It was not only the militia behind him, but even Mano himself stopped in his tracks. But the pale figure had already let out a shrill scream and pounced on the militia with bared fangs. The ferocious scream made everyone's heart turn cold, but it also made the forest quiet down. Mano felt that he had never fought such a strange battle in his life. For a moment, the face of the ghost looked like many of his comrades who had passed away, but he quickly shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. Brando had warned him that all of this was an illusion, and he must not let it take advantage of him. He did not dare to doubt the young man at all. The scene in front of him was too strange. Mano tightened his grip on the curved sword in his hand. The bright blade swung out, and the blade went through the ghost's body, but a layer of ice immediately formed on it. Mano knew it was not good. There was no physical impact, which meant that his attack had missed. The ghost was between a spirit body and a physical body, so physical attacks had a 50% chance of missing. Mano did not have time to make any big movements to dodge. The pale fingers of the ghost had already reached for his face. He tilted his head at the critical moment and let the slender fingers pass through his shoulder. The veteran mercenary immediately felt a piercing cold on his shoulder, as if he had lost all feeling in his left arm. "Attack, you bastards!" He took the opportunity to fall to the right, and then shouted at the stunned militia. Only then did the townsfolk react. They raised their spears and stabbed at the spirit. 3 spears directly pierced through the faintly discernible shadow, but the other 2 spears held the ghost up, causing it to let out a shrill cry. Manua took advantage of the situation to jump up from the ground and stabbed at the pale figure. This time, he was lucky. The sword hit the ghost's soul. The strength of a black iron swordsman burst out in an instant, and the ghost screamed and disappeared. Everyone was relieved. They could not help but sit on the ground weakly. No one said a word. In fact, even Mano, the veteran mercenary, was a little worried. But at that moment, there was only one thought in his mind: how did the young man know all this? The young man looked away. Mano and Badam did a good job. He could not help but feel lucky that he had these veteran mercenaries under him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for him to deal with these mid-level undead. However, the soul statue, White Deer, was actually a very common exorcism item, but it required a certain amount of imagination to relate it to military affairs. Brando could not help but look back at Freya. This method was actually invented by the goddess of war. Did he plagiarize? But in any case, Madara had lost these ghosts as their eyes, and they must be feeling uncomfortable tonight. Perhaps the necromancers who controlled them would soon find that the ghosts they sent out had all disappeared in a certain direction, but this did not mean anything. They still needed to verify and wait for news again. 1 or 2 hours was enough for him to do a lot of things. The gargoyle continued to fly to the southwest. Brando finally saw a skeleton cavalry passing through the forest. He did not know if he had missed anything before, but he guessed that this should be the front line of a column of scouts. Thus, 3 minutes later, he found another group of skeleton cavalry. At the same time, Madara's tactics during this period coincided with what he had imagined. He let the gargoyle cross a few mountain streams tangential to the ridge, and soon he saw an army of black skeleton soldiers in the valley. There were about 200 of them, a squadron. The gargoyle continued to move forward along the valley, exactly as he had imagined. Brando immediately found another 2 squadrons. Although he could not see which column they belonged to, the commanders of Madara's columns in this period were not to be trifled with. He thought that the White Knight, Ebden and Weezer should not be so far behind, but it should be either Diran, Gilab, or the Blood Wizard Ladios. 2 main generals, 5 columns, and a scale of nearly 10,000 undead, concentrated in the hills that were only 20 to 30 miles wide. The undead army began to move in large numbers under the night sky. Time was running out. Brando still wanted to see how deep the area between the second and third layer of Madara was, and where the other column was, but the gargoyle had already reached its maximum flying range. Of course, although he had previously lied to Marden and Breton that the gargoyle had scouted the entire Buchi region in a day, the truth was that the gargoyle was not omnipotent. 1:05 a.m. News came from the northwest. Just as Terran had predicted, a large number of zombies had appeared in that direction. The elite troops of the Death Maggot had indeed arrived from the Valley of Sharp Rocks. When the news spread among the mercenaries, everyone's face was solemn. They had a glimmer of hope, but they did not expect the situation to develop towards the worst. As a result, the group of refugees was surrounded. Of course, unless they could speed up and break out of the encirclement before it closed in on them. But the mercenaries looked at the refugees, then looked at Freya and Brando, and knew that this was not possible. For a moment, everyone was silent. Freya nervously grabbed the reins and subconsciously looked at Brando. Only Brando took a look at his pocket watch and then mounted his horse, as if he did not care about the atmosphere around him. He pulled out his sword and said to the mercenaries, "Listen up, everyone." The young man's voice was sonorous and powerful. "There are 2 squadrons southwest of us, 2 to 3 miles away from us, and another squadron further away. There are 4 undead cavalry scouts coming from those directions. What I want to tell you is that we need to kill 2 of them, and attack one of the squadrons to open up an opening. We also need to go behind the death maggot, just as we planned. We have 2 hours to complete all of this. After 2 hours, we will start playing hide-and-seek with the undead army of Madara." Brando raised his sword and pulled the reins to make the horse turn in front of everyone with a mocking expression. "What, are you afraid?" There was a complete silence. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How did this young man know all of this? He could not be speaking without thinking, right? But although Brando surprised everyone every time, most of them knew that he never spoke without thinking. Especially when he stood upright on his horse and raised his sword to point to the southwest. Every word he said was spoken with certainty, just like when he led them to charge in the first place. It was as if the direction his sword pointed was the path to a miracle. No matter how difficult and dangerous it would eventually open up a path. It was a path of blood left behind after the thorns parted. Brando looked at these people without saying a word, just like when he led those like-minded people to charge into Madara. Someone once said that he was the most qualified leader of the attack because once he made a decision, he would press forward. No one spoke. But all the mercenaries got on their horses, and there was a sound of metal scraping. Everything is for victory. Long live Erewhon. Author's note, today's first update. Seeing a friend in the book review section saying that they want to exchange their tickets for updates, I feel a little sad. I've always felt that the number of votes should be more than the number of votes. That way, everyone's relationship wouldn't be like friends anymore. It would become a naked transaction. I feel a little uncomfortable. Speaking of the issue of updating, everyone can see how hard I work. I don't have a stockpile of manuscripts, and I'm doing my best to write every day. Especially for the explosiveness of the past few days, I've squeezed out almost all of my free time. That's all. Don't mind it, everyone. Just treat it as if I'm talking nonsense. Chapter 81. When Brendel led the light cavalry through the forest and pointed out the undead scouts that were groping their way through the valley, everyone was stunned. It was as if their fantasy had become reality. The young man who led them had the ability to foresee the future. Only Leto and Terran guessed that it was the gargoyle, but they did not have much time to think about it. Brendel had already given the order to attack. More than 50 riders rushed forward under the young man's command, sealing off all possible escape routes for the skeletons. In fact, there was no escape route for them at all. Brando knew how they would react. When Brando arranged the cavalry's assault route, his image in the mercenaries' minds was not just described as an excellent general, but a magical one. The battle began with a horizontal sword wind, and 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers were cut in half. Then, Brando took the lead and killed the undead. Any skeleton cavalry who dared to stop him would be thrown 7 or 8 meters away as soon as they entered his attack range. Then, only the necromancer was left in front of him. He beheaded the necromancer with a sword. Then, he gathered the troops and attacked again. The battle ended just like the previous night. Only one of the security cavalry was accidentally stabbed in the left rib. Brando left him behind and let the self-defense regiment follow behind to take over. Then, they continued to move forward. In less than a quarter of an hour, they defeated another undead scout cavalry on the other side of the hill. After 2 battles, there were 3 casualties due to injuries. Brendel naturally had to bandage them one by one, even though it was just for the sake of using his cheat code. His first aid was extremely effective, and it was even more effective than some hemostatic drugs. But his subtle action won him a great reputation. Before that, his prestige among the mercenaries was already at its peak. Even Terran, who had always been against him, could not help but think that Brando was the god of war. Only the mythical god of war, Mars, had such supercilious strength. But Brendel felt that it was a little boring. The Madara cavalry's movements in this era were so rigid and inflexible, and they were not as flexible as they were after Insursta's reforms. To him, it felt like they were training AI in the past. The only consolation was that he had gained a total of 779 EXP from the 2 battles and successfully reached level 17. At the same time, when the refugees led by Freya began to abandon their carriages, Madara's side found themselves in greater trouble. As everyone knew, Maggot Death Marcus was a half-zombie. The rotten flesh on his body had to be maintained at all times to prevent it from falling off. However, it didn't matter even if his bones were exposed. After all, the apprentice necromancers under him would regularly replenish his bones. The rotting tendons and skin made the zombies stronger and tougher than the skeleton soldiers. But as a general, Marcus arranged the rotting flesh for aesthetic reasons. However, the news from the front line made him feel a little unusual. Before nightfall, his apprentices had sent out more than 10 ghosts to the south, but only half of them had returned on time. Was it that group of refugees? Or was it a trap? Marcus scratched his broken scalp in confusion, and countless fat white maggots spread out from his forehead. These little things quickly got into his eye sockets and the hollow holes on his cheeks. He chewed for a while. He marked the areas that the ghosts were responsible for on the map. There was a possibility that the group of refugees might be on that line. However, since the other party had the ability to counter his ghosts, it meant that it might not be that simple. He had to let those treacherous apprentices send out a second batch of ghosts and confirm the news. Marcus could roughly guess how long it would take, but before that, he could urge his zombie army to speed up so that Ebden and Weezer could complete the encirclement. There was a saying in Madara, no matter how clever a mouse is, it can never escape from a sealed oil tank. Under the siege of Marcus, Cabias, Ebden, Weezer, Diran, Ladios, and Gilab, no matter how cunning this small group of refugees was, they would not be able to escape in the end. When the sun rose the next morning, the south of the Valley of Sharp Stones would be completely covered in the shadow of the Roman Black Rose. Madara would be victorious. Marcus reached out his hand and stroked a ghoul that was obediently squatting beside him like a dog. However, this half-zombie general did not know that while he thought that everything was as it should be, the captain of the undead army in front of Brando was in a dilemma. In fact, about 15 minutes ago, the Black Knight Zasser had confirmed that he had lost contact with his 2 10-man skeleton cavalry squads. He suspected that he had been targeted by an unknown Erewhon army. Therefore, he immediately sent out scouts to contact the 11th squadron that was not far from him. However, no matter whether Zasser sent out ghosts or skeleton cavalry squads, there was no news in the end. Now, the Black Knight had realized that the problem might be a little big. When Brando and the mercenaries appeared on the hill, they saw that the undead squadron had stopped and was preparing to stand guard. Badam, Redo, and Mano did not see any clues, but Brando secretly frowned. The quality of Madara's mid-level and low-level officers was amazing. The young man could not wait for the undead commander to choose to draw closer to his allies in the other direction. This way, they could safely lead the refugees to pass through this empty area. However, the commander of the undead army made the most accurate judgment in the first place. What are they doing? Taran knew a little about Madara's tactics and could not help but ask. He looked at Brando again and no longer doubted his ability. Stay on guard. We killed their scouts too cleanly and gave them the illusion that an army 3 times their size was targeting them, Brando replied. 3 times? Then why didn't they draw closer to their allies? Aren't they waiting to be separated and surrounded? Their commander is waiting for the scouts of their allies. Aren't they afraid that we will intercept the scouts? Mano wiped his curved sword and answered casually. Brando glanced at him and thought to himself, do you think the scouts can intercept them just because they want to? If they did not have the gargoyles, the strongest scouts in the Amber Sword, they would not have been able to come and go so easily in the area covered by the undead army scouts. Killing the scouts is equivalent to telling them that there are enemies in this direction. The reason why we killed the two groups of skeleton knights was because Brando wanted to take down this squadron as well, Reto explained. Does that mean we don't have much time left? Mano asked. 1 hour. End the battle and clean up the battlefield, Brando replied. It was almost 20 minutes later when Freya led the self-defense team into the battlefield. When Zasser saw the ABs on top of the mountain shaking, he finally saw rows of soldiers holding spears walking down from the top of the mountain. He was startled for a moment. The soldiers' attire was different from any of the White Mane Army's legions. He could not help but tilt his head and asked with a hoarse voice, "Where are those soldiers from?" The necromancer beside him immediately lowered his head respectfully. They seemed to be militia. Militia? Zasser was startled. How could the militia quietly eliminate two groups of skeleton knights? The Black Knight felt that there was something fishy going on. He could not help but stand up on his horse and made a gesture behind him. Change the bows, mark 140 feet, throw, release. The skeleton soldiers immediately took off the long bows on their waists and opened the bows. Then, they released the bowstrings with a wanged sound, and black arrows flew high into the sky and into the forest of ABs. The mountain wind was strong, and the arrows were not very accurate. But to the militia who did not have much training, it was a great deterrent. The self-defense team that slowly walked down from the top of the mountain paused for a moment and immediately fell into chaos. However, they still had Freya. This girl with a long ponytail rode from the left side of the formation to the right side. She tried to motivate the mercenaries and the White Mane Army's light infantry so that they could lead the militia to attack. Lower your body, lower your head, everyone. Remember what you learned during your training. Do not stop, follow me, remember, this is a battle for your family. Freya took the lead, holding a long sword in her hand, and shouted loudly to encourage the militia. At least it seemed that her work was effective. Under her encouragement, the militia quickly regained their courage and once again reorganized their formation. They slowly pressed down from the top of the mountain. Zasser frowned and ordered another wave of arrows to be fired. After some adjustments, the skeleton soldiers were more accurate this time. A few of the first 3 rows of militia rolled down from the rain of arrows. But after 2 waves of arrows, the militia became calmer. After overcoming their psychological fear, the effectiveness of the projectile weapons was not as great as expected. Zasser immediately changed his hand gesture and pointed at the female knight. The 3rd wave of arrows was obviously aimed at Freya. But the armor on her body flickered with countless spots of light, and every arrow that flew towards her was deflected to the side. This miraculous scene stunned everyone, and the militia cheered in unison. They could not help but shout out Freya's name. Elven Praetorian Army? Seeing this scene, the Black Knight almost laughed out loud. Zasser wondered where this inexplicable army had come from. On the other hand, Brando finally nodded his head, even though he was usually clumsy. But the scene in front of him proved that Freya was the goddess of war in his heart. She was born for the battlefield. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. The time was just right. Then Brando pulled out the Thorn of Light, and the elven sword in his hand flickered with a fluorescent light. The sudden flash of light on the battlefield startled everyone, and people from both sides raised their heads and looked over. The elven sword. Zasser recognized the sword at a glance, and he almost screamed as he subconsciously pulled out the sword in his hand. Brando raised the sword high and shouted, "The Shire." The young wizard squire understood and immediately raised the ruby in his hand and pointed at it. Sharpness, division, blade structure. A layer of white lines immediately extended along the tip of the elven sword in Brando's hand. They flickered once and disappeared, leaving only the blade that had been enchanted. The Thorn of Light was already extremely sharp, and now it was even more indestructible. A new day has arrived, Sir Lord. Remember to pay my maintenance fee. Seal finished casting the spell and said with a grin on his face. Brando smiled faintly. Then he pointed his sword downwards, and his sword pointed towards the Black Knight's position, as if indicating that the battle was about to begin. P.S. I'm disgusted by some idiots who read pirated posts and scolded the author for asking for monthly votes. Depressed. Did everyone enjoy reading the latest chapters? If so, then support me. Thank you. Looking for subscriptions and monthly votes, I really don't want to fall behind. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 82. Brando pulled out the Thorn of Light and pointed the leaf-shaped elven sword at the battlefield. He ordered his knight to prepare to enter the battlefield. They were more than 70 meters away, but they did not charge straight down as expected. The riders tightened their reins and kept their horses at a slow pace. More than 50 riders crossed a small forest and appeared in the vision of the skeleton soldiers from the other side. The Black Knight, Zasser, felt troubled. He could not help but urge his horse to trot forward, waving his black steel sword as he shouted behind the skeletons. Turn! Turn! You idiots! Third and fourth row, put down your spears. Quick! Maggots! He cursed viciously with a hollow, hoarse voice as he divided the skeleton soldiers into two groups. One group went to meet the self-defense team led by Freya, while the other group went to restrain the human riders that suddenly appeared on the other side. The spears were raised and then put down with a clatter. The first row pointed upwards, while the second row went over the shoulder blades of the first row. A forest of steel was formed. Brendel's expression did not change as he looked at the cold spear tips. He seemed to be used to the tension before a battle, and there was not a trace of fear on his tense face. He was just adjusting his breathing so that it could adapt to the upcoming battle. He looked at the group of skeletons and felt that this scene was no different from the game. They were annihilating a squadron of Madara, and the commander was similar to a wandering elite monster of the same level. In the past, he had gained a lot from this kind of activity. Most of the squadron leaders in Madara's undead army had the strength of a middle or upper iron ranked, which was about level 20 to 30 in the game. If the settings were not changed, he might see secondary magic equipment of level 20 and above. The elven sword in Brendel's hand was always pointed at Zasser's flank. It was like a restriction, ordering his knights to maintain a slow pace, following a tangential line and slowly turning, getting closer and closer to the side of the skeleton soldiers' formation. His calmness gave Zasser a headache. At first glance, the Black Knight knew that his opponent was a seasoned cavalryman and an experienced cavalry commander. Seasoned cavalrymen work together with infantry to achieve victory. By constantly forcing the opponent to change their formation, adjust their direction, and look for gaps to effectively kill them. A newbie would only charge forward without any hesitation and end up with a bloody head. Zasser had already ordered his skeleton soldiers to follow Brando's direction by 120 degrees. The skeleton soldiers turned sluggishly, and it was very troublesome to rearrange their formation. It required his entire squadron of 11 liches. Sometimes, the Black Knight was worried that the thin line behind him would not be able to stop Freya's self-defense team. After the skeleton archers fired their fourth volley of arrows, they began to shoot freely. The militia that came down from the mountain was already within 10 meters of them. These militia consisted of civilians, light infantry, and mercenaries. The first row was made up of people from different regions. Most of them were Butchie, some were Erek, and some were Highlanders. These young and middle-aged people had varying degrees of fear and nervousness on their faces. They breathed out white fog in the cold night, forming a wall. Everything behind them seemed to be blurred. They were holding wooden spears or Madara's nether steel longswords, and all of them gripped them too tightly, causing their movements to become stiff and deformed. Their breathing became erratic, but they were pushed forward subconsciously by the people behind them. Right in front of them was a sea of white skeletons. The undead would never be afraid, nor would they be excited. One by one, they remained motionless, holding their spears with both hands. There was no joy, no sadness, and no thought. Only the orange flames of the soul burned in their empty eye sockets. But it was this kind of enemy that was terrifying. The girl with a long ponytail was anxious as she looked at the enemies. The future goddess of war knew that if she let them go, she would be the first to collapse. She gritted her teeth and turned her horse around. Then she raised her sword and pierced into the gap between the two sides like a flash of green lightning. That was the transformation from a militia to a female knight. Freya's mind was blank at that moment. She did not think about anything else. She only knew that she wanted to win, she wanted to help Brando, and she wanted to walk down this long road with everyone. The thorny forest formed by the spears came into view. It was densely packed. Freya. Romaine carefully hid at the top of the mountain. Of course, no one knew that she had snuck out. But when she saw Freya's risky move, she could not help but widen her eyes in shock. Then she suddenly heard a dispute behind her. The Roman was stunned. She turned around and saw the girl who seemed to be called Sue snatching a horse and jumping on it. She then rushed all the way to the battlefield. So she knew how to ride a horse too. The Roman lay on the rock and thought that riding a horse was interesting. Freya gritted her teeth and raised her steel sword. Clack, clack, clack. Every spear that was aimed at her was deflected into the air. She rode her horse and charged through Madara's front line, causing the skeletons to retreat one after another. But she could only deal with a small number of them. The spears passed through the line of defense. The feather of the wind lit up and circled around the ponytailed girl's half-body armor. It was about 7 millimeters thick and was enough to cut through most of the attacks. But there were still some that escaped. 2 spears burst out from the forest of thorns and hit Freya's breastplate, leaving a white mark on both sides. The other spear pierced into her waist, and red blood gushed out like a fountain. Freya grunted and cut down the spear with her sword. Then she gritted her teeth and turned around, leaving the battlefield from the other side. Behind her, the self-defense regiment and the undead army of Madara had collided. The spears of the skeletons were lifted up high by Freya, and they were forced to retreat. But when they collided with the militia, they were unable to withstand the huge force and were forced to retreat. He was shocked when he felt the line of defense behind him crumbling. He thought that his undead army would be able to hold on for a while and buy him some time, but he did not expect it to collapse so quickly. He turned his head and saw the female knight wearing the sky-blue elven armor. She was focused on encouraging her subordinates, the White Mane Army's light infantry, and the mercenaries to form a torrent that continued to advance forward. They continued to advance forward and open up a bigger path of victory. The Black Knight could not help but take a deep breath. If he had enough liches, he could have reorganized the formation. This was one of the main characteristics of the undead army. But now, he was focused on the other side. Brando and his knight were eyeing him. Thinking of this, he was shocked. He turned around and saw that the group of human knights had adjusted their direction and were facing him. The knights gradually got closer and their horses began to trot. Brando raised his sword. The 50 knights behind him raised their swords. Kill. Erwin will win. The earth rumbled as the knights roared into the forest. The rocks on the ground trembled as if they were dancing. However, the skeletons that were slowly retreating from behind were messing up Zasser's formation. More than a dozen liches were surrounded and helpless. He chopped down a skeleton soldier that blocked his way and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Let's go. Flatten the spears." Brendel was as fast as a black meteor. He lowered his body and swung the White Raven sword art forward. The wind pressure from the White Raven sword art was like a scythe that swept across the first and second rows of skeletons, causing them to fall to the ground. He then let go of the reins and raised his hands. His thick leather gloves emitted 2 soft blue rays and deflected the 2 rows of spears that were heading towards him. Then, he and his horse crashed into a group of skeletons. A few skeletons were sent flying by the huge horse. It looked like a dangerous scene, but in fact, Brando's dexterity had reached 4.3 ounces, which was several times that of a normal human. The skeleton's movements were as slow as snails in his eyes. The gap of a few seconds was a huge loophole that he could easily exploit. Protect the horses. With Brendel's loud roar, the entire cavalry crashed into the forest of undead spears. The first and second rows of skeletons fell to the ground, and the skeletons behind them retreated and squeezed together with the liches who were supervising the battle. The mercenaries were very skilled. They deflected the spears of Madara's undead and cut into the enemy's formation. They used the momentum of their horses to penetrate the back 3 rows of skeletons. Then, they tried their best to move aside and let the second row of skeletons crash into them. Madara's formation was pushed back again and was on the verge of collapse. In the first charge, only 2 or 3 knights fell off their horses. Most of their horses were injured, but they could still fight their way out with their iron-ranked strength. It could be said that Brando's charge was a group of Erewhon sergeant major rank and above. The impact was so great that it was beyond his expectations. Although the attack did not penetrate the 200-strong undead army, it almost pushed them to the brink of collapse. Even Zasser could not believe that he had lost so quickly. The Black Knights saw 2 necromancers casting Veil of Darkness in front of Brendel's army, but Brendel ignored them as though he did not see them at all. Half of the necromancers' bodies fell to the ground in front of Zasser, burning with white holy flames. Another lich tried to hide further away and use decay, but he was cut in half by the young man's backhanded sword from 7 to 8 meters away. The lich fell on his back. Brando turned around again and swung his sword down. The elven sword passed through the skeletons, and the skeletons around him fell apart. White flames rose from the incomplete skeletons. The sacred flames connected as if the light of heaven surrounded the young knight. The demons danced and turned into ashes in an instant. It was as if he was walking on flat ground in front of an army of 10,000. Everyone couldn't help but gasp with their mouths agape. Brando raised his head again and locked his gaze on the Black Knight, Zasser. P.S. So sad, are the me people complaining about that half-zombie. I wipe my tears. Also, before the work is released, let me first explain, the unit of energy level is Oz, not Z. Fine, if you want to blame someone, blame this stupid font. It has nothing to do with me. Today, TAT encountered a very sad matter and lost a few thousand yuan. Please comfort me. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 83. Even an army of 10,000 could not withstand a single strike. What kind of momentum was this? Not only the Black Knight, but the militia and mercenaries in the distance were also stunned. Was this still a human? Even the legendary Knight of the Templar was not as good as this, right? The humans, who were already in the rhythm of the attack, suddenly cheered in unison. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they almost burst out 3 or 4 times their combat power, pushing the undead back. Seeing this scene, Zasser knew that there was nothing he could do, but the dark and proud blood in his body prevented him from admitting defeat. What kind of army was this? Judging from their attire, they were just a ragtag army. They were not even as good as the militia. They were just a temporary army formed by a group of frightened refugees. However, they had a group of impressive backbone and commanders. Zasser could not help but wonder who they were. Where did they come from? Aween was just a dying kingdom. How could the rising Madara be defeated by such an army in a country that should be buried in the dust of history? Even its own citizens had lost the reason to fight for this land, and Zasser did not think that he should accept defeat from the other side. The Black Knight drew his sword, and the soul fire in his chest could not help but burn fiercely. He immediately turned around and pulled the lich beside him, pointed to the position of Brando, and ordered it to use Soul Pierce to attack the enemy. Then he patted his warhorse's neck, and it began to trot. Together with the 3 black warriors, he separated the skeletons in front of him and went to meet the enemy. Zasser believed that even if he risked his life, there was still a chance to kill the enemy in the chaos. He wanted to take back the glory that belonged to him. This was the pride of Madara, the pride of the Dark Nobles. But at the same time, Brando also noticed the situation here. He immediately pointed to the Shire beside him. The young wizard immediately shot a white light from his hand and hit the lich who was casting a spell. But what Charles didn't expect was that after his spell hit the lich's ribs, it actually bounced off and dissipated into thin air. The Shire level was too low. Brando frowned when he saw the resistance effect of the spell. Since Brando was swinging his sword at the skull of a few skeleton soldiers, he was destined to not be able to withdraw his sword in time. However, Brando reacted quickly and raised his left hand. A bright sky-blue triangular formation appeared in his palm. The necromancer's secondary weapon, Spirit Pierce, was already out, while Brendel inserted 3 wind elemental crystals into his elemental pool and displayed the wind elemental card, Energy Loss. The sky-blue card symbolized the power of the wind. The wind was flexible and unpredictable, and the spells were mysterious. The wind-type card of Fate also had a similar power. A transparent, jagged spiritual wave shot out from the lich's forehead like a sharp knife. It crossed half of the battlefield in an instant and went straight to Brando and the others. But it immediately stopped in the middle of the battlefield. It was a strange scene. It was as if time had stopped for a moment. Then, like a storm, it refracted back with a sharp whistle. Along the way, there was a series of muffled sounds, and countless shriveled heads of the undead exploded. Even the headless necromancer swayed on the skeletal warhorse and fell down. Magic and martial arts. Those mercenaries who were less knowledgeable were still fine, but Reto, Mano, Badam, and Dragon's subduing tower were so scared that they almost threw away their swords. In their opinion, Brando was a young man who was not even 20 years old and had the strength of a middle-ranked iron rank. He was also an excellent and talented general. He was also very knowledgeable. He was already considered a rare genius. But now, they saw that he was also a wizard who could at least fight against a low-ranked lich. Could it be that he was actually a rare reverend? He was not afraid. The undead were destined to not be able to feel the reality of fear. But he was a little shaken. He did not know who the young man was. He held an elven sword, had excellent combat skills, and commanded calmly and calmly. How could such a person be unknown in Erewhon? While he was hesitating, 2 of the black warriors had already passed him and went straight to Brando. But the young man's expression did not change. In the blink of an eye, he blasted away the 2-handed sword in the hands of the first black warrior. It was as if the black warrior's strength of 5 ounces was fake. Then, he raised his sword high and slashed at the shoulder of the black warrior. The elven sword was like a silver, vertical line from top to bottom. With a loud bang, the black warrior and his horse were smashed to the ground. Brando turned around and punched the greatsword of the second black warrior, causing it to fly to the side. Then, he clamped his legs on the horse's abdomen, causing it to move forward and grab the hilt of the black warrior's sword. His right hand pierced through the heart of the black warrior and pulled him down from the horse's back. He squinted his eyes and saw the -72 damage that rose above the black warrior's head. He could not help but think that the Thorn of Light's attack on dark creatures was really high. But these numbers projected on his retina made him feel strange. Sometimes, he wondered if someone had installed a microcomputer in his brain when he transmigrated. Of course, that was just a joke. Brando threw away the black warrior that was burning from the inside. He straightened his body and faced the third black warrior. He exchanged a blow with the black warrior and then cut him down from the horse's back. When the black warrior fell from the horse, Brando saw a silver necklace hanging from his sword. He reacted quickly and grabbed it. He was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a necklace that gave +0.3 strength. Actually, Brando felt that it was a little strange. The sub-magic equipment in the game should be similar to common equipment. Even the captain NPCs should have at least one of them. But until now, he had only seen the Roman spider ring, swift dagger, and this necklace. In fact, the magic equipment in the game were usually differentiated by their rarity. The black iron equipment's rarity was alchemy, also known as sub-magic equipment. The bronze equipment's rarity was low light, also known as low magic equipment. The brass equipment's rarity was magic. This level was a real magic equipment. For example, Brando's Ring of the Wind Empress and Freya's Ring of Flame, they had a significant characteristic, which was that they had at least one magic power that could be inspired. The silver equipment's rarity was ancient. This level was a rare magic equipment. For example, Brando's Thorn of Light. This type of magic equipment's power could even change the strength of the opponent to a certain extent. It was already considered a treasure. The gold equipment's rarity was fantasy. This level of magic equipment must have been passed down in the ballads of bards or items of fantasy. But although there were many legends that had been passed down in the history of a country, there were only a few that had been truly grasped by people. The dark gold equipment's rarity was mythical. This level of magic equipment's rarity was mysterious. With Brando's knowledge, he had only seen it in the hands of a few core members of a few major guilds. Of course, in the game, an item that was mysterious was often a symbol of status. As for divine artifacts, apart from the Mercury Staff and a few other ancient lost artifacts, most of them were in the hands of the legendary Almighty. They were either the rulers of a country or the gods in the heavens. For example, Saint Tossol's Ring of the Wind Empress, or the Sky Dragon's Holy Lance, Azure. But in fact, in addition to the above abnormal things, glimmer low magic items and alchemy sub-magic items were still very common in the game. Vaunt was a high magic world, and magic in some rich places was indeed not as mysterious as people imagined it to be. But after coming to this world and battling Madara for so long, he did not see many of them. Even the boss of the Golden Tree did not drop any legendary items. If it wasn't for the fact that the loot in Gerald's tomb did not disappoint him, he would have doubted whether there was a difference between the game and reality. But today, the necklace that the Black Knight dropped made him feel relieved. It seemed that the Grimoires region was a little too remote. But while he was in a daze, a black sword came at him. Brando was shocked and instinctively dodged to the side. The Black Knight was already in front of him. The young man could not help but look around. The Black Knight had lost his momentum. Even his guards were all dead. But the Black Knight still did not turn around and surrender. Could it be that he wanted to challenge him? He was stunned. Freya pressed on the wound on her waist with one hand, and she could not help but frown. But the ponytailed girl felt a little strange. She felt that she was more concerned about the damage to the half-plate of the Zephyr. She thought for a while and convinced herself that it was because the plate was too valuable. The militia was chasing the defeated skeleton soldiers to the side of the valley. Brando's order was not to let any of the undead escape. It seemed that he did not need to say that because the soldiers and civilians who had been frightened for a day and night would do it willingly. She and the rest of the militia were needed to maintain order in the pursuit of the undead so that they would not hurt their own people. Freya rode on her horse and chased after them. When she passed by a gravel beach, she saw a skeleton soldier with a broken leg crawling up from the ground. She was about to give it another stab when she saw a figure dashing down like a gust of wind and chopping the skeleton down. The figure stopped. It was Sue, who was wearing a leather dress. Sue. The bronze-skinned girl rode over and looked at her with concern. She whispered, "Freya, are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Have you seen Brando?" Freya turned around and found herself on the other side of the canyon with the self-defense team. Him? That guy didn't even dare to accept a knight's challenge. Why are you so concerned about him? Sue thought for a moment and replied. Knight challenge? The female knight's long ponytail froze. P.S. Everyone, don't be like this TAT. I'm not asking for votes. You can still vote actively. Ours, another few hundred votes were thrown out. It's already a bad day, so please use your tickets to soothe my wounded soul. Chapter 84. A Knight's Challenge? The silver-haired girl put down her teacup and could not help but laugh. Only the Black Knight could come up with such a stalling tactic, but she soon sighed softly. The princess could not help but turn her head and stare blankly at the clean and bright arched window. Her gaze passed through the dust floating up and down in the sunlight that slanted in from outside the tall window, and a hint of worry flashed in her pale silver-gray eyes. For the outcome of the war, he would rather put down his honor and even give up his dignity as a knight. Was it because of the blooming black rose of Bramanto? But what could gather the people in a land that had been in chaos for thousands of years? Or was there some unknown changes happening in the kingdom in the darkness? The girl did not expect her accidental guess to become a reality. She turned back and looked at Oberwei speechlessly. When the common ancestor of the Erewhon, Sage Eric, led the people to independence from Cruz, it was to resist the endless exploitation of the southern land by the empire. Our country was founded to stop the arrogance and greed of the empire's nobles. The princess said softly, but today, the nobles among us have become greedy and arrogant. Have we lost the ambition and the sense of honor to defend justice, so much so that we have lost the ability to gather the people? I dare not say that. But although the nobles are rotten, at least the people still believe in the royal family, Oberwei replied. The girl nodded and felt a little better. Oberwei looked at the girl and saw her thoughts. He continued to answer, even the most rotten soil can sprout new shoots. Your Highness, since the late King Anson X, the kingdom trained the militia and formed the guards to plant the seeds. The young man I met could also give up his honor, which means that the younger generation of Erewhon is not much worse than Madara. But neither of them pointed out that Brando was actually a member of the Highland Knights faction and had nothing to do with the royal family. The princess could not help but think about what supported Brando to give up his honor. Wasn't he a knight? How could a knight refuse his opponent's challenge? What the future princess regent did not expect was that Brando was not a knight at all. The Black Knight, Zasser, did not expect this either, so he could only die a humiliating death in the chaos. Brando did not care about him at all. He only took Zasser off his horse when he passed by, and then turned around. The moment they passed each other, Erewhon's rising star and Madara's outstanding younger generation looked into each other's eyes. What Brando saw was the burning soul fire in the Black Knight's eyes, the pursuit of true honor and faith. He knew that one person could never be strong, but when thousands of people gathered together, it would create a terrible force. For thousands of years, Madara, the Black Rose of Bramanto, was just a geographical concept. It was a process that made even the cold undead creatures feel honor and recognition from the bottom of their hearts. Unfortunately, he could not participate, and had no intention of participating in such a period of history. In contrast to Brando, Zasser only saw the cold pragmatism in the young human knight's eyes. Perhaps for the young man who had experienced this period of history, all illusions were no longer suitable. Brando was more willing to believe in his own strength to the nobles and the royal family. Even if he wanted to save Erewhon, the Valkyrie, and everyone else, he could only rely on himself. Brando knew the future, but he also knew that no one would be willing to believe in this future. Therefore, he needed to become stronger, and let his wings become fuller little by little, so that the world would have to take his opinion seriously. Compared to that, all the other false titles were just floating clouds. The Black Knight actually thought that he could force him to change his mind with a little trick? How naive. Brando looked back. Even on the battlefield, a knight's duel required a notary, a deputy of both sides, a venue, and a series of etiquette and ceremonies. As long as he was not half crazy, he would never agree to this ridiculous proposal. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of this era, knights should choose to respect each other. Of course, this was still a society that followed the spirit of classicism. Unfortunately, Brando was not just Brando, half of his soul represented another world. Fair competition? No, modern warfare emphasized unrestricted warfare and asymmetrical warfare. Therefore, this created the biggest doubt of the Black Knight before he died. When he saw the mercenaries swarming behind him and stabbing their shining blades into his chest, he died with his eyes wide open. How could he refuse? Was he still a knight? The undead army had been utterly defeated. Brando pulled the reins and let the warhorse trot a few steps to stop. Then he turned the horse around and saw that the others were looking at him strangely. It was no wonder. After all, as a knight in this world, refusing a challenge was indeed a big thing. Although these mercenaries had rich combat experience, it was inevitable that they would be influenced by the views of the world. But he raised his sword and said to the others, "You may be wondering why I didn't accept his challenge, but the reason is actually very simple. The challenge between knights comes from the mutual respect between nobles, not a holy challenge with deceitful thoughts. This is a blasphemy to the knight's rules." He added, "As for why I said this, think about it carefully." Everyone was enlightened, but Redo, Tower, and the others were more or less confused. Brando looked at their expressions and continued, "Of course, this is all nonsense. To put it more crudely, I'm not interested in a bet without a stake." This sentence was obviously to the mercenaries' liking. Many of them could not help but cheer loudly, especially Mano, who nodded repeatedly. He almost thought that Brando was his soulmate. But the young man still had some doubts when he looked back at Reynolds, but he understood that he could only explain so much. In fact, he did not need to hide anything. This night was so urgent that he had no time to sort out everything one by one. Just like now, he immediately gestured to the others to clean up the battlefield and let them quickly pick up the spoils and clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he jumped off his horse and walked to the corpses of Zasser and the Black Warriors. It was time to reap the rewards. The 3 Black Warriors had been burned into a pile of white ash from the inside out, except for their armor and some small items that they carried with them. These things looked disgusting, but in the eyes of players like Brando, they were equivalent to spoils of war. He kicked away the empty breastplate. The Black Warriors were tall, and their armor would probably have to be melted down again to be suitable for human wear. Therefore, this thing was worthless in his eyes. But his goal was not this thing, but the magical items that the Black Warriors might have carried with them. Unfortunately, he didn't get much. He only found a secondary snake-shaped ring with a rarity of black iron in one of the corpses. It was what the natives of this world called an alchemy item. +0. 1 dexterity, but it was better than nothing. But Brando was not depressed. His main goal was not the 3 Black Warriors. They were just an appetizer, and he was glad that he got something. In fact, his main goal was the Black Knight, a level 20 elite creature. Brando walked to Zasser. The Black Knight's half-body armor was suitable for him. Unfortunately, the mercenaries did not know how to cherish it and opened several holes in the breastplate. When Brando saw this, he could not help but curse. These guys did not know how to think for their commander. Compared to Freya, who was a militia commander, he, as a knight commander, did not even have armor to use. But even so, Brando still squatted down and opened the man's pouch. The first thing he looked for was the pouch, because most of the magical items and magic amulets were kept there. Brando's EXP did not lose its effect. He found a snake-shaped statue and 3 magic amulets. Magic amulets were good things. According to legend, they were originally made by the wizards in the ice forest in the north of Wonde. As long as you carried them, you would naturally gain good luck. But the craftsmanship of these magic items gradually spread after the Year of the 3 Hills and became an important craftsmanship. In the game, every magic amulet was at least bronze, because they had an important characteristic, which was that they were not limited by the total number of magic items that could be carried. Just like the 3 amulets in Brando's hands. The 3 magic amulets' attributes were +1 HP, +2 HP, and +0. 1 innate protection. It was the cheapest item in the market, but at least it was better than nothing. Brando put away the amulets and looked at the snake-shaped statue carefully. He immediately realized that it was a poisoned amulet. The poison amulet was a magic item. Most of them were made by the druids in the forest, but some of them came from the hands of the liches. Once activated, it would release a poison spell on the blade, 12 ounces, losing HP every minute and gradually weakening the user. It was not a good thing, but Brando could not help but curse in his heart. What a sneaky bastard, pretending to be a knight. Does a knight use poison? He could not help but think that he was not a righteous person. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. He put the amulets away. After all, his current identity was still a Highland knight. It would be a big problem if someone who knew their stuff saw it. The rules of a knight in this world were very complicated. If they violated the rules, they would be stripped of their title. If it was serious, they would be burned at the stake. That was not a joke. Then Brando turned the body over and checked the neck and hands, which were the most likely places to have magic items. But he did not see a ring or a necklace. Instead, he saw a frosty glass bracelet. Of course, it was not a glass bracelet. Elemental bracelet. Brando was shocked and hurriedly pulled the thing out of the Black Knight's body. Although the elemental bracelet was only of a bronze equipment, it had a high energy level. The lowest level elemental bracelet that Brando knew of was at least 25 ounces, and the attributes of this item were also very practical. It could add a certain amount of elemental damage to close-range or long-range physical attacks. The amount of damage depended on the energy level of the bracelet. For example, a 25-ounce bracelet would add at least 4 to 4 points of elemental damage. In his previous life, the Thorn of Light's damage was only 9 to 9 points without doubling the damage. Brando suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. This item used to be as expensive as a silver, rare magic item. When it was at its peak, it was one of the equipment that he could only dream of. Attack was the life of a physical profession in the early stages. It was a pity that this bracelet was a level 20 equipment. Brando could only look at it to satisfy his craving. He carefully put this item into his bag. It was probably as important as the Thorn of Light. It was even more important. After all, the Thorn of Light was only a temporary longsword. Its sharpness and hardness were not enough to withstand the use of a medium iron swordsman. Brando actually had a replacement for the elven sword in mind, but he had not put it into action yet. However, the elemental bracelet was different. There were 2 slots for the bracelet. Brando thought that it would be difficult to find a better replacement before he reached level 40. And at level 40, he would at least have the strength of an upper silver. After putting away these important spoils of war and making sure that he did not miss anything, Brando sighed and stood up. The rewards from this battle were too great. Other than a total of 770 EXP, the equipment he obtained almost doubled the energy level of his equipment. Especially the elemental bracelet, which was unexpected good news. If he could get the elemental ring and the other bracelet, he would have a full set of pure attack equipment. Brando was even confident that he would be able to find trouble with the young black dragon at Viro's Needle Hill Road before he reached level 30. After all, the map of Chi Dragon was a huge temptation to any player who used to play games. Brando was no exception. He could not help but blow on the edge of the Thorn of Light as if he had already obtained the dragon's treasure. Of course, there was still an insurmountable gap between reality and fantasy. Of course, he would not get carried away. Soon, mercenaries came to clean up the corpses beside him. The young man turned around and found that most of the people present had already obtained something. Reto, Mano, and the others were also knowledgeable people. Their target was the liches. After all, even 1 or 2 alchemy items could greatly increase one's strength. No one would hate an increase in one's strength. After cleaning up the battlefield, Brando looked at the time. From the beginning of the battle until now, a total of 45 minutes had passed. The gargoyles could only scout in one direction, and Madara's skeleton cavalry could appear at any time, so they had to make the best use of their time. The gargoyles could only scout in one direction, and Madara's skeleton cavalry could appear at any time. The group of refugees had already moved forward under the leadership of a few core members. With the gargoyles clearing the way for them, Brando was not worried that the refugees would encounter any trouble. Now, he just wanted to find Freya and bring the others to chase after her. At least until now, his plan had been carried out smoothly. The only thing left was to play hide and seek with Madara. Of course, he also had to wait for the moment when the constellation of the Night King appeared in the sky. Thinking of this, the young man could not help but take out the white deer statue and looked up at the dark sky. Note, some explanations about the equipment's energy level. The total energy level of an individual's magical equipment is determined by the individual's total magic coordination. The calculation formula is basic 20 plus willpower x 10 plus total level x 5. Unit is also an OZ. For example, Brando has a total level of 17 and a willpower of 2. 9. Therefore, he can carry equipment equivalent to 134 ounces. Calculation formula, 20 plus 2, 9 by 10 plus 17 by 5. Among the equipment he carries and uses, the Thorn of Light and the Ring of the Wind Empress each cost 20 ounces, the protective gloves cost 5 ounces, the Gargoyle Talisman and the Soul Statue, White Deer, cost 7 ounces, and the necklace and secondary snake ring cost a total of 62 ounces. From the first day of the year, I went home happily for dinner. Then I ate potato chips for the whole night. The power went out on the 3rd of January. On the 4th of January, I lost a few $1,000s in the morning. After eating in the afternoon, I started to feel bloated again and my stomach kept feeling uncomfortable. Then this morning, the power went out again until 1 p.m. Not only did my stomach stop feeling uncomfortable, it got worse. I had a stomachache for the whole day. At night, when my friends came to ask me to go out for hot pot, I did not go to TAT. I will try my best to make up for it when it gets better. Thank you for your support. Also, thank you Brother Razor for the $100,000 reward. This is the first time I have received a $100,000 reward. In addition, there are many friends who have tipped me and voted for me every month. Thank you. Your support is the motivation for me to persevere. Also, Amber Group 1 is almost full. I will now announce the number of Group 2. Thank you Knight for providing the QQ group. Amber Sword Group 2, 130957343. Finally, let me end this digression with the usual pleas for votes. Enduring the stomachache and the cold, I look at everyone pleading for votes with tears in my eyes. Although I haven't updated much in the past 2 days, I will definitely work harder when I feel better. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the legal reading. Chapter 85. After defeating Zasser, Brando continued to lead the refugees south. They attacked another undead army about an hour and a half later. After replicating the previous victory, the refugees cruised to the gap between the second and third layers of Madara's search line. In front of them were 2 nets formed by D-Ren, Gulab, and Ladios, while behind them was an army of skeletons that covered the mountains and plains. It seemed dangerous, but in fact, it enjoyed a kind of ingenious balance, like the calm waves in the eye of a typhoon. Although the battle inevitably brought about casualties, Brando's plan still worked. The Madara undead army cruising south of the deer hunting hills soon discovered a huge problem. The refugees that were supposed to be in their encirclement seemed to have grown wings and disappeared at this moment. After Maggot Death, Marcus, Ebden, and Weezer joined forces, they went south to join forces with Gulab, D-Ren, and Ladios. But even after they plowed through the area, they still did not find the group of refugees that had escaped into the Silver Sparrow Mountains. Could it be that the information was wrong? As a cunning general, Marcus did not believe in luck. He immediately guessed that the refugees were hiding in a valley, waiting for the undead army to sweep through the hills. Marcus immediately ordered all the undead army in the area to release all their scouts and search in all directions with the meeting point as the center. They must find the group of refugees. But as soon as the scouts were released, Gulab, the commander of the 17th column of Madara's Obsidian Legion, quickly found that he had lost sight of one of his squadrons. The Black Knight, Zasser, who led them, seemed to have disappeared. And before he could figure out what was going on, D-Ren, the commander of the 12th column, also encountered the same problem. Soon, both of them realized that a mysterious army might have quietly broken through their encirclement and circled behind them. But how did this happen? How did a group of 1 or 2,000 people escape from the net formed by dozens of scouts? If it was luck, then this luck was too good. But the two of them did not dare to be negligent and immediately informed Marcus of this news. Damned Maggot was enraged when he heard that. He almost threw the scroll box containing the battle map at the two men's faces. It pointed at their noses and scolded, "You useless trash." The third batch of graduates from the Roman Black Rose Academy were all worthless maggots. Get out of my sight. Guluabu and D. Ren didn't dare to refute and retreated dejectedly. Then, Marcus calmed down and summoned Ebden and Wisa. He ordered the undead army to spread out to the two sides to prevent the refugees from getting out of the encirclement. Next, he issued a second order, asking the commanders of the other 3 columns to search in the opposite direction. Although it looked down on Madara's new dark nobles, just like how it looked down on Kabia's, it had no choice but to rely on their strength. After all, this was the power of Madara's new generation. It was only worried that it had reacted too late. But in reality, Brendel had just passed by the Blood Shaman Ladios' 2nd Squadron, and was about 3 miles behind the enemy's 3rd Squadron. His plan was a little different from what Marcus had expected. Brando galloped past the refugees on both sides. He pointed out the backbone of the refugees on horseback and ordered them to turn back. His action was not strange. In fact, Brando had already ordered the refugees to avoid Madara's undead scouts several times. When the backbone of the refugees saw the knight, they subconsciously ordered the refugees in the area they were in charge of to turn back. However, there were also some clever ones who leaned forward and asked in a fawning manner, "Sir, did you discover those monsters cavalry scouts in front again?" "No, no. Tell them to turn north and throw away all their belongings except for food, water, and weapons. We have to speed up." Brendel sat on the horse's back and looked at them as he answered. His words shocked them. North? Wasn't that the direction of Madara's army? But they had escaped from that direction with great difficulty. Why did they have to go back? Could it be that this lord had suddenly lost his mind? Brando tightened the reins and turned the horse around. He looked at these anxious people and comforted them. "Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. Go and do it. If you want to live, this is our only chance." Everyone looked at Brando and was speechless. But other than believing in this knight, what else could they do? The nobles of Fortress Reden had already abandoned them. Only this benevolent knight stayed behind to share their joys and sorrows, leading them out of trouble time and time again. Moreover, this knight was so wise and brave. According to the mercenaries, this knight was like the reincarnation of the god of war, invincible on the battlefield. Although this sounded like bragging, the news of victory and the endless supply of weapons from the front lines all proved this point. When they thought of this, their previous doubts could not help but be shaken. But what was this knight planning to do? Could it be that the sword in his hand could really lead the way to a miracle, just like what those security cavalrymen had said? Brando saw that they did not speak, and understood that his prestige had already been established. But he felt a little regretful. This prestige was only temporarily maintained in this difficult situation. Once the First War of the Black Rose ended, this glory would vanish like smoke. Thus, he knew that only his personal strength could bring him benefits from this war. He told himself that he must see the direction of history clearly and not be blinded by these illusions. He thought of this clearly and turned the horse around to continue forward. As if they felt the tension in the air, the mercenaries who were scattered all around began to gather towards their lord. There was a rumbling sound in the valley, and everyone stopped to watch this scene. It was as if a king was gathering his knight. The battle was about to begin again, and everyone's nerves could not help but tense up. After all, this night seemed to be easy, but in fact, it was a race against time. Apart from the battle, Brando almost always held the Shire's silver pocket watch. At the most tense moment, the cold sweat on his hand even soaked the case of the watch. How thrilling was the previous battle! Sometimes, it was only a few minutes before another undead scout arrived. And these few minutes were the difference between heaven and hell. Brando finally came to the front of the team, where Freya and her self-defense team had been waiting for a long time. In addition to her, there were Badam, Mano, Terran, Reto, Uliel and others. They had all received Brando's notice early, but they did not understand the young man's plan. They had already circled to the back of the undead army, and it seemed that half of the plan had been achieved. But now, why did Brando want them to go back the way they came? If Brando had not firmly occupied the position of leader in their hearts, perhaps these experienced mercenaries would not have just waited for him to explain. Even Freya, who sat weakly on the horse's back, looked hesitant and uneasy. She looked at him several times and wanted to say something, but stopped in the end. Brando glanced at her. In fact, he had already received news that the undead were spreading out to the two sides, trying to block the imaginary group of refugees. And the other 3 columns seemed to be sweeping towards the rear again. It seemed that they did not have many choices. Even these people who had been following him could not help but wonder if they were going to move along the circle to the two sides and race against the dead maggots. This was not surprising. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But Madara had gathered 2 battalions and 7 columns in this area, and even if these numbers of undead gathered in one area, the area they occupied was still shockingly large. The refugees had to take a detour of nearly 20 miles to completely avoid coming into contact with the undead. Therefore, it was unrealistic to accomplish such a feat, especially when the undead were also spreading out to the two sides. In fact, Brando's plan was to let these people go back the way they came and give the zombie lord an unexpected surprise. After defeating 2 Madara squadrons, the weapons collected were enough to arm an army of 500 to 600 people. And after Brando drew out all the people who could be armed, regardless of gender, from the more than 2,000 refugees, the self-defense regiment had expanded to nearly 500 people. Of course, as long as he assigned Reto and the others to command, he could draw more people. But that was completely unnecessary. When Madara's army spread out too quickly to the two sides, the strength in the center would inevitably be weakened. The conditions were ripe for a counterattack. Brando had much better scouts than Madara. Of course, he had the right to choose when and how to fight with Madara's army. This was also his biggest advantage. Now, he was going to use this advantage to go back to the heart of Madara, so that they would not know what he wanted. But he stopped the horse and did not rush to explain his intentions. Instead, he first looked at Freya. The girl's face was pale and she looked like she was about to collapse. He could not help but ask, "Why don't you go down and rest first, Freya?" Freya glared at him angrily. Brando smiled bitterly. "Who told you to be brave and get hurt? I told you to let me bandage you, but you didn't listen." When the future Valkyrie heard this, her face turned red all the way to her neck. She thought, what kind of shameless words is this guy saying? How could she, a girl, let him bandage her? It was simply outrageous. She hated Brando for spouting nonsense. She could not help but turn her head and ignore him, so as not to let others misunderstand. But Brando was a little stunned when he saw this scene. The Shire was not lying to him, right? How could he tell that Freya liked him? He could not help but look back at the young mage with a suspicious look. "My lord, is there anything I can do for you?" The Shire was scared by his stare and had to bite the bullet. "No, no." Brando quickly shook his head. Brando turned his head again and found a group of mercenaries staring at him and Freya and snickering. In fact, for a day and night, they had already inquired about the relationship between this lord and the 2 ladies by the Shire's side. Of course, it was this kind of Brando that really made them feel a sense of familiarity, and pulled him back from the many halos in their hearts. People were always willing to believe in people like themselves. They would revere geniuses, but they would not trust them from the bottom of their hearts. "What are you laughing at?" "No, no, no, my lord, you're mistaken." Everyone replied in unison. "I hope so." Brando looked at these guys angrily. "Otherwise, be careful of your butts." "Well, I don't want to explain too much to you. I only have one thing to say: prepare for battle." He pulled out his sword. When the refugees once again gathered under his sword, Brendel's eyes lit up. When this huge army turned around, the blood wizard, Ladios, who bore the brunt of the attack, met with great misfortune. This time, Brando did not hide his tactical intentions. He only had one tactic, and that was to be faster. The 500 self-defense regiment and 50 cavalry were like a dragon that ran over the platoon that Ladios had arranged to his left. More than 200 skeleton soldiers were simply unable to stop Brando's relentless assault. When the young man led his knight and swept through like a whirlwind, Ladios only found out that he had lost his left wing half an hour later. When the intermediate necromancer passed the news back to Meads, Brando had already advanced for another 3 miles. At this moment, he was stepping on the corpse of the platoon leader that was left in Gilab's hands. His subordinates accelerated. They kept accelerating. He could not help but look at the white deer statue. There were about 50 minutes before the knight's throne appeared in the night sky. P.S. Today's monthly votes are only 40 votes. Tears. Is there really no hope for the top 3? This chapter has more than 3,800 words, a slight apology. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, there are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 86. Marcus found that he had suddenly lost control of the battle. He had nearly 10,000 undead under his command, but they were of no use at all. Ever since he discovered that the group of refugees had disappeared, it seemed that everything was developing out of his control. At first, Gilab and Diran each lost a platoon, allowing the refugees to circle around to the back of the army. With Marcus's keen senses, he immediately smelled something unusual. The half-zombie immediately determined that the refugees were rushing to his flanks, intending to break through the blockade of the undead army. So he immediately ordered Weezer and Ebden to spread out to the flanks, trying to block the refugees' escape route. But he did not expect that in less than half an hour after the order was given, Ladios and Gilab lost their left flank, which was the group of refugees. No, it should be said that it was the mysterious army. Now, Brando had risen to the level of Madara's regular army in Marcus' mind. In fact, the real Madara's regular army probably did not have this ability. According to Brando's army's decision-making and combat ability, it should at least have the strength of Erewhon's Imperial Guard. Even Marcus almost could not help but think that he had encountered Erewhon's Imperial Guard or the Free Cavalry. He could not help but wonder if there was a big fish among the refugees. But in any case, the enemy's tactical intention was very obvious. This intention was very strong. They wanted to break through the siege, they wanted to break through. The position where Ladios and Gilab's left flank disappeared formed a striking straight line on the map. It was more like a sharp sword that pierced the heart of the undead army. The half-zombie lord stared at the straight line and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Mead stood up and threw the bone in his hand out. His eyes flashed as he stared at the dark forest, where his army was ready to go. But was his judgment right? Marcus was not sure this time. Who were they? Who was their commander? When did Erewhon have such a commander? The night wind was like a pair of cold hands caressing the gorge. The rocks and valleys reflected a layer of cold light, and the trees rustled as if responding to the rustling sound of the waves on the mountain. The cavalry ran through the entire valley like a rushing river. The earth rumbled. Brando raised his sword and appeared in front of everyone. The light from the elven sword formed an undulating surface of light in the darkness like a silver flag, and to the others, the flag was the victory that the young man had brought them. The horsemen were already wholeheartedly in admiration. If they were to believe in a legend one day, it would definitely be that a king was truly invincible. Some of them were even veterans from the end of the November War. Some had experienced the Battle of Flower Moon, and some had experienced the defeat at Karsuk Highlands. However, Erewhon had disappointed them time and time again. It was as if the country had sunk, and the will of the past had been buried under history. Under the dust, the glory of the past no longer belonged to them. Therefore, they fought for money and became mercenaries. Their fate was to chase after bounties and treasures. They had already abandoned the honor and faith of a warrior. But there wasn't a soldier who didn't desire victory. Even if he was a veteran who had experienced countless wars, it was still the same. Today, Brando let them pick up the flags that had been trampled thousands of times from the ground. He told them that they could still achieve a glorious victory. Even if they were like a knight, just fighting for the right of others to live, just fighting for the right of their own survival, as long as they followed behind him, victory would be so easy. It made their blood boil. They moved forward, and Zasser's squadron collapsed. They moved forward, and Gulab's squadron collapsed. They moved forward, and Ladios's left wing disappeared. They moved forward, and Gulab's army vanished into thin air. What was Madara's army? The undead who didn't know fear were also so vulnerable. That terrible army even made Erewhon's regular army tremble in front of them, but they also turned and scattered in front of them. For a moment, the knight even believed that his name was invincible. Brando pointed his sword forward. The cavalry immediately cheered and formed a black torrent that rolled forward. It was as if no one knew fatigue, even the horses. Even the self-defense regiment behind them was completely motivated. They only had one thought left, and that was to keep moving forward. Accelerate, keep accelerating. No one had the spare energy to think about anything else. All their energy seemed to be used to stimulate adrenaline. Their pupils were dilated, and they breathed with exhaustion. It was as if they were using the last of their lives to pounce on any enemy that might appear and drag it to hell with them. What Madara? To hell with it. Even if their men and horses were exhausted, these soldiers would at least obtain the final victory. They raised their heads and seemed to be able to see the young man's sword pointing forward, leading them to an open door. Behind that door was a miracle. Brando finally saw another undead army in front of him. He believed that he had broken into the second and third layers of defense. Did that mean that he had entered the area controlled by Ebden or Wuxia? Or the maggot Marcus? He saw a group of white skeletons on the river bank. There were so many of them, much more than what he had encountered before. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that there were at least two groups of black warriors beside the enemy commander. Column commander. Brando knew that he had caught a big fish this time, but whether or not he could eat it was still a problem. However, Brando knew that he had to eat it, and he had to eat it. At this moment, he could not retreat, and there was no way to retreat. He only had one thought left. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. He raised his sword, and the elven sword's tip was so bright that it was blinding. The sound of the wind surrounded his ears, and there was only the sound of the wind. He could not hear anything else, and he could only shout with all his might. Cavalry, attack with me. Attack. There were only 49 people, but their response was like a tsunami. When the rumbling of the horses' hooves echoed throughout the valley, it was as if the heavens and earth were working together, and everyone had become one. The White Knight, Ebden's expression changed in an instant. Like Marcus, it had been guessing who the human commander was, and which order the mysterious army belonged to under Erewhon. However, it did not expect that it would encounter the human commander under such circumstances. When it turned its head, a pair of burning eyes looked through the white embroidered helmet and saw the charging cavalry. It almost thought that it had returned to the era when the knight's spirit shone brightly. The White Knight seemed to have lost its mind for a moment. It remembered that many years ago, on the Golden Flower Plateau, the pride of the humans, the Cruz Empire's cavalry, were just as prideful. Those prideful knights did not even bother to use tactics. They only needed to charge, and charge again, and continuously charge, and they would be able to obtain victory. Because in this world, there was no other army that was as prideful and honorable as them. It was as if every single one of them would die in the midst of their charge. Their lives were all for that moment of burning, the dazzling brilliance. In front of an army that treated death as the highest honor, all combat power was useless. All resistance was useless and meaningless. Ebden felt that its soul had loosened up a little, and it almost thought that it had returned to 100 years ago. Its loss of mind caused it to miss the best time to react. When Ebden realized that it should have ordered its skeletons to turn around, it was already too late. Brando held the elven sword in his hand, and he was like the spearhead of this army. A silver line led all the Night Kings forward. Yes, in his eyes, the skeletons were slowly turning around, but they were too late. Too slow, too slow. Lich! Ebden unsheathed his sword and screamed from his soul. The 10 liches raised their bone staffs at the same time. A dark storm suddenly appeared in front of the undead army. When the storm formed, the ground shattered, and sharp rocks flew up and turned into dust. The branches on both sides turned into black smoke and rose into the sky. The White Knight Ebden could not help but hold its breath. It was not sure if what it saw was an illusion, but how could the current Erewhon see such a cavalry? But then, the Pale Knight remembered that it had stopped breathing a long time ago. It sighed. But in the next moment, the blazing frost-colored flames in its eye sockets froze in an instant. It could not help but open its mouth slightly as it looked at the young man who raised his right hand and charged out of the dark storm. He raised his hand, and a transparent blue magic circle flashed. Although the dark storm made of negative energy blew his hair back, he raised his hand and the storm immediately changed direction. He moved forward, and the storm also moved forward. Just like at that moment, Brando was the king who controlled the storm. When he struggled to shout, one word at a time, energy loss, the storm suddenly changed direction. The skeleton soldiers in the front row fell down row by row. The skeletons in the back tried to raise their spears, but they were hit by their comrades and fell down row by row. But Brando was also an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the next moment, they saw the young man's horse fall. Not only these undead creatures, but everyone on the battlefield saw Brando fall from the horse. At that moment, it was as if the entire valley was silent. The human refugees could not help but stare at the back and stop what they were doing. Freya tightened the reins and urged the self-defense team to speed up, but when she turned around, she saw this scene. She could not help but cover her mouth and could not make a sound. Romaine's expression finally changed, and she could not help but run forward while holding her skirt. Reto, Mano, Badam, Subduing Dragon, and Gasol could not help but let go of the reins in their hands. They just realized that even the young man could fall. But Brando had already adjusted his posture the moment he fell from the horse. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Charge, activate. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he spun half a circle in the air and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. He moved forward, his sword forward, and a silver line appeared. Everyone saw the eye-catching silver line. It symbolized a miracle. After the silver line passed, the 12 skeleton soldiers were split in half. Brando landed in the middle of countless undead creatures and raised his sword high. He saw the tall undead knight covered in white. He also saw the burning frost flames in the other party's eyes. So it's you, the White Knight, Ebden, the former hero of Erewhon. Brando looked at the other party, the elven sword slightly tilted, and the glowing blade was already pressed forward. Your path ends here, young man. Ebden looked at him and blocked Brando's sword with his sword. Silver ranked. Brendel made use of the force to retreat. This was a bit difficult. He could not help but think, P.S. Double the last day's monthly votes. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.